Great war, and I cannot take more. Great war, the war to end all wars, and there'll be a great score. There will be no encore. Great war, the war to end all wars. Wait, Arrow not be late to their own stream challenge impossible? Today is like the one day. How dare you? I would never be distracted by anything in my entire life. I have no clue what I might be distracted by and what I might be. Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry. Don't look at your guilty pleasures. We don't need to worry about that. Hi. Hi. How goes it? Black nails. Yes, black nails. Arrow hands pog. In case you don't know, I have yaoi hands. I don't know if you knew this. Who goes it? Love the nails thing. Thank you. I did them last night. It's actually my first time doing my nails, and as you might notice, they are kind of messed up. But that's what we do around here. We make mistakes, and I had to get in the painting mood. I painted my nails for the first time last night, and I was getting into the painting mindset, the painting grind set, you might say. And a bit of thigh. Can you see my thigh? No, not my thigh. Anyway. I'll simply zoom in a bit. I'm not giving you thigh shots for free. I have to go to a different streaming site for that. When I turn my chair. Oh! Hi! Hi! Whoa! Yes! Flesh person. Guilty pleasures is real. I know! I can just hold it. Well, what I will say is that now that I've kind of broken the ice on this, now that I've kind of done this, like, what is stopping me? What is stopping me from just like, all right. So, flash charges, reactive weave, rail rifle. So clearly, wait, is my camera upside down? Oh, whoops. I think that this, based off the shock knife, this is the metal mark. This is the metal mark. Flash streamer pog. I know, horrible for me to do that. Yeah, I own the Lancer hardcover. Let me real quick, just so I don't show anything I shouldn't. I'm going to grab. The easiest way to do this is to just, and I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I know. Just so I don't accidentally like show off foot for free, because that would be career ending, I will say. So yeah, if you don't know, I'm so sorry. I set this up and then I forgot to do it. Bum-ba-da-dum! Hi! How goes it? I'm present on multiple levels. What? Is my Fuki not working? Oh, because I muted myself. Oops. Hello! You're with me. Do you see me? Holding you? You're my little friend. Mini Arrow! Yeah. So I am here. I'm right there. I'm also here. So you got 2 arrows for the price of 1. I'm so sorry for this. Multiple arrows, you're so confused. I know. I am simply omnipresent. I can be everywhere at once. Let me put back my Lancer book. You want to do your nails again? Well, I hope you do it soon then, if it makes you have fun. I was reading Junji Ito yesterday. Last night, I started reading Junji Ito's Black Paradox. I can just show this stuff now. This is crazy. I was reading Junji Ito's Black Paradox. I got through chapter 1. I got through chapter 1. And I enjoyed it. It was weird. It was definitely Junji Ito. It was definitely odd. But I can't say I didn't like it. It was like it was an odd experience that I was excited for. You grip the arrow kisser like you're about to spike it on the ground. I always am. That is my natural state, is spiking you on the ground. Did you not know this? Was this unknown to you? Arrow small and arrow flash. OMG, arrow hands high. Yes. Arrow hands. The best hands are like. Which is the real arrow? I think the real arrow is the friends we made along the way. Can we do 1,000 Suns? So you hate me. Also, Wumpus, you're not even the person in chat. I have a community member who, for the past 90 days, has been asking me for a 1,000 Suns video. And it's not even been 90 days. It's been 90 videos of asking me for 1,000 Suns. We're at the point where I think they've been asking for like 6 months at this point, or like 5 months at this point. And the only reason I haven't done a K-Suns video yet is because I added it to a poll. On Patreon, I added a poll where you can vote for what video I do next for 40K, and K-Suns keep losing. Will the MS Paint become drawing paper? No, so what we have here is I have the Leviathan box set, because I bought all these models off of a buddy. So like we have like the Psychophage. Say hi. Hi, Psychophage. See? I also have the Swarmlord. I bought the Swarmlord separate. And I also have a thing of gargoyles, and I have a thing of Gene Stealers. I thought I got a thing of warriors too. Anyway, so I have some unassembled ones. And what my plan is I want to start painting. I made my own wet palette. Rate my wet palette. It is a sponge with, I think it's 5 layers of paper towel on it. Jean steals. I don't even wear pants. Why do you think I don't wear pants? They stole my jeans. I think it's more of a gurgle screech. Whoa, Bugs. You voted and you're still losing. Do K-Suns, but it's actually 1,000 Suns. So the 1,000 Suns is just what the Dark Eldar steal. The Drukhari just go around stealing 1,000 Suns and also 1,000 Suns. Do studying then exam. Enjoy your exam as best you can. Try not to die. So, what are we doing here? I have Tyranids, which I have not painted models. I want to say 18 years? I legitimately think it was like pre-2010 was the last time I painted models. So I am going to take these. I have Vallejo paints. Right? I have Vallejo paints. And I have 3 ideas. 3 ideas. Oh, I know. I have 3 ideas. First up, Hive Fleet Kronos. I probably should have prepared this. I can just grab an image. I can just have reference. So my first idea is Hive Fleet Kronos, which is, okay, so first before I do this, if you don't know, in this chat, I like to say hello to you if you're in chat. So whether you're an active participant or you're a lurker or you're watching the VOD, I want to say hi to you. I want to greet you. If you're giving me attention, I want to give you back attention, and I can probably say hi I can give you a little wave. Hi. Or I can do my classic rock on. So, say hi. Also, we have a separate chat for Q&A. If you have questions that you want to ask me, if you want to have conversations you want to talk about that aren't related to what we're talking about in that moment, drop it in the Q&A section. and then we can get to it later. Generally, I spend like the last hour of stream just like tanking the Q&A section. So like just be aware it will take a couple hours to get to your question, but I will get to it. So with 40k, this is Hive Fleet Kronos. That in the corner. And let me say hi first. Hi Driver and Wumpus and Hydra and Kali and Ken, and in particular, Nuke, Real Robot, Neko, Pizza, Surgeon Claw, Yixorus, Kiki, Awesome Pokemon, B, Alza, Gato, Taxi, Gray, DP, Azu, and if anyone else is here, just say hi. Oh, such a good painting that I did. I know! Did you see the thumbnail of the stream? I painted this. Hey, Mizzle. That is you. Yeah. So, hey, some dude. So, this is a Tyranid of Hive Fleet Kronos. I really like Kronos because... So, do you mind if I rant about 40k lore? I don't need your permission, but I felt like it was only polite to ask. Even if you say no, I'm still gonna rant. In 40k, there's a thing called Chaos. This is the Warp. This is Hell. This is the Immaterium. This is another universe outside of real space. So we have the real world, and then we also have the Warp. Everything in the real world, the Warp like surrounds it. In Kane, it would be the Psychic Sea. I have often said that Kane is just a great representation of Psychers, which are Exorcist equivalent in 40k. And I think that would be a great system. So, in 40k, there is the Warp, which has the realm of chaos. It has demons. Demons basically sins from Cain. And the cool thing about that is demons do not exist in real space. They exist only in the Warp, but can be summoned in and manifested. And then they go around and they kill people and they torture people and they flay them alive and they like do awful things because they're demons. However, hive fleets of the Tyranids, these bugs, are going around as effectively the apex predator of the universe and eating everything. So this psychophage walks up to you and goes, "Hello, I would like to induct you into a gene stealer cult." And haha, JK, I'm not a gene stealer. No. And then it eats you. Right? That's how a psychophage works. So the Tyranids, they fly from planet to planet, they go to a planet. No. They eat everything. And then they back off. They go to the next planet. No, and back off. What happens if a planet has a bunch of demons? If a planet has a bunch of demons, then a bunch of demons killed a bunch of people. There's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of biomass. Tyranids don't have that much to eat. So the Tyranids go up and they go, no. Blah, 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 blah. Because if you eat a demon and it's not native to real space, it like kind of like disappears when it dies. So you can't eat it. So if I'm a Tyranid and I'm attacking you with this Screamer Killer and the Psychophage, and you kill my Screamer Killer, and then I kill you and I eat you, I can't eat you and then make a new Screamer Killer because you disappeared. So the Tyranids ran into a logistical issue. They're like, it's not that they're scared of demons, it's not that they can't kill demons, it's not anything like that. It's literally, the whole thing with Tyranids is I go to a planet, I lose 10% of my biomass, and then I eat the entire planet, and I gain 20% of my biomass. So net gain of 10%. I grew larger. And I recovered my losses. With fighting demons, I might lose 10% of my biomass, and I might only get back 5% of my biomass. I had a net loss of 5%. So how do we deal with demons? That's Hive Fleet Kronos. Hive Fleet Kronos is a specialized force. They are like the Chaos Navy SEALs of the Tyranids. The whole thing of Hive Fleet Kronos is that Psychophage, part of Hive Fleet Kronos, comes up. No. I eat a bunch of demons. I lose 10% of my biomass. Thank you, Butterscotch. Hi. No. It eats you. Then, from there, it lost 10% of its biomass. It only recovered 5. It's down 5% of its biomass. This Screamer Killer is part of Hive Fleet Leviathan. It goes around, it finds 5 worlds. It eats one. It eats one. And it destroys all of the defenses and then leaves the 5th. So then now, Hive Fleet Kronos can go up to that fifth world, no, and eat the fifth world with no issue, no loss of biomass, literally just a gain of biomass. So now what happens is that Hive Fleet Kronos, its entire deal is that it doesn't fight standard planets, it only fights chaos. But then other Hive Fleets go ahead and they purposely dismantle all of the defenses, they cripple the supply lines, they remove all communications, and then they just leave planets sitting stranded in space with nothing to support them. And then Hive Fleet Kronos comes by and it's a little snack for free. And then Hive Fleet Kronos goes and loses a bunch of soldiers, loses a bunch of biomass, loses all of its resources fighting demons that Leviathan doesn't want to fight. So Hive Fleet Leviathan and Hive Fleet Kronos work together and shore up each other's weaknesses. And I think that's really cool. Don't forget the Shadow and the Warp. I'm keeping it simple. I'm keeping it fairly straightforward. We want to get in the Shadow of the Warp. That's where we get into the Neuro Tyrant. Hey, a skeleton. That's so interesting. I know! And that's why I love Kronos so much. So, that's one idea. We could make Kronos. That is an official Hive Fleet. That is one of the official Hive Fleets. Also, their gun line. The official Hive Fleet Kronos, because Chaos, they're demons. Demons really like running up against you and ripping out your throat. So, you see all these like wicked kind of like that they got. Yeah, actually, I'm over here. I'm being attacked. They, Hive Fleet Kronos, prefer guns. Because if I am a Tyrannid and I'm running up and I'm stabbing you, and you run up and you chain axe me, and then you tear off my arm, and then I kill you, and then I can't eat you, I lost my arm and I can't get it back. However, if I, from 15 feet away, shoot you and kill you before you get to me, I don't lose that arm. So Hive Fleet Kronos is atypical. 1, because they don't fight standard planets. 2, because they specifically fight demons. And 3, they have changed their entire tactics in order to fight from range. They specialize in ranged Tyrannid warriors and Termagant swarms where they just like gunline you. Because if I have 50,000 Cornate Berserkers charging the enemy forces, if they can kill 30,000 of my Cornate Berserkers before we hit their lines, they have saved significant quantities of biomass. The Hydralisk spammers, exactly. I've been playing, okay, not like in the past like month, but like I've been playing fairly recently original StarCraft Classic, because like if you have a BattleNet account, you get that for free. I didn't know you also got Brood War for free, which I'm so happy about because I grew up with Brood War. And I generally play Terrans. Growing up, I used to play Zerg, but more recently I've been playing Terrans. And all the AI does is Hydralisk spam. If you fight AI Zerg, all they do is Hydralisk spam. Brood War, Brood War, Brood War. Can't eat psychic energy, but I can't eat the planet as psychic enemies are infesting. True. Real scale StarCraft 2 campaigns win. I have never played StarCraft 2. I played StarCraft 1. And I think I beat the campaign for it like again like 18 years ago, like 15 years ago, like a ridiculous, like older than some of you, which is kind of scary. I don't think I've ever played StarCraft 2. And I don't think I've ever played Brood Wars campaign, because every time I played campaign 1, I think I got to the Zerg and I didn't beat the Zerg or something. I definitely beat the Terran campaign, because it goes Terran, Protoss, Zerg, or does it go, no, it goes Terran, Zerg, Protoss, and then it goes Protoss, Terran, Zerg, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I've definitely beat the first Terran campaign, and I beat whatever the second one was. I don't know if I've beaten the entirety of StarCraft Vanilla. Goth baddie hands confirmed. No. Listen, again, I did these nails last night because I'm like, I've been wanting to paint my nails, and I haven't, and I'm going to be doing a hand cam soon, so I might as well. And I messed it up, but honestly, not as bad as I thought. So, speaking of StarCraft, have you heard of the new StarCraft miniature game? I have not, no. Just sniper nids? Exactly. I mean, it's not even sniper nids. Like, you have like artillery pieces, like with the barb gaunts. You have just like whole gun lines of like just line infantry with the Termagants. Also, I'm sorry if my camera quality is not the best. This is like the webcam I use. So if this is not the best camera quality. Also, you let me know if I do this. Does this work better? Or does this? Or does this? Or does this? I, in my view, think this is probably the best. But you let me know if a different lighting quality prefers. Honestly, you know, it would go crazy. I would go crazy. Crazy. Hey, Nids, my favorite hungry little guys. Exactly, Stellar. What was I talking about? I was talking about StarCraft. Era, may I use your hands for a meme? Sure. Yeah, my go-to is just like, rock on. Low intensity light. That's what I was thinking. An SSC spin-off homebrew that's like a special research division that does insane biotech. Yeah. Happy medium for lighting. Not too dark, not too bright. It looks good at the moment. My issue is when I start painting, which speaking of, oh, right. I remember. I was going to show you off the other ones. So idea 1, High Fleet Chronos. I love High Fleet Chronos. They're really cool. Idea 2, Alpha Legion colors. Because if you don't know, I'm a huge Alpha Legion stan. I am Alpharius. And this is directly inspired by Rory, where Orston VT, friend of the channel, he had an army which was orcs that was a snake bites army, which is like the beast nagas, is the ones that they wrangle animals. And he told me about a army that he had where he used Tyranid models but ran them as boys, because the whole idea is that a weird boy subsumed the hive mind of a local splinter fleet, and so the weird boy, who was his warlord, was acting as the psychic conduit of all of the Tyranids, because they're all hive mind. So they all listen to the psychic entity that like lives in all of their brains. And he was saying the orcs, one of them accidentally took that over, and then because they're all wild and crazy anyway, they just run with it. And I've told him this. I've told him this explicitly. That was the closest he's ever been to like unironically rizzing me up. That was like him just info dumping. That was unironically the closest he has ever come to legitimately rizzing me up, which I found very funny. You can't find your gloves? No! Erolfrius? Alferois? That's a fun idea. I know. The wall synapse. Hey, Dark. So, my thought process is my army that I could do with Tyranids. Paint them all turquoise, like the little dude right there, right? Have them green highlights, and it would be lore-wise, the idea would be the Alpha Legion, which is all about misdirection, trickery, subterfuge, not being seen. They would send this, like they took over this hive fleet. They did something with it where they lead this hive fleet to targets they want to destroy. So they will take a planet and they'll be like, okay, so this planet, they send the hive fleet towards it. The hive fleet goes, no, eats everything there, and then they leave. And then the Alpha Legion rolls up and like loots all of like the destroyed buildings and like torn down structures and whatever, because the Tyranids will eat literally like the microbacteria. The Tyranids will drink the water dry, will consume the atmosphere until it is an asteroid the size of Earth. And that does leave like underground bunkers, but it doesn't leave any biological material in them. So I think that the Alpha Legion would most use this for, hey, here's a forge world. We're going to send the Tyranids to it. The Tyranid is going to kill all biological life. They're going to like consume all of the heat of the entire planet. Then they're going to leave. And then we go in and we take this data slate that we want. So that's idea 2. What was idea? Oh, and then idea 3. Idea 3 I had was we just do it arrow colors, right? We just do it like the jacket. We do it with the hair. Like we just do black, gold, gray. We make this arrow kisser colored. We make all of the little termagants we make you arrow kissers, so you would just remain black, but I'd give you big white eyes, and I'd give you big gray guns. You just got back Wise Arrow in a chart? Don't worry about it. Neko made this, like, a year ago. Gotta do the Alphinids. The Alphinids would be so silly. Also, what was this? What was this I saw before? High Fleet Tiamat? High Fleet Tiamat, I just saw the wiki page, because I was looking up Chronos for painting references. Tiamat is white and blue, right? White undercoat, blue carapace? Remember to like and subscribe because Arrow's too shy to remind everyone. No! I am too shy for that. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really... I was way more nervous for this. This is like the most nervous I've ever been for a stream. Even more than like my first stream that I ever did. Even more than like when I celebrated 10K. Like celebrating 40K and doing a hand cam reveal and painting. Like I legitimately have been super nervous. So I'm gonna try my best. Arrownids, like and subscribe and comment, engagement, go burr. Thank you, Annabelle. Also, I have never said this because I thought it would be weird and kind of parasocial, but like Annabelle, rock the Doki. Because like I remember commenters, right? If you comment regularly, I probably recognize your profile picture, if not your name. And so there's a couple commenters who I see them comment, and I'm just like, it's that person again. You're doing great, thank you also. I just hear Arrow, why are you in a jar? Don't worry about it. I just said don't worry about it. That's a reference image. Would we prefer this one as a reference? Oh my gosh. He's old. Ah! Okay, wait, let me just transform this. Would you prefer this as a reference image? I could give them all jorts and thigh highs. Is that what we want? Yeah, so real quick, because I didn't mention this. This, as well as the thumbnail art, this is from the amazing Bo Barley over on Twitch. She's so cool. She made this as a part of like, I think it might have been her 2K on Twitch celebration, where she was celebrating all of the homies. Oh, my camera is shifting. That is a bad thing to be happening here. Please hold. Because I don't want it to like show off my face. If it shows off my face, no, it didn't. Heads up. If there's any oopsie, no, it didn't, and I'm just gonna blur that from the VOD. But outside of that, it'll be ours. We do not oppose jorts and thigh highs. See, that's the thing, right? Like, I could just do. So I could do like thigh highs on this, like going up to like this section, or let me grab a thinner one, up to like this section. We could have jorts coming down here. We'd have the jacket going down to like that section. The tail would be something funky. The gun would probably just be like gunmetal gray. We could have hair that's like black. No face to be here, nothing to see. Exactly. Which, like, I will say, just in case anyone was wondering, when it comes to, like, face reveal or whatever, I'm less inclined to be super protective than, like, a corpo VTuber, because I don't have any, like, contract stuff that I have to worry about. It's really just kind of privacy and shyness. Like, I'm not gonna lie. So, like, obviously I'd prefer to keep my anonymity. 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 Anonymousness. Thank you. That's what I'm going with. Swarmlord. I was also thinking Swarmlord. I could do like Arrow, and then the rest I could do like High Fleet Chronos. Anonymity? Okay. You're not allowed to bully me if I have hand cam. If you bully me, do you want to know what happens? Hand cam goes away. Our stream is... Hey, guys. So I'm painting right now. Oh my gosh. I'm doing so well painting this Termagant. Wow. This Termagant looks so good right now. You don't even believe what you're looking at. That's what it will be if you make fun of me. If you tease me, I will just retreat into my shell of not showing off. Wait, why do people want the hands so bad? Should I become a hand cam streamer? Do people want the hands in particular? Is it the nails or is it the arm warmers? I thought you were gonna punch us, the camera. No, if I punch the camera, then I might have to buy a new camera. I'm too strong. I would break it in one punch. It's both. It can be two things. It's both. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess if you want to make fan art, let's go. Aerodorable hands. You wouldn't mind a transition to this? I mean, like, what I will say is that now that I've shown this off, I have... Like, I have more minis than I plan on painting today. We can do more mini painting streams. The issue is I don't know what else I would do with my hands, right? It's probably both for folks. I mean, to be fair, the reason I did this is because I like this. I like the arm warmers, I like the nails, and I thought it would fit. Yeah, I play with my cheeks sometimes. I like put my hands on my cheeks and go. Just do what you're doing. The movements are. What do you mean? I can cross my arms now, and you can see. Oh my gosh, it's like a Chinese finger trap. My arms are stuck. Oh, I ripped them out. I have no more arms. So what are we doing? I think what we do, I think to start, if nothing else, we could pivot later. I think to start, we do High Fleet Chronos, right? I think we at least start with High Fleet Chronos, and then what we could do, we could add in hints. For instance, my buddy had Space Marine. He painted them Ultramarines. And because Ultramarines are blue, he decided that on the shoulder piece of one of them, he would put the Hydra symbol, because why not? And obviously, the Alpha Legion should never be in their full regalia and armor, because that defeats the purpose of being the Alpha Legion. So it could make sense that the lore behind this is that a splinter of Kronos, which is itself a splinter of Leviathan, could be under the corral and direction of the Alpha Legion. Put the Thias and Jorts colors on the tail too. I think we make the Swarm Lord curse. However, I want to build up to that. So I have a question for y'all. Neurogons. Smash or pass? That's not what my question was. My question was, I don't care about Neurogons. I don't field them. I only ever substitute them. Termagants, I also substitute, but these substitute way easier for something like Gene Stealers. These are more usable. I actually plan on using my Termagants when I field them. So Termagants are easier to paint, but they are slightly less useless to me. So I'm wondering, do I practice painting on the Neurogons, which I don't care about, or do I practice painting on the Termagants? Smash Wade? I mean, like, okay. Assuming this... Well, actually... I think a Termagon is, like, short person sized, right? So, I feel... Okay. I would feel weird with the Neurogaunt because it's so tiny. Like, even if it's, like, a consenting partner that is of the age of majority in Tyranid kind, and it's an enthusiastic participant, I would feel kind of weird because it's, like, unironically, like, half my height. The Termagant, at least, is like, oh, yeah, it's like a 5'10 king. It's a 5'10 queen. Like, or it's a 4'10 queen. It's a 4'10 king. Like, at least then it's like, oh, yeah, I'm like a foot taller than you, but you're, like, normal person size. If they pass the Harkness test, exactly. So you get it. Not caring about the little guys is a certified D-face moment. Okay, how many of you here desire, independent of what you actually are, to be under 5 feet tall? How many of you desire, you want to be like 4 foot something? You want to be like a 2 foot goblin? You want to be like small enough to fit in someone's pocket? How many of you does that describe? Gosh, this camera. keeps shifting, and I am legitimately kind of concerned, which justifiably. You're happy where you are? That's good. Is that their height while still hunched? Like, yes, it is their height while hunched, but do you see that, like, this body shape looks like it's built for hunching? Is that just me? Like with the carapace, that implies to me that it's, like, permanently hunched forward. You're an Amazonian 5'11"? I'm 5'11" too, that's not Amazonian. In the very limited game experience I had, the Termagants had been a single disappointment. They have absolutely no DACA. The Termagants disappoint me. Each of these Termagants, their standard weapon is an Assault 301. Assault means that they can advance and shoot. So, like, you can move, and if you advance in your move, you move a little bit extra, but normally you can't shoot or charge. Assault allows you to shoot with their advancing. So they're really good at closing the distance and then firing. 301 means that they have a I think they're BS4 301. So, because I think they're a 4-up army. So BS4, they have a ballistic skill of 4. They need to roll a... Where? There it is. Why did I think this was a good idea? I was like, I can just grab a die. This is what I roll in my cane sessions. This is the risk die that I roll. And it was given to me by someone I was staying with when I first came to California, because I ran Lancer for him. So if I'm rolling to shoot you and I'm a Termagant, I rolled a 2. That is not a 4 or higher, I miss. I rolled a 4, that is a 4 or higher. Okay, so now my strength 3 weapon, I shoot you. You have a toughness of 3. 3 equals 3, I need to roll again and get another 4 up, because our strength and toughness are equal. If you have a T4, if your toughness is 4, my strength is less than your toughness, so I need to roll a 5 or higher. Meanwhile, if my strength is greater than yours, so you have toughness 2 and I have strength 3, then I only need to roll a 3, right? However, if my strength is twice your toughness, then I only need to roll a 2. So if you have like a strength 1 or a toughness 1 and I have a strength 3, but if you have twice toughness my strength, I need to roll a 6. So that means strength 3, if you have a toughness 4 or higher, which I want to say 80 to 90% of models in the entire game have a toughness of 4 or higher, I need to hit you, I need to wound you on a 5 up. And then, if you have a toughness of 6 or higher, which I would say maybe 60% of all models in the game have, I have to wound you on a 6. I got a 5. So this would wound you if you had a toughness of 5 or lower. Which, like, hey, most Marines have a toughness of 5 or lower. Terminators have a toughness of 5 or lower. Cool, I got it. And then I have 0 armor penetration, which means if you have a save that you need to make, so I shoot you and you have a save of 3+, you roll. If you get a 3 or higher, you take no damage. So, like, you rolled a 6, I deal no damage. So Termagants they're the las guns, which is why I can't play guard. I would love to play guard, I can't play guard. As a Necron player, I only pay attention to 6s for Tesla and Gauss rending. That's so fair. I can't blame you for that. I'm fine with my height because I get to make 6-foot jokes and have them be true. Oh my gosh. Okay, I say let's start painting. What paints do we want? I set up a blue because that was like for my Alphanids idea. So I have 3 metallics down here. Aside from that, I have some browns. I think I grab a red. Like, do I mix red? I mean, red and blue is purple. I gotta have it be like red. So like, here. So High Fleet Hydra. Right. Or High Fleet Kronos. as you can see, it kind of has this heavily Hydra has this black undercoat and then red carapace on top. So if I'm painting this, the black primer basically already covers this, right? The black primer already has this covered. So I'm doing the top coat of this chitin, and then I'm also doing the exposed flesh underneath. And everything I've seen involves highlights. Everything I've seen online involves doing highlight colors. Toxic green. I mean, we could do like. I mean, what we could do is we could do like a purplish. We can do a blue. In the flesh of the undercarriage of the skin, we could have it be a blue. I mean, we could probably do like a white for the claws. I understand that it's more of like a turquoise, which is kind of like in line with what Alpha Legion is. Let's just rock those real quick. So, bone white. We can do a bone white. I think what we do, I'm going to open up the red. I don't know if you could hear that crackle. Yeesh. Did you hear that squelch, that squirt? Okay, so I have one of my brushes. I have many brushes. Because I got a bulk pack. This has a little bit of blue in it. It should be fine because I did rinse it. I will rinse it again. And I will... I mean, like, do we want to soften the red? Thank you, I worked very hard for it. Listen, that's all you need to do. That's what you need in life. Do I soften the red? I want to see... When I take this turn in, I'm going to mix this into the body of the paintbrush. And then I'm going to, I think, test it on me. How does it look? That seems fine to me. It seems a little watery, actually. Like, is that just me or is that a bit thin? If you know painting, please tell me. Try a dull red. You can always put brighter on it. I only have one red, is my issue. I don't have like a matte red. I want watery. Okay. Well, time to start on this. I'm going to start on the head. So you let me know if you can see those. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Seems a bit thin. That's my thoughts. How would I thicken this? Do I just add more paint? Oh, wanna know what it is? Okay. Nope, that's still really thin. Come on, you can be thicker than that. And I do that, kind of get off the excess, and then I mix it back in, and then I test on myself. That seems significantly better. Is it an air color? I don't know what that means. This is Bloody Red from Vallejo. It is the game color. So let's, before this dries on me, just kind of wipe it off. Hello, Call Me Fox. Yes. Okay. Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay. We're pogging. No. My hand's gonna start shaking. Okay. I think this is... Also, before you ask, no, I don't have a thinner, more tapered brush. I don't have like a hair one. Would it be okay if we post some models that we have painted in the server? Yeah. So that would be either an Analog Games, which is all about like board games and whatever, or it could be an Original Works because it's an original work of yours. You painted it. Why are my feet so cold? Oh my gosh. This is the coldest May ever. I'm so pissed it snowed 2 days in a row. Listen, like, what was it, like 2 months ago? There was a massive snowstorm that hit the Northeast. And I was like, I missed the first massive snowstorm in multiple years by moving across the country like a couple months prior. And I was so upset. Okay, so you let me know if you can't see this and I'll try to change my angle. So my thought process is I've heard thin your paints and then 2 base. So I'm not too worried about this like being solid. I'm more worried about not getting the red on areas it shouldn't be. Sorry, I'm locked in on this first one because I want to see if I'm doing it correctly. And then after that, I will be actually entertaining. So in the meantime, I encourage you to, I don't know, say something about this stream that you weren't expecting. I'm sure there's something. There's hands or nails or otherwise. Okay, so we got the backline carapace, although I'm going to touch up the spines. You didn't expect hands? I mean, how else would I paint? What happened to April showers bring May flowers? There are no flowers everywhere. Everything is dead. Well, that's because April showers bring May flowers. May flowers bring pilgrims. Pilgrims bring smallpox. So everything died. Clearly. Someone wasn't raised in the American education system. I was not expecting pretty nails. Thank you. I would not call them pretty, given that they're very scuffed. But the kindness... I'm trying my best to just accept kindness and move on. I don't know about you. I really struggle with that. I don't think that's come through. I don't think anyone knows that I really struggle with kindness. I think that's a bit of a anomaly in this community that no one has really seen from me before. So if you're shocked, please don't feel bad. But yeah, I really struggle with accepting kindness. So I am just going to accept the compliment as best I can because I like my nails. I've been wanting to do my nails for years, and I just finally got the opportunity. Air record exists? Yes. You weren't expecting to see the entity behind me? You can't trick me. I know the Hat Man ain't real. I got drinks with him the other night. It's really awkward for me because I don't drink. That's unironically like one of my biggest... Like one of the biggest things that makes me sad about not drinking is not that I've never been drunk. It's that I can't go out drinking with people. Like I can, it's just so boring because they're out like drinking and trying different things and experimenting and whatever. And I'm just like, man standing emoji. I think I got all of the carapace outside of the hooves. I think the hooves are going to be different color. I think like right here on the top of the gun, that might be carapace. I mean, because this is all biological, right? What are we feeling? What are we feeling? Your nails look great. Thank you. You're just a hater, so it works out. Hey, everyone did a good job on their first try and a good job in general. No one could ever know. Shut up, okay? Yeah, so I'm gonna let this dry. And I think that we just started another one. Oh. Do we just start another one? The Hatman owes me $40 and Mothman stole my wife. Okay, listen. If Mothman, like, is a homewrecker to you, I'm not going to say you deserve it. But what I am going to say is, can you blame him? Like, can you blame your prospective partner? Also, should I not be doing the chitin first? I feel like I do the flesh first. And then I do chitin on top of that? What's the order of operations here? I assume flesh first, then chitin, then highlights? Okay. In that case, I'm going to make this purple. Oh my gosh, I'm Yusuke Kitagawa from the hit game Persona 5. I'm doing my painting. And I'm going to do this. What should I make the flesh colored? I mean, oh, right. I'm doing the chitin because the flesh I'm just treating as black. So that's fine. Right? Like if I want the flesh to be black and it's already primed black, I don't need to add anything, right? I mean, maybe I could add some highlights. And there's some like I saw this in a guide. Like on the arm here. I don't know. I don't think the camera's picking that up. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. But like on the arm here, there's like exposed flesh, like inner rib cage stuff or like muscles. And that is something that I would love to paint a different color. I don't have a thin enough brush for that. The order of operations is PEMDOS. Have you considered not doing that, like, ever? You come to my stream and you bring up PEMDOS on the day of my daughter's wedding. Oh, I did consider putting a little bit of like paint here or something, or like a little bit of white around my ring finger to try and convince people that I was married. Like I thought it'd be really funny to just start a conspiracy theory that like I have a secret spouse that I'm just keeping from you. I thought that would be really funny, but I forgot. I'm not gonna lie. Like I just like I had the thought. I'm like, that'd be really funny, and then I just didn't. Which, like, in fairness, if I was married, I probably wouldn't mention it because it's none of your business. But I do think it would be funny to start that crack theory. Have I eaten today? I had a croissant. Oh, I could have had some. Oh, I had some strawberries. I could have had some yogurt. We got some granola. We got some chocolate granola that we can pair with yogurt. Like, do I need to do like that so you can probably see it? Like, it looks way thinner on camera, I think. Oh gosh, I'm being too liberal. I need to be conservative. The gays are ruining America. I can say that I'm gay. Gosh. Let me get that shoulder pad. Oh yeah, look at that shoulder. Look at that shoulder pad action. What am I doing? Who am I? I'm painting minis and I'm talking as if it's interesting to watch. Arrow, I can't say that. I can say that. I can say the F slur. I don't, because I don't curse, but like I can. Who else up ruining the America? Okay, in fairness, like, depending on who you ask, a lot of people. So, like, solidarity in, like, ruining America. Okay. Oh, this is getting kind of thin. Do we need to add more paint? Nope. Yes? Like, See, I don't know what's too much is my issue. Because, like, this is kind of watery now. So I think that means I need more bloody red. Arrow demonetized speedrun. Listen, if I lose monetization for that, I'm gonna say it's homophobic. I'm gonna apparently, on Twitter, now known as X, it is a legitimate strategy to like get your account back if you were suspended by saying that Antifa mass reported you. Like, regardless of what actually happened, if you just say Antifa mass reported you, it apparently like pretty consistently gets you unbanned. Fun fact. I have not tried this. I am speaking hearsay and heresy. Is this? I think that's all the chitin. It seems so thin. Like, obviously I'm going to go through with a second coat, but This is why I'm doing Termagants first, because if my Termagants get screwed up, I don't really care. Whereas my Psychophage, I don't care about the Psychophage mechanically. It's a cool model, and I use it to represent other large monsters. Similarly, my Screamer Killer, I often substitute it as like a Norn Assimilator or a Norn Emissary, because I think the Norns are really cool. Not because... Actually, I think I most often substitute as a Winged Tyranid Prime, or not Winged Tyranid Prime, Winged Hive Tyrant, because like the Screamer Killer is not that good. However, it's got big wide wings, so if this is like filled with skin, it would be like wings. I just prefer those others mechanically, and I have very limited resources. So if I play with a friend, I'll just like, hey, can I subs this? And then he's like, sure. But I also haven't played 40k in like a year and a half. Can I paint one of the little guys as a Teto? How would I do that? Like legitimately, all I know about Teto is that she has the drill hair, which I would say is red, but that's not even consistent because I've seen her with purple dreads, or the drill hair. I've seen her with purple drills a lot of the time. Like to the extent that I legitimately at this point don't know if there's been like a lore update for her with the Synth V. Although I will say, I think I've listened to more Teto than Miku. Crazy, I know. Because I'm not someone that like considers myself into Vocaloid by any means. Oh, sorry. I'm slightly out of frame. Simply scream. Like don't type in chat, but just like scream into the void when I am not properly showing off what I'm painting. And I will just feel your energy. And should I feel merciful, I will oblige. This is not a guarantee. This is a request. I need you to beg me, and then I can deny you. I really gotta watch what I say. The allegations. Biblically inaccurate Teto. She is red. All else is propaganda. I don't know. There have been multiple different incarnations of her. Like multiple different songs of hers that I've seen her in the MV where she has purple hair. I think literally one where I think it was a Minimum Rage where she like takes off her red hair like as a wig and puts on the purple hair. Which like in fairness, that could just be one artist's interpretation of that. Which personally, I prefer the red hair because it is a stronger contrast to Miku, who, if you're talking about Teto, you kind of can't avoid talking about Miku. In the same way that if you talk about Akita Neru, you can't really avoid talking about the rest of the Triple Baka squad. But I feel like Teto has been set up as, and has kind of come into her own as, a rival of Miku. And so you can't really like not mention Miku when you mention Teto, outside of like, oh, hey, did you hear this new Teto song? Like, yeah, I did. Really good. But if you're talking about Teto as a character, I think you kind of gotta reference Miku. Which, in fairness, you could say the same about like any Vocaloid, so it's not special, but like Teto in particular has a very complicated relationship with Miku. Okay. As you can see, I'm getting faster at this as you get more confident. Also, probably I'm getting sloppier. I assume this is dry now. Yeah. So I'm going to go back to this one, and I'm going to do a second coat of literally the exact same spots. Well, you have to talk about Miku when you talk about Teto, they're dating. You can't say that. I will believe you, right? Do I need more paint? I feel like the answer is almost, like the answer should almost always be no, you don't need more paint. But I feel like I do need more paint. Like, gosh, this is after 2 coats. Wait, are they, are they actually? Ah! Every Miku, that's fair. That's fair. Every Miku is canon. This is her world and we're just living in it. I, for one, accept our Miku overlords. I need to just... I feel like I added too much water or something. Or maybe it's at the paper... Well, no, it is. Might be the paper towels. I'm going to go grab some more paper towels. And... Okay, so my diagnosis is this is too wet. So I'm going to add. Maybe I should have added it on top. Oh no, I got some water on my desk. Is that the solution? Is it? Let me try squeegee. Like, is this proper diagnostics that I drained a little bit of the water from my sponge because I didn't know how much water to add to it? I added some more paper towel, so that should dry this a little bit because it's getting wet. I think that's my problem. Because if I go, yeah, that's back to being a bit thin. You just watch someone drive into a wall. Oh no. In my experience with Vallejo paint, it's just that it requires very little to almost... Oh, okay. That's good to know. I see enough Miku x Teto Yuri for it to have been manifested. That's a dangerous game you play. That is a dangerous game you play. Because I have seen Yuri as well. That does not make it true. However, depending on how delusional I am, I might be able to manifest it. I want it to be damp, not actively wet. See, I damped it, and then it didn't seem wet enough, so I added some more water, and then I just squeezed some of the water out. I'm glad that I'm watching this so I can catch these hands. Yeah, y'all are catching these hands. How do you feel about that? Okay, I'm gonna go back to this. Like, and again, I feel embarrassed because this is kind of going silly and I'm kind of getting stuff wrong. This is a learning experience. In case you need a reminder, the first step of being good at something is sucking at it and trying your best. So even though I'm failing, I am failing forward. These are my daily affirmations that I tell myself because if I don't, it will feel silly. Move forward a bit. Sorry. It needs a third coat. But, like, I still see the primer underneath it. Like, I don't know if this is coming up that well, but like you can still see the black. Being a little arrow silly is allowed. This is true. Being arrow silly is part of the culture here. I will say, I've talked about this before. I do kind of love the culture that we've built here. Completely just like incidentally. Like, not only is there the whole like shooting people when they come here, at least in the Twitch stream. By and large, y'all are super creative. Even if like you're not an artist or whatever, you still probably are into TTRPGs. You still probably really like Magic the Gathering. You like fantasy, you like world building, you like storytelling. So like we have a community where the unifying factor obviously is the channel and me and like the videos, but also it's just being a creative. Oh my gosh, I keep getting moved further back. Oh. You're not creative? That's a lie. So, it's a community of creatives. And consistently, y'all keep being silly in the best ways. Which, real quick. So this one very clearly has a motorcycle engine based on the noise that's going on outside. It's very clearly more red. very clearly like has deeper color to it. I still feel like it's not. I feel like it's still kind of patchy though. Is my concern. Like the difference between these two, I can see it, and I can also see it on the recording. I feel like this one still needs another coat though, and I feel like generally it's only 2 coats. Arrow Kissers, the first VTuber started art guild. That would be pretty cool. Speaking of kissing, it's Yuri. They're Yuri now. I feel like you need to mark these 2 to indicate that they're in love. Like you need to give them like a pink little stripe to indicate that they're, you know, they're sharing biomass. Yeah, swapping biomass as a euphemism for swapping saliva. I called myself not creative before. It's just a matter of getting chokeslammed by the muses. Honestly, like I've been posting about this. I read a series recently called Imaginary. I picked it up on a whim at the library, and it's a headship about slice of life romance where the initial premise seemed to be that it was like childhood friends to lovers, and the core theme was going to be like the imagination of the 2 of them and just expressing that as reality, right? It kind of dropped the imagination theme, which I was really disappointed by. I was really disappointed that it stopped being like, oh, this is they're talking about walking on the side of the curb, and if you fall off, you die. And they're trying to figure out like, well, what's the reason why you would die? And then they're talking about like, there's spikes everywhere. There's like an ocean that's like the tide is rising. They're surrounded by lava and like in the environment that changes to accommodate that visually. And I thought that was really neat. Seems a little bit thin, but like it seems mostly fine. Like it seems visible. I will also say it is richer off camera. It is very pale on the camera from what I can see. To me, it is much richer. So as I'm reading Imaginary, I enjoyed it. And I think that there's only 3 volumes out. And I read all 3 of them. I knew nothing about it. I was kind of disappointed that it dropped the theme of like demonstrating in real life what they're talking about as if it was real. But I did enjoy it. I thought that the romance was cute. I thought that the main lead was really pretty. At one point she cuts her hair, and like her with short hair is just like, she's so pretty. Like it ran into the same issue that I think a lot of slice of life romance runs into. I think a lot of romance in general falls into, where it particularly from the perspective of the guy, the female lead, really interesting, has interests, has hobbies, has like dedicated things she wants to do. Guy is just kind of like guy, you feel? Guy is just kind of like, oh, he's a good guy. And like, that's it. Like, he's a college age guy. He plays Smash Bros with his friends. And if you ask me to tell me like, if you ask me to like describe him and like give you personality traits, I could probably list a couple, but they're not what I think of when I think of him. Like when I think of Micah is the female lead. I know that she is like listless. I know that she is someone that is what? Where's the carapace on this? Did I mess up the carapace? Is this carapace? This is carapace. This is different. I know that she's listless. I know that she is actively like trying to make advancements in her life, struggling because of it. She moved from the rural area to the city, which again, like, is it just me, or does every slice of life Japanese story involve some major shift of city living and rural living, either to or from? Okay, I missed. Just think? I don't know. At this point, I'm just gunning it. Point being, Micah, I liked. female lead, I thought was cute. I thought that she had personality. It gave her a lot of time with her friends, which something I really liked about Imaginary. There was the female friend group, and there was the male friend group. There's the guy, there's the girl. The guy had his sister and his 2 friends, and he kind of interacted with the 2 friends, and he acted with the sister independently. And then the girl, Micah, she had her 3 friends. And so there was like probably 60% of the page time was devoted to just them hanging out with their friends independent of each other. And it made the friend groups feel more natural. It made the characters feel less like they only revolve around each other. The issue is that while Micah was going out and like doing karaoke with her friends, and while Micah was like talking about like college stuff that she was doing, I think his name is Sukusu, the main lead, the man. He was just kind of like playing Smash Bros and like talking smack with his friends, which didn't make me like or care about him like at all. Which, like, he's nice. He's not a bad guy by any means, but he falls into the trap that I think a lot of male leads, I should say, in romance fall into, which is just his personality trait is he's not a bad guy, which is a good personality trait to have, but that's not like an entire personality. And I've seen that done before, which was kind of disappointing. That being said, if you saw my posts on Twitter Blue Sky, you would know that I was reading that and there was random background lesbian that came up. And I was not expecting that because when I went to the library initially, I was with a friend. And I picked out like 3 separate things of manga. And 3 separate times I picked out Yuri that had explicit depictions of lesbian legs. And I was like, wow, I am touched by Sappho. I am simply the harbinger of Yuri. And I thought it was really funny. And then I ended up going with Imaginary, this headship, because the premise sounded interesting. And even though the premise didn't like keep up, I was like, hey, I'm still interested. I'm gonna still keep with it. There's background lesbians. There was background lesbians. I can't escape the Yuri if I tried. And the background lesbians was okay. So let me finish this up real quick. The scene. Sukusu, Micah. Sukusu goes out drinking. He just turned 20, because apparently I think the drinking is 20 in Japan. He goes out drinking. Goes with his like club mates and senpai, blah, 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 drinks for the first time, gets like drunk. Senpai confesses to him. We've never seen this senpai before. She just came out of nowhere and then she confessed to him, and he gets out of it by telling her, I have a girlfriend. Then he calls Micah. And Scoos and they're talking and she's like, are you drunk? And he's like, yeah, it's a great time. Hey, I want to take you out drinking. And she's like, I'm not 20 yet. He's like, yeah, for your birthday, I can come over to your place and like bring a bunch of alcohol and I like we can drink together. And so she goes, sure. And he admits that he confessed that he had a girlfriend, or he said he had a girlfriend in order to get out of his senpai confessing to him. And then basically it was just like him expressing that he was interested in her and saying like, hey, I want you to be my girlfriend, basically, because he was drunk. Fast forward. She turns 20. They go over. Arrow Puppet Show. Fine, I won't do it. They go over. They're drinking. He's showing her a bunch of different drinks. She's like, wow, you know so much about this. And he's like, not really. I've been out drinking like a single digit number of times and I've never been drunk before. I've only ever been tipsy. And so they're doing that. And then they're both like drinking. And then it's them talking. And there's like a panel like montage of like them like together. And it's like no text or whatever, just like empty speech bubbles to show time passing. And like they're laughing. And then like Micah's on the floor and like he's over her. And then she like wraps her legs like around his legs and like is on his lap. And then it's them like close together. And then it shows like just their heads as like he's right behind her and like they're all blushy and like you can see their breath. And then it's like a ding dong. And then they're like, whoop. And they jump apart. And so one of her friends comes by and is just like, hey, my coworker confessed to me what do I do? And then she's like, wait, your boyfriend is here. Let me go. I don't want to interrupt. And then basically it's revealed over the course of the conversation that they have is that Micah is like, hey, don't leave. I want a third person here because, like, hey, we're both drunk. If something happens, then like, blah, 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 blah. And then she's just like, okay, sure. And basically Micah is like, hey, I don't want anything to happen. And Sakusu, the guy, Micah like leaves, go to the bathroom or whatever, and she apologizes to Sakusu, and then he's just like, actually, if anything, I'm relieved because I was worried something was going to happen. And then the friend is like, what? And so Sakusu and Micah were both like, they're really interested in each other, but they neither wanted to rush it. So both of them got drunk as like a liquid courage kind of thing. And then both of them got cold feet. And so the friend showing up actually made both of them more comfy. But the friend feels really bad because she feels like she stepped in. And then she's telling about how like, oh yeah, at work, blah, 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 blah. This person, like this coworker confessed to me. And she didn't mention a name. And Sakusu has a friend who his whole thing is he keeps asking out girls and getting rejected. And he got a girlfriend and then immediately got dumped. So my first thought was, oh, this friend got asked out by one of Sakusu's friends. And it's going to be like, oh, our friends know each other kind of deal. No. Then I noticed that no pronouns were being mentioned. And I remembered that the friend worked at a pancake cafe where all of the waitresses dress up in maid uniforms. It's not a maid cafe. And they make that explicitly clear. But I was like, wait, her coworker, it's presumably a woman. She's not mentioning pronouns. Is this going to be a Yuri thing? And so she mentions, Micah's just like, well, like, hey, like, are you interested? Like, do you want to date this person? And then the friend is like, well, yeah, but I'd prefer a boyfriend over a girlfriend. And then Micah's like, oh, I suppose I didn't ask the most important question, did I? And so background Yuri. And it's kind of, I get the vibes of this is the character who constantly has been asking Micah and their friends, like, how stuff with their boyfriend has been and, like, trying to, like, tease them about it and, like, trying to, like, feeling really bad about all of her friends getting in relationships. I feel like she might actually just be a lesbian. And because she also, like, dresses, like, exclusively in, like, jeans and t-shirts and, like, she cut her hair short and, like, very stereotypically, like lesbian stuff or lesbian aesthetics. Even if, like, that is obviously doesn't make you a lesbian. If you are depicting someone in media and you're having a subplot revolve around a woman confessing to another woman, and one of them happens to fit certain stereotypes about lesbianism, I feel as though that's probably intentional. So my guess is that even though she's like, oh yeah, well, like, I prefer a boyfriend, I think that's like probably a little bit of internalized homophobia, but I don't know. Maybe not. Sorry, I'm fixing my camera. So anyway. Gosh. I don't want this to fall. That would suck. Hello? Okay. Anyway, so they don't do anything. Later, they meet up again and they're drinking again. And this time, they're talking, they're close. And at one point, Mike is on the floor, and then like Sakusu's like on top of her or whatever, because like he pushed her or like she pulled him over or something. And then they do this. And then they're staring at each other, right? They're on top of each other. And then they're talking, and it's like kind of flirty. And then it's a panel of them just like on top of each other. And it's a panel of Micah with her hands on the bottom of the hem of his shirt. And then the next page is them after having slept together. And I literally, like, my roommate was playing Bigotry. And I'm just like, I think the main leads just slept together. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah. Like I wasn't expecting that. And then I was like, okay, that's pretty tasteful. That's pretty like, okay, like it's very clearly like they're flirting with each other. I know they're interested. Right beforehand, she said something, which was, I don't know if I want to like sleep with him, but I want him to want me. And I was just like, girl, I feel you. And so like it was very clearly set up, and then it goes from there. Hey, Hydra. So it goes from there, and then they go to the store, and then both of them are thinking, oh, it was so bad for the other person, that's why they're not addressing it. So I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want to make it more awkward for them. And so both of them were like, I really enjoyed that, but it could have been better. However, I'm worried that they thought it was awful, so I'm not going to talk about it. So they go to the store, they're both in their own heads, and then they come back to this from the store, and Tsukusu, to his credit, like as a character, says, hey, I'm sorry if it wasn't that good for you. Next time I'll make it up. So just, I want you to know I am interested in it next time. I want it to be good for you. And then she's just like, wait, you thought for me? I thought for you. And then they do it on the page. And then I was like, what? And so, Booba was shown on page. They start to do it on the page. And then he's just like, sorry, like, when I'm sober, I need to get more in the mood, and like, I'm kind of out of it right now. This is so far out of my world. I know, right? So like, and actually it was very sweet, right? Because like, pulls up her shirt kind of deal, and like they're starting to get into it, and he's just like, I need more to get into it right now. I'm not in the mood because I'm sober and I'm really in my own head. I'm sorry. And there was this like actually genuinely sweet moment of just like, hey, they do the hanky panky and then they turn themselves around, and that's what it's all about. But then afterwards, when they try again, he stops it because he's just like, hey, I'm not comfortable with this because like I'm sober and I'm like overthinking it too much. And then she just kind of like comforts him. And I thought that was like genuinely really sweet. And then I read the afterword. You don't understand the tea on this afterward. So throughout the entire thing, I have felt personally that this manga, imaginary, very ADHD coded, right? It's very like jumps from one topic to the next, like doesn't really finish a conversation, but then loops back to it later. It feels very, the author has ADHD, the mangaka has ADHD, and is bouncing from subject to subject. And the use of the imagination as a means of expressing stuff is the mangaka's excuse to show off cool stuff. The mangaka in the afterword says their editor and fans were really scary, and they were pushing for the main couple to get together throughout volume 3. And they asked their senpai, another mangaka who's like their senior. And the mangaka was like, that's the breaks. That's the manga business. And so they felt pressure to rapidly escalate the relationship. And then they proceeded to spend like an entire page of the afterword apologizing because they felt bad that they feel they didn't do it properly and that it wasn't like the best way to go about it. And I felt so bad for this mangaka, where they're just like, hey, like, I know it feels kind of rushed, but like, I was trying to meet the expectations of my editor and the fans, and like, I could have done it better had I had more time, but I wanted to do what people wanted, and now I feel that I shouldn't have done that, so I apologize very deeply. And like, I was just like, I see you, I know you, I get you. And then they also said, apparently, the plan wasn't ever to get them together. They had no plan. They went in this with no plan, head empty, which like vibes. That's how I write. But apparently this romance slice of life series did not start with them getting together. Like did not start with them. Like the goal was not to get them together, which I was very surprised by because it was very clearly set up that both of them were interested in each other since the very beginning. And in like the volume 1 afterward, why am I not painting while I do this? I could just paint while I talk about all of this. What am I up to? Do I have to do another coat? Yes. I shouldn't do more than 3 coats, right? Is that the general wisdom? But yeah, so in the volume 1, they said like, hey, in making this, I wasn't sure where the plot was going to go. I wasn't sure if it was going to be more about their romance or more about like the imagination stuff. And and they felt that they should push it more in the romance angle, and they're like, I don't know if this is a mistake or not, but it feels like the right decision. And I was just like, no, I want more of the imagination angle, but okay, I'll stick with the romance. I showed you my pentagram. Please respond. So anyway, I read through all of this, and it was a wild ride. Like it was Mr. Bones' wild ride. It was kind of crazy. So now I'm reading Junji Ito, and the premise of Black Paradox, which I started reading, is 4 people meet up on a website called Black Paradox, where it is a site to talk about taking your own life. And so it's 4 people that want to take their own lives, and they meet up, and they recognize each other by all wearing black. And so they get in a car, and they drive out, and their plan is they're going to drive out to the middle of nowhere, hook up a hose to their car exhaust, and like pass out in the car, and like pass off, like pass on that way, all in a group, in a group taking their own lives. And in the car they start talking, and they're like, hey, like why are you doing this? Like we're all at the end anyway. We might as well share why we're doing this. Was it an anime? Is Junji Ito a Yuri author? No, Junji Ito is famous for like psychological horror, which I suppose you could say most Yuri falls into. You found the manga and the author? Yes. I don't know if that author has anything else special, but they did mention that apparently in their brain, they separate characters that they plan on depicting having relations like that from those that don't, which brought up the question, are they someone who, like, they have experience drawing that stuff? Which, like, fully for them if that's the case, but I was unaware of that. But so Black Paradox. The first chapter is this group of 4. They meet up and they're in the car and they're driving. And then they're all talking like, hey, why are you doing this? And one of them says, I have this sort of generalized anxiety around the future. I have this overwhelming feeling that I'm going to have disaster strike in my future. And so I have experience with having premonitions. And I don't have anything in particular. It's just, I am almost always right when it comes to this sort of thing. So I want to dodge these disasters by not being there for them when they hit. And then another guy is like, oh yeah, I feel that. I saw my doppelganger, and he looked at me and his eyes were filled with hate. And I have heard that should you see your doppelganger, you're going to die soon. So I figured I would simply take my own life first so it doesn't catch up with me. And then another guy was like, well, that's kind of crazy because I didn't see my doppelganger, but I work at a laboratory. I work at a university in robotics. And we decided that we were going to make the most humanoid robot possible. And we needed to model it off of someone. And based off of just like the vote of my peers, I was chosen as the model for this robot. So it looks like me, it talks like me, it acts, or it doesn't act like me, but like it is functionally a perfect replica of me. And I noticed that all of my friends, all of my peers started treating the robot better than they treated me. They all cared more about the robot than they cared about me. They all started treating the robot like the real me, and me like I'm an inconvenience. We're about to announce this to the media. So I figure before we do that, I'll just get out of the picture and let the robot take over, because clearly everyone likes it more than me. And then the final person says, well, I actually also have an experience of having another me. However, it's not quite as explicit as all of you. Every time I look in the mirror, I see that my reflection hates me and wants me to die. And it's because I have this giant birthmark on my face. And since we're at the end anyway, I might as well show you. And she pulls back her hair and takes off her sunglasses to reveal that like half of her face is like completely deformed. Right? Bad stuff. And she mentions like, oh yeah, like the entire right side of my face is completely deformed, but it's on the left side of her face. And I reading that, I was like, is that a translation thing? Is that just like she meant when you look at her face, it's on the right side, whereas it's not like the actual literal right side of her face. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. And then I moved on, and a car drives by as they're getting to the location. And in that car, the woman that said that she has like premonitions of the future saw the other 3 people in her car. And the woman who her reflection wants to kill her, her hair was covering the other side of her face. And that's when the woman who is like, hey, what's it called? I have visions of the future. I know I'm going to have disaster. She realized that, wait, she said the right side of her face, but it's clearly the left side of her face. It's like it's reflected in a mirror. And then they park. And then the guy who saw his doppelganger like pulls her aside as the others are like setting up the hose. And he's like, hey, I wanted to ask you something. Did you notice anything weird about the guy who saw his robot? And she's like, no, why? He's like, every time he moves, I swear I hear engines whirring and like gears turning. And then she points out like the thing with the reflection and shows him in a mirror that when she looks in a reflection, the woman doesn't show up. She has no reflection. And so they're like, they might be the reflection and the robot. And so they're like, let's get out here. So they run away. And then the other 2 start chasing after them. Are like, didn't you say you wanted to die? Like, we can grant that wish for you. And they're chasing after them. And the woman trips. She falls on the floor, but she picks up a rock and throws it at the reflection woman. And she shatters into broken glass. And then the robot leaps with a knife at the guy and stabs him in the face. But then he deflates and disperses in a cloud of darkness. Because he was an illusion, presumably the doppelganger. And then the robot turns to her and is like going to stab her. So she runs away, and then she finds another car and like runs up and is like, starts banging on, is like, please help me, please help me. And inside are the other 3 individuals with like the exhaust hose hooked up, trying to take their own lives. And they're like, why are you interrupting us trying to take our own lives? And then they see the robot chasing after her, and the guy who the robot is modeled off of is like, I thought you were supposed to be at the university. And then they get out of the car, and then the robot runs away. And then they're like, who are you? And she's like, I'm Masura, which is like her handle online. And they're like, Masura, we were waiting for you and you didn't show up, so we just left without you. We thought you bailed. And she's like, no, I got in the car with all of your doubles. And then so that's where the first chapter ended, where it's all of them have, or at least 3 of the 4 of them, have some kind of double that like she nearly like was trapped with or whatever. So the presumption I have is that the rest of this story is going to be them learning to live and want to live by solving this problem, by figuring out what's going on. And then they're going to die horribly because it's Junji Ito. That's my assumption. I think it's gonna have elements of a feel-good story that's gonna be torn away from you. That's a wild first chapter. It was crazy, and I read that before bed, because before I was reading Imaginary before bed. Now I'm reading Junji Ito before bed. Are any of them Irish? They're all Japanese. That's an amazing summary. I gotta read it. I mean, it wasn't a summary. It was more of a play-by-play. So that's just the first chapter. I think that... Please hold. That is just the first chapter. Black Paradox. So we have guy with the robot. We have woman who has half her face covered because of reflection. We have guy who saw his doppelganger. And we have woman who feels disaster. And it is 5 chapters plus a final chapter and a bonus chapter. What I read was just chapter 1, which I can't say the name of, which is why I keep saying taking their own lives. But like, that was my exposure to this. Honestly, very excited. I've heard great things about most of Junji Ito, so I want to continue. And like my local library doesn't have that much, but I can take a train nearby into the city and I can get library stuff. And there's a big central library, so that's really fun. Which one of them is a Tyranid? My guess is Masuda, because the others have a double and she doesn't. Dublin. Oh, is that why you were up at 1 a.m.? No, so I was up at 1 a.m. Why was I up at 1 a.m.? I mean, I normally go to bed at like 1 a.m. What was I doing? Setting up stream? I think I was setting up stream stuff. And then I went to bed. I read some Black Paradox. Yeah. I wonder if the psychic will die, but some others will live. It makes me feel like there also might be a romance. So the thing is, this is Junji Ito. Junji Ito is known for cosmic horror and horrible, like a shaggy dog story, the opposite of a feel-good story. I'm not going into this with any hope of any of the four of them surviving. I'm also not going in with any hope of any of the four of them, like, learning a lesson and growing as people. I'm going in like a Call of Cthulhu campaign. Are we gonna participate in Tom Bloom's Chicken Nugget Challenge? No, because I can't afford 100 nuggets. For those of you who don't know, Tom Bloom, creator of Lancer, or one of the co-creators of Lancer, sole creator of Kane, Icon, Malagas Magna, probably best known for Goblin with a Fat Ass, and he has a challenge where you have to eat 100 nuggets in a single 24-hour period. I hope one of them gets with their doppelganger. Wowza. Yeah, so Tom Bloom has a challenge where you have to eat 100 nuggets in 24 hours. And it's currently active this week. It started like a couple days ago. And you just have a week to like have one 24-hour period. Is that a challenge? Literally, it's a challenge. That's easy. What is the point? My record is 108. I mean, yeah, but it's also like, you're not going to do that unless you try, right? It's not impossible by any means, but it's also like, why would you do that? Can't say because Clash is here listening. Well, hello, Avery. Okay. What do we do now? I want to rock 3 models first. I want to run through 3 models, even though probably I should do the chitin of all of them. I want to get to the point where I can comfortably do these 3 models. So what are we doing next? The flesh is black, but we could add some highlights to it. I started reading Blades in the Dark and I noticed a lot of Kane seem similar. Yeah, Blades is a fun system that I want to get more into. I've only read the basic rules of like the Blade system, not Blades in the Dark specifically. And then people got really upset with the idea of in character creation, I can start with a faction that doesn't like me. That's so stupid. And I'm like, okay, then don't play this system. Like, if you can't handle politics, don't play the politics game. What? You silly. Do I do a question? Is this a dry brush? Or is this just a paintbrush? I think this is just a paintbrush. But like, if I do like, I could do some details. What would I do for the details? Like, I could do like splotting. I could do like stripes. I could just do like a single strip. So if I do like, just like down the center. Give them all cutie marks. Is that a My Little Pony thing? If you're having it, it's a paintbrush, but you could use it as a dry brush. I'll go listen to some music. Well, survive your exam. Any brush can be a dry brush. Got it. Edge highlights my beloved. That sounds horrible. Like, I can't even stay in the lines of what I'm coloring. Do you see this? They look a lot like makeup brushes. So what if I like... How would I do it? So if I want to do something like that, right? Should I grab, I don't know, like a yellow? Like I could mix some yellow with some red I mean, I have an orange, but like I could mix some yellow, like 1 part yellow, 3 parts red, and then I could like run down the back of this to just kind of give it some more texture. How do we feel about that? Alternatively, I could do like hydro colors. Dry brushing technique. I recommend zenithal priming if you have a spray. I do not have a spray, unfortunately. All of these are pre-primed because my buddy, who I bought them off of, pre-assembled, pre-primed them, and then he's like, I don't want these, I'm not gonna play them. Do you want them? And I'm like, sure. And then I bought them off him for $100. Have I ever heard of the slap cho method or painting over a zenithal highlight? I'm saying that as someone with mild hand tremors and a 2080 vision. Use a wash? I don't have a wash. I have Vallejo game color acrylic paints and like 3 metallic paints, and that's it. What I could do, I could just add like a little bit of metal. I add like a little bit of a metallic. In the same way, Blades in the Dark campaign, as One Piece, I'm playing a Hound with a Falcon. Oh my gosh. I'm going to... I think I grab a little bit of blue. And I mix this in with the blue. And then do I just do like a single coat of blue over the back? Just kind of give it some color? They're just very watered down acrylics. So if... So what you're saying is... do a wash on this. What color are we feeling? Because I could do like a yellow wash where I just take it. So like... would that be like I grab a new container, I put a little bit of yellow in, I put a little bit of water, and I mix it together, it's really watery? Dark red? So you'd recommend getting a separate little container, putting this in, putting some water in it. You get like a toothpick or something and run around the edges. Ooh, dinosaur stripe could be cool. I don't know how to describe beyond Jurassic Park T-Rex. Oh my gosh. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to... I guess I'm going to grab a new container, put this in it, put some water in it. That's what you're describing. Is it like 1 parts? There's specific pre-made? Yeah, so there are pre-made washes I could get. What would you recommend as a ratio? Like 1 part paint, 2 parts water? 1 part water, 1 part paint? Let me grab a little container. Wanna hop on stream? No? Well, I can't give you something like that. Oh, are you gonna come back? You wanna say hi? You wanna say hi? Oh, you cutie. Such a good girl. You're so cute. Yeah. Yeah. You're so needy. You're so needy. You're so cute. Yeah? Yeah, that's my leg. You done? You done? No? No? You come back for more? Can we get a cat reveal? Unfortunately, this is not my cat. This is my roommate's cat. So while I don't think there would be any problem with that, I would not feel comfortable making that decision for them. Where'd you go? Did you run? Bye. Say bye to cat. Oh, no, you're still here. Hi. You love chin scritches and neck scritches. So like I just like all day, every day. Do you think that you'd be good showing off a paw? You want to show off a paw? Okay. Paw reveal. How was that? Was that sufficient? You're so good. You're so good when I pick you up. Yeah, you hate it when people pick you up, but when I pick you up, it's all fine. You're so silly. Oh, right, I was gonna go get a wash. I got distracted by the cat. Do you want to sit up here? No? You're in the way? Okay. Have fun. 1 part paint, 3 to 4 parts water. Okay, I guess I'm getting another container. The cat can't paint Tyranids. Don't lose focus. I will lose focus all the time. So if I want to put in, I don't know, call it that much, right? When that much paint, I then proceed to fill it up to like there. Or that does not help. So if it's like that much paint. Woo! There. Arrow's lost focus multiple. Arrow never had focus to begin with. Let's be real. That's Kronos. Behemoth is red skin. Drops? What drops? That's too much? You said 1 part 4 part. Is that too much? I don't know how much paint I'm supposed to add. Is this entire time I'm supposed to be doing like 1 little tiny droplet? Okay, we have 1 more member of the stream right now. She's on my bed. And she's making biscuits. She's just kind of like playing with the blanket. She's gonna make a lot of wash. I hate spending money. You shouldn't have told me this. Like this much. Where I go. Like that. And my brew has been completed. I'm not painting it. Well, yeah, I'm not painting an army. I don't know painting. I just started. Which, in fairness, I am painting an army. I'm just not painting like full. I'm brewing. That's thick. Oh, that would have been very useful to know before I used up a bunch of paint. In fairness, I don't know if I'm... Oh gosh, that's drippy too. In fairness, I don't know how much of this paint I'm going to use. Now I feel like I'm wasting... Now I feel like I wasted a bunch of paint. Because I've been using like a little squirt every time I've been using this. It's a bit too thick, so I need to water it down more. I need more water. We do learn by doing. If you were a real painter, you would have already sold my soul for knowledge about painting. Cheers. Ugh. Tastes awful. You need a surprisingly small amount of paint for minis. If you're unsure, always go lower. That's good to know. Thank you, Marcy. I learn by doing, and ultimately, I think this isn't... Oh, gosh, whoops. Wrong paintbrush. Ultimately, I learned by doing. I feel really bad because I hate spending money, but I would not learn the correct method if I didn't make a mistake. And ultimately, this is not the worst decision. This is just a poor decision. I mean, I could just, you know? Appears concerningly close to Pepto-Bismol. I don't know what it is. My camera up here, everything is paler. Oh gosh. Everything is paler than it should be. Everyone throw money. Listen, if you throw money at me, I will feel awful. However, I understand that is kind of how the game's played. It's the lighting? I don't think it's the lighting. Because if I do that, like, it's still pink. Like, this looks red to me. You do look like you gave 0 blood. What? Oh, and painting. When you doubt, you can always paint something with a... That is true. The pale horse is coming. Paint mixing medium works better. I'm so confused. I'm just going to take this. And I'm going to put this. It's watery. That feels like not what it should be. Like that. 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 So if I do... Like, I understand the purpose of a wash. The purpose of a wash is I have a thinner paint that enters all the cracks and makes it look more uniform. I feel like... Do I dip it in? Do I dip it in and then I just kind of like do it immediately? I feel like that's too wet. I feel like I need to kind of like on the cardboard first, like, you know, and then do it. Or am I overthinking that? If I do, I'm just doing big, broad swoops of wash. And now, call me crazy. Do we also do a red wash on the skin? Because my thought process is I do a red wash on the skin. You like to super dry brush and leave cracks as details? Interesting. Honestly, like, the Tyranids, if I mess them up, I mess them up, right? This is like my first time painting minis in like over a decade. This is my first time painting Tyranids ever. I'm fine to like screw this up. I don't want to waste paint. How long does paint last after I open it? Because like paint goes bad, I know that. Like, how long does it last? Issue, I'm chipping. Do you see this? Like, do you see that right there? There's like that black dot there. I think washing it has removed paint. Yeah, washing it is removing paint. Is it not dry? It's been like 15 minutes. What the heck? What the heck? At least a good few years? I've been wasting years worth of paint. I hate myself. I'm going to commit Sudoku. I cannot afford to waste years worth of paint. Oh my gosh, I'm wasting 5-year-old acrylic paint. I could be using this in 5 years. I could have started with T-Sense. That is true. When doing a wash, it helps to have a second brush that's not wet. Oh, got it. Okay, so I have a question. Why is this breaking? Why is this like, it's now worse? Arrow, I'm learning. I am learning, but I wasted paint. I feel so bad. So like, oh, so I didn't need to add a bunch of paint earlier to my wet palette. It's just that my wet palette was too wet. Hear me out. That's better. What, the crack? Your paint isn't fully dry. The water's... How is it not fully dry? It's been like 20 minutes. I had a whole distraction. Yeah, they aren't matte blobs. That's why I only want to paint 3 at a time. Or maybe more than 3 at a time. But like, I only want to paint a couple at a time. So question. Do I make a bone white... So... What do I do? Do I grab like one of these? And do I use this with like some white? And I kind of just like... Kind of like... Dab, dab. Dab, dab. With like a white? Like a bone white? Do I grab another really tiny one? Like a thin one? And I just kind of like get a wash of white and I go like... Right? Because I'm wondering, what do I do from here? Because obviously there's the gun, there's the mouth, which I just do not have a thin enough... Like, I could take one of these, and I could, like, mutilate this where it only ends up having, like, this many left, kind of deal. Like, I could just absolutely annihilate this, because it's just a cheap synthetic brush. See what you like? That is true. That is true. I think I need to experiment. I think I need to be more comfortable. I need to stop asking you what should I do, and I need to just start experimenting. I need to be comfortable with failing. Failing is just scary, and this is directly like every ounce of paint I use is money. And now gosh, I'm such a silly. I can't believe I only need to use like a dot of paint. As long as you keep the cap, they should last years. If you have GW paints, try to transfer them out. Yeah, so I have Vallejo. I think what I do then is I think what I do then I think I move these out of the way. I think I set up my complete my drying minis here that aren't in the rotation. And I think I grab another 3 Termagants, and I think I just let it rip again. I think I do the exact same thing on 3 new Termagants, and I see how my technique continues. What kind of painter am I using? I am using Vallejo Game Color. It is just a whole pack of this. It's got all the colors in the rainbow. Or no, it doesn't. It's got 2 whites, yellow, orange, red, blue, green, green, yellowish, brown, brown, gray, black, metals. Because I knew that GW paints don't have the best reputation. And Vallejo was a name that came up pretty consistently. Then I found it, right? It was a matter of accessibility. I'm going to try these to be different. I'm going to start by doing a undercarriage. I'm going to start by doing the skin. The skin, I'm going to start by doing highlights. Is that dumb? You tell me if that's dumb. But I'm thinking I take a brush, I put bone white wash? Question mark? Put a wash of bone white on the bottom? Because like, what if I just... Okay, question. What if I just do the entire thing in like a wash of bone white, and then I do the chitin on top of the wash of bone white? That would cover the wash, which means that I don't need to worry about not hitting chitin. I'm gonna do my chitin last. It's all shiny and new and glossy. The wash gets in, gives some texture to the black. Goes super dry. That looks like a pretty strong starting hit. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. So how would I go super dry? Would I literally just like take something like this, like dry it out, and then just kind of like send it? If it's black, it won't really show. Let's literally take a tiny bit of paint, dry it out, then go for a couple strokes. If I take a bone white. Dry it out, so not on my wet palette. If you're trying to make your life easier, paint the hardest to reach area. Yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, criminy. Okay. Help. Okay, there, got it. Okay, so dry it. So like here, let it dry and then screw with it. I know you're saying if it's black, it won't really show. I kind of want to see if I can go subtle on the undercarriage. So like a drop. This is what you mean by a drop. Dry on the brush, wet on the palette. What the heck? Okay. So this is a drop. And now I just let this chill. Right? Is that what we're doing? No, just don't touch that. From here, I messed up the fog with a little soldering iron trying to remove the flathead pins. No! If you're looking to dry brush, add paint to your palette and then get it on a brush. After that, run it around on a napkin or a paper towel until... Oh, okay, so it's not that I let it dry, it's that I do this. So now there's barely any on this. And then I go through and I go like that. Oh yeah, so it's only getting the topmost like protrusions, but it's still getting them, right? So it's still like, if I do that claw, gosh, easy shadows. Right. So what if I just go evil? What if my strategy is just like only dry brush? How would that work? Like, what if I only dry brush this monster? So I go like... Yeah, that's dry brushing, all right. So what slap chop is essentially? Because like if I literally only dry brush this on a black prime coat, black is just shadow, right? So my justification is I don't need to do any other paints. So if I do this, suddenly it's like different, even though it's the same. So the difference, so I assume I only dry coat once, right? Now, crazy. I'm gonna do something stupid. Bear with me. I'm experimenting here, right? I'm going stupid, I'm going crazy. I did too much. No? Yeah, I'm not getting like any on this. I killed it. It's dead. If I do this. I mean, this looks kind of splotchy is my issue. I mean, okay, so I suppose what I could do is I could mix some red with some white or some red with some black. And then on top of my existing carapace. Right? So like this looks just like thin paint is my issue. Whereas this looks like it's dry brush. A bit more paint, I think. Yeah? You sure? Well, actually. So, I'm gonna do something, again. I'm going stupid, I'm going crazy. I'm going to take my red. I'm gonna mix it with some black. A very small amount. And only off to the side. Okay. One droplet. In case you don't believe. One droplet. This is what I'm supposed to be doing normally. This is the amount I'm supposed to normally be doing. Correct? I probably shouldn't have been dry, because dry brushing kills your brush, right? So I should... Probably should only dry brush with one of these. Oh well. Oh well. So, gonna do this. Makes it real good. Oh, just out of frame. So that's a very ready black. I'm going to kill, maim, burn. And then I'm going to go onto one of these. And how do we feel about... See nothing. I wonder if you can dry brush paper towel. Is it that I need a little bit more? Or maybe it's that there wasn't enough black? Because now it's... Like, it's already very thin. I think I need more black. But you said just a droplet. Or is it just a droplet for the wash? I'm confused. I assume it looks like the reference image. No, that's the thing. It's a bit too bright. I want to darken the carapace. The carapace to me is like scarlet. It is like red apple colored. The reference image to me is like a bit lighter than maroon. Right? So this is like, it's not as pale as it is on camera, but it certainly is bright. Slapshot is basically black prime, then dry brush the whole model gray, then dry brush just the top facing area white. Oh. Crimson, thank you. Crimson, that's what I meant. Palpatine office colors. It's like Halo Elite with pink armor. Shut up, okay? It's because it's gay. It's for pride. You wouldn't make fun of it for pride, would you? Okay, let's add a little bit more black to this section. My camera continues to move, and I continue to be frightened by it. Ah. What the hecky? I'm so sorry if it's giving you whiplash. Okay. Again, very little. I'm not going to do the same thing that I did with my red. But I am still going to have it mixed. I am still going to have it mixed with the red. So we do this. And then I do this. I don't remember which one I washed. Oh well. It's not this one for sure. So I do... Man, me secretly doing the advanced painting technique of just doing more than one layer. This is definitely not a dry brush. It's like normal, but... yeah. Like the kind of red chitin base coat with a black on top. Where I get off a good amount of it, but not like enough that I'm dry brushing. I think this gives a nice bit of texture that it was lacking. And I think generally you'd probably want to do a color other than what your prime is, but I feel like this keeps it all consistent. But like the difference between these two. Like one looks like it's like an action figure made of plastic. The other one looks like it's an action figure made of plastic, but with color on it. And that's what matters. Of these two. That's what I like to call an overbrush. Oh. I think if you go over it with a white dry brush for highlights, yeah, I kind of want to do white highlights, but specifically white bone. I want it to be bone colored. Okay. So like, now what if I take this, then I also do the dry brush gun? Although the gun has some carapace on it that I probably should be doing. I do that. Like, now I'm trying to piece this together. So like I can do a dry brush of white on the gun. And then maybe I can do like white carapace on top of it. Having fun? I am having fun. I still feel bad about using way too much red paint, but I'm learning, so... I just hate spending money. It makes me so anxious. So, like, I think this looks Honestly, like, sorry, I'm just doing the hooves. We do the hooves, the spurs. The claws. Sorry, I know you can't see this. Like, I feel as though this is not the worst model. Like, obviously it's not that great, but it's just a little bit of color on the feet with the dry brush. The arrow hands are real. They are real dynamite, yeah. Don't know if this would make you feel better or worse, but in high school when I used paints, I didn't know you had to water them. When I was using these initially, back like, again, 16 years ago or whatever, I used like the little GW paints, I'm pretty sure. And we just had them from the full thing, like the full container. And I would just dip my paintbrush in it. And I would maybe like wipe off a little bit, and then I'd paint my model. And I didn't know you had to thin. I didn't know you had to do 2 coats. I didn't know any of that nonsense. So they all looked really bad. Thin your paints, exactly. And that's better than my first fully painted mini. I mean, this isn't... I'm kind of curious, do we want this to be like fully painted? Because like, it fits Chronos. It fits Chronos colored. Let me grab... Like, okay. Yeah, just kind of like in the preview I'm looking at. In the preview I'm looking at. This just pops a little bit more than this because it has the highlights on the guns or whatever. My question is, do I have a highlight on the undercarriage? And I think I do have to... Okay. Get rid of the red. Let's get rid of the black. I suppose I don't need to get rid of the black. But I'm going to grab the red, which will have a little bit of black in it just by nature of like paints. And if I do, I need to wait on the dry brush. I should probably wait on the dry brush. But I want to just kind of demonstrate what I'm thinking. You feel? Like just a little bit of the carapace on the gun, on the very tip of it and on the very rear of it. Let's see. I'm going to do something stupid. No, I'm not. Yeah, so like just a little bit of color on the gun. Yeah, that's also part of why I was happy with Chronos, is because it's so easy. Particularly because these are already prime black. So if I just do that, that's my Termagant. I don't need to do it. Like, I could make like the blue, I could have the tongue, the turquoise. I could go kind of crazy with the gun. I think for now, like putting all of this together, I do all this. My issue is I made so much. And like, I can't save it, can I? And also it's too watery. Like, what would I use a red wash? Okay. Would I ruin this if I did a red wash on the undercarriage? Do I do like a little bit of a red wash on the undercarriage? Like, I don't know how thin this needs to be. Is it as complicated a scheme as you need to be? Exactly, Marcy. You typically only want highlights for areas where the sun would be hitting, but there are exceptions. Do it? Okay, I'll do it. Like, this is kind of my experimental model, right? Think that'd work? I think I need a thinner brush for this. I was gonna do like a big, broad... So I'm still doing a red, but I'm doing a wash red. Wait, question. Why did I make this thing of wash? Why can't I just do red and then just dip this in here real quick? Like, dip this in my water real quick. If I do the wash, and just... Let's grab the base. The base is generally the best place to grab it from. You're at peace. Enjoy. Go crazy, Aeropog. Ugh. I genuinely really don't like Jackson Pollock paintings. I don't know anything about the guy, so I'm not going to make any judgments about him as a person, but his work, I am not a fan of. Do I need to suspend this as it dries? Because, like, I don't know if you can see that. Do you see the undercarriage now? Do you see just a little bit of the under the tail, under the chest? Era Picasso. I mean, I'm not a fan of Picasso either, but like Pollock paintings are genuinely like the only reason he got popular is because it was American art versus that evil, dangerous Soviet art. That's legitimately the only reason he was popular. Oh, he a muddy boy. Next model, Lamenter Space Marine. Oh no. Not gonna lie, I don't think I have the patience to paint Warhammer models or the whole I gotta paint it good the first time. No, that's what I'm struggling with. And honestly, I'm fine with that. So like, I just did a wash on the torso. I think that gives a little bit of red. Like, do you see the, I don't know if the tail comes through. Do you see this? A little bit of red on the tail. Arrow or history lesson? Yeah, a lot of famous modern art artists, a lot of modern art American artists, which is like around the 50s, they were propped up by the American government because they were making good old-fashioned American art that wasn't communist, and therefore they got like subsidies from the government. They got support from the government. They were pushed by the government because the more American we can make this, and the more art that's American, the good old Americans will enjoy, the less those dang dirty Reds can get our people. So American art, music, cinema, cuisine, all of these different things were all propped up and pushed for. It was like a Civ 6 or like a Civ 5 culture war of the USSR and the Americas, in addition to like the Cold War. Like as a part of the Cold War, it was not just we're gonna have nation states fight each other. We're not gonna just have satellite nations fight each other. It was also a bunch of stuff like we are going to have a cultural movement in order to prioritize the Americas. I like how subtle the red is here. This was the red and black I did, right? Like I don't think it comes up very well on camera. But I think that might be what I want to do on the undercarriage. Which one did I just do? I have no idea which one I just did. Is it this one? Yes, it was this one. Yeah, this one, the wash gives it a kind of glossy look. Ooh. Maybe it's because it's still wet, but it's like fleshy. It's like soft. I think I remember there being a fat electrician video about it. Maybe. Okay, so let us grab... Let's do the wash first. Let's wash first. It's a little bit off. Then we're going to lean it in and get your naughty bits, where of course your naughty bits are your flesh, such as your rib cage. Which, in case you didn't know, that is the naughtiest of bits, because if you do something to that, the person will expire. Which is why you don't want to do anything naughty to their ribcage. Okay, so what I'm doing with this is I probably also want to do... maybe just their tongue and mouth. with the wash, because then that just gives a little bit of color to it. Like I didn't do the mouth on this one. Like if I just grab a little bit of wash. But like obviously that's not perfect, that's not good, that's not whatever, but I'm just kind of getting a little bit in there just for the sake of, I understand that little bits of texture are what makes it work. Now if I do here. Yeah, I'm liking just adding a little bit of wash to the undercarriage. Because it makes it that if you look at it from that angle, it looks fleshy down there. Which I think is very fitting for Tyranids. And honestly, personally, I'm not a big fan of the very like hyper pink flesh that a lot of Tyranids have. This one's mouth is closed, so I'm not going to do anything with that. And I'm going to do under its tail. Okay, I think I know my rhythm. I think my rhythm, at least for the Termagants, is I'm going to do probably undercarriage first is the ideal. So I'll do these. After I do the undercarriage, then I do the chitin. The chitin is like 2, maybe 3 coats of the red, followed by a thin coat of the black as like streaked on top. They're all going to have white highlights, dry brush for their claws and their gun. And then their gun is going to have a little bit of carapace. Like this one. Or I think I need to do another normal coat on this one for the gun. The Tyranids are never living that down, by the way. The Dracardian Slaanesh might be the Deviants, but the entire Tyranid race looks like they were cloned from... Brutal. Brutal. I can't get mad at you because you're right. What is it? The, Exocrid? Or is it the Tyrannifex? Which is the one that, like, on its back, it just looks like that? Like, I can't be mad at you because you're right. Love you or hate you, you are spitting facts. Let's be honest, the naughty parts are the guns. Well, yes, they spew living matter at you that is intended to cause harm. That's quite naughty. Yes, the phallic cannon. Which, in fairness, most cannons are quite phallic because they are tubes that erupt. And... oh, I forgot you're in the room with me. Hey, Tink. Yeah, I forgot that she's, like, napping on my bed. You have a cat joining us. So remember, don't say anything too inappropriate. We have a old lady with us. You don't want to upset her sensibilities. Okay. So if we do tongue in the mouth bit, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now you have your fleshy bits. Maybe fleshy bit is a better term than naughty bit. Because, like, it's not really not... like, this whole thing is naughty. This whole thing is a living weapon. I would say that's the naughtiest you can get. Oh, this one has an open chest. Pog. That's so easy for me. You're so easy. Yeah, you just expose your naughty bits. Without even the slightest provocation. The current music threw me for a loop. I thought it was something that I made because of the drums, and the voice synth reminded me of the Psycho Pump, and then I remembered, oh yeah, that's just MIDI. Yeah, so this is a song that I made, based, roughly inspired by the Cane Centipede. And I was going for a very Haunted Forest vibes, like the one from Paper Mario. So thus far, I have made a theme for the ogre the hound, the idol, and the centipede. However, my software that I'm using to make the music has died and is saying you have to update to this different version instead. And I haven't done that because I don't trust it. I was using Cakewalk by BandLab, and now they want me to join Sonar. And I don't trust it. So I can't make music anymore, unfortunately. Right, this is the one that I put the coat on the very top of, if you can see that. Like the little bit of red, which I really like. I really do like that. It's just way too subtle, right? Like, and no, this is not like great looking. This certainly does have texture to it though. I think maybe I make like a streak of red across the head or something. Ooh, love the sound of that vibe. A centipede's manifestation taking place in the Black Forest. Yeah, the Black Forest comes up a lot in fiction. Like for instance, in Werewolf the Apocalypse, it is completely taken over by the Cult of Fenris, the Get of Fenris, the tribe of Garrow, who are completely succumbed to Hoglosk, the perennial state of rage. And like the Black Forest is huge, so I can't really blame folks for being like, oh yeah, I want to include that in my real world secret otherworld society. Let's continue doing this. I hope this is interesting for you, or at the very least as an exercise and just kind of like seeing me learn a new hobby and throwing myself at it and not being afraid to ask questions, even if I am afraid to spend money. Gosh, my hand tremors. Okay, I need to wait on this to dry. So let's head back over to these, and let's do a Bonapalooza. See, now this is nice because I can have like a batch of 3 each, and while I wait on one batch to dry, I can have the other batch dry. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so tell your friends that today you got to see Arrow Thigh Reveal, because technically speaking, you have. Now, is it a significant reveal? No. Although I have a friend who I sent a picture to, and it involved my thighs. And he was just like, oh, wooga, in response to seeing my thighs. And I'm like, really? That's what you take from this picture? And he's like, yes. Like, it was a completely normal picture. It just happened to have my thighs in it. And he was like, a wooga. Although, okay. Do you want arrow lore? I wear shorts all the time. I wear like pajama shorts. And part of that is I'll be on call with a friend. And I'm in shorts. So there's times where I'll be on a video call with one of my friends and I will turn around to grab something and it will be on a lower elevation. So I lean down and I grab it. Sorry, without a camera. I will lean down in order to grab it and bend over as I am in my very short shorts. And so I have had on multiple occasions had my friend tease me about how I am showing off, quote, my whole booty. Well, not quote, but like, you know what I mean. So yeah, I've had a buddy who claims to have seen my entire booty because I will be on camera and I'll like turn around for him, or not for him, but like I'll turn around while on camera, and like I've known him for years and he's a really close friend, so I don't really care that much. And okay, I don't have a thin enough tipped brush, but can we get a little bit of teeth action? Normally I try to avoid teeth, but this is an exception. Got a little bit. It's kind of British. Seems to be missing some of his teeth, but hey. Egads, you harlots! Yes, that's the exact reaction I want. The sort of reaction I want from my community is, egads, you harlot! Anytime I mention anything relating to that topic. Which, like, obviously, I am very positive in that regard. I am like, hey, if you want to do that kind of stuff, by all means, I ain't gonna judge you. I ain't gonna say you shouldn't do that. As long as you're not hurting nobody, everyone involved is having a good time, right? But it is very funny to affect a puritanical rejection of any degree of acknowledgement of intimacy and just pretend and like play inquisitor. And particularly when you're with your friends who are more promiscuous than you or who are getting up to like situations that involve promiscuity more than you are, it's very funny to call them harlots or strumpets. And it's even funnier, in my experience, when you call someone who is like ace and uninterested or who is like not getting anything independent of their orientation, to tell them, you strumpet, you ill-fated harlot, thou soiled dove, you lady of the night, temptress, seductress, succubus, ye who are of ill-tempered loins. Like, just whipping that out at people is so silly. It's so funny to me. Oh, that landed on my crotch. Caught it. I'm struggling with the dry brush. If you don't bait your homies little, then what are you doing? Bait me? Baiting? Arrow hands? Yes, Zap. What do you mean? I mean, like, bait as in, like, I did that to tease him? No. I don't show off my booty to my friends to tease them. Although I could, I guess. Like, there's nothing morally wrong with that. I'm just like, I don't. I tease my friends in other ways. I feel like it's too... like, it's too... wet. I'm trying to dry. Like, is this me or is this not really catching? I mean, it kind of gets it. I'm brain rot. When I hear lady, then I immediately think of the NPC from Bloodborne. So you're aware that Lady of the Night means prostitute. Yippee! I've been summoned. Waffle, you were here like an hour before stream started. You said yippee, and then you didn't show up to stream starting. How could you? Is this carapace that I'm missing? No. I never said what type of baiting. That's fair. Although, is this where I go like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge? Are you a master at it? That wasn't that funny. Stop laughing. Okay. One dollop can get you a lot. That's what I've learned. That's the main takeaway. This community play a role? We would never. Wait. Say that again. What is this? Some kind of tabletop? Oh, my camera shifted. This is why I'm concerned. This is why I'm like unironically concerned that like one of the... It's just one of those days. Is just gonna like... Whew. Again, if that happens, no, it didn't. Can I shift this? If you don't mind the askance angle and the little bit of thigh right here, this might be more secure. Flower? Really? I didn't know Flower Girl. Wait, am I stupid? I am. Nope. Let's do this. And then do that. And then do that, and all is well, and I am a genius. This still isn't the same issue. We're now, it's at an angle. Love and angle. Listen, we gotta get that Dutch tilt to show how like artsy we are. What if I do? Okay. You know what? I'm shifting this around. I'm so sorry. I'm trying really hard not to dox myself. Who would have thought that that's difficult when you're showing your face? So this is askew. This is askance. So if I paint like this, I need to be way closer for that actually. Oh my gosh. Okay, please hold. I'm using, in case you couldn't tell, a gooseneck phone holder for this. That is not what this is designed for. Oh gosh, I am hitting a limit. Okay. I hope you're not motion sick. Like, I hope you're not prone to getting motion sick. I could do this, but now you're far away. Arrow's Dutch reveal? I mean, I do have Dutch in me. Like, my family is partially Dutch, but like, I don't have any connection to Dutch culture, for instance. Okay. Please hold. The issue with this is that this is not stable at all. I am very apologetic for this interlude, but we're doing tech issues, and they're stupid. The monitor pretty dustier as me. I mean, when I run my finger by it, dust comes off, so I think it's just dusty. It's criminy. Am I back to where I'm back to where I started. God, Zooks. Rolling in life or death battle? Was this some kind of critical role? My roommate was telling me about Critical Role Season 4. Because I have not been keeping up with it. In case you didn't know, I used to love Critical Role. Like back with like Season 1. And then Season 2 I didn't watch. I watched like 10 episodes back when it was coming out. And then I just didn't keep up with it. Season 4 I watched like 50 episodes. And I just lost my ability to keep up with it. I was so busy. And then it obviously ran out, and now they're on Season 4. And Season 4 sounds super interesting. Have not looked into it whatsoever. Okay. I guess this is what we're doing again. And I guess nothing changed. Nothing changed except I slightly changed the angle. Whoops. Harrow is back in the building. Yeah, recontextualized a lot of media of young women selling flowers to make ends meet. Because the trick was they weren't... Ah. Got it. Gadzooks? No, so Gadzooks is a euphemism for God's hooks. And that is something that you would say in like old-timey time periods. Where, like, Gadzooks! God's hooks! Instead of like cursing someone, because even the word damn was considered a like cursive censor. You weren't allowed to say it. So as a euphemism for that, effectively, you would say like Gadzooks. Okay. Got some more white. And we're gonna go back to. Does this even have anything? That's to have the red. Is the wash dried? Does the wash dry, like, really go away? Oh my god. A lot. Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's very subtle. Oh, so the wash is the one I did on this. So the wash ends up being really subtle once it dries. That's not... Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I was thinking of the wrong thing. Arrow mistakes did not happen. Arrow is always correct because Arrow is built like that. I'm trying this newfangled dry brush where just all of the nails, all of the fangs, all of the hooks, I'm dry brushing. I understand that's not necessarily realistic, but it does make them very shadowy, which I rock. Right? So this is one where I've only dry brushed and I've only done a wash. This is one where I've done a dry brush, a wash, and a base coat. God's bread, it makes me mad. Pink, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the pride flag? Why were you just staring at it? Why are you looking at it again? Is there something on the wall I should know about? Are you homophobic? Your mom is a lesbian. What is up with you, girl? You're staring at it like it's the seventh circle of hell, and you are its keeper. Has the key to the universe unveiled itself to you? Oh, you're prophetic is what it is. Got it. Understood. It was falling. And she said nothing about it. The tape on the wall was falling. Hi, team. The tape holding it up to the wall was falling. She was staring at it. And I was like, what are you looking at, girl? And it was crimes. She was looking at crimes. I'm a straight shooter. I am a straight shooter. What am I shooting? Paint. Let's get the wash done on these. As I get back to painting my plastic toys, allow me to tell you about my ops and how much of a straight shooter I am as I get back to painting my plastic toys. Doesn't feel very dry to me. Allow me to educate you on my time on the streets while I get back to talking about 40k lore. Like, some people are so silly. Some people are so silly. Let me get this closer. My apologies. Arrow, Gadzooks is clearly a family member of Dr. Egad. Listen, Egad is the one that put the hooks in God. And Luigi knows it. Mario doesn't. Bowser doesn't. Peach doesn't. Egad does. And he told Luigi. Because he knows no one will believe him. And so Luigi lives with the curse of knowledge at all times. He lives with the understanding that no one will believe him. And do they need to? Is it not more comfortable to live in ignorance than to face an uncomfortable truth? Why should he ruin the peace that others find? Does he have the right? Does he have the responsibility? Those are the questions Luigi asks himself. And he finds no answer. For Egad already hooked God. And God has no more answers. Ah! I dropped my my paintbrush on myself. I was worried that I painted myself. Speaking of manga and things like it, I recommend Veil by Cotter. It's very beautifully colored. Is there an emergency going on outside? That would explain the siren that's right outside my house. Better not be my house. No, like actually, like better not be my house. I hope that there's nothing going on here that I didn't know about. Oh, they're passing me by. All is well. The issue with dry brushing. Now it's all flared. It's hard to get like, teeth and stuff. I do another coat. Right? Yay, I love motorcycles! Do I need to... Okay. Can you even tell that the... I don't think that you need to tell. I was gonna say, can you even tell that the undercoat, like the undercarriage, has some wash on it? I don't think you need to. I think it needs to not be just like matte black. I think so long it has more than that, that's what matters. Right? I think what matters is that so long as it has more than that. I think that's flesh. Do I go with the arms too? Is my flesh color that I'm going for just generally speaking with the wash? Because I was just doing the undercarriage, but like what if I do all the limbs too? Because it ends up being a very black red, right? Oh, that's my stomach. I am hungry. That's what happens when I don't eat much before stream. That's okay. It's only been 3 hours. Wow. Been 3 hours and I've painted half of 6 minis. I'll get better at this over time. That's the hope. The hope is that I get better over time. And I already knew going into this, I would not be painting more than like maybe all of my termagants, which I think I have 10 termagants. I have 10 neurogants. So depending on how long we want to go, I could just go the gaunts. Okay, I actually like this. Call me crazy. I like being able to just like run through with a wash, just give a little bit more color to all of the limbs. Because like here, it's just matte. I don't know if you can actually pick up the difference on camera. But like here, it's just matte. Here, it has a little bit of red to it, like just undertones. That makes it look significantly better, I feel. Getting better at painting doesn't mean faster. That is fair. So I'm going to take this one. I'm going to grab some more matte. I'm going to grab some more wash. I'm just going to like literally just do a coat. I'm going to be generous. I'm going to be quick. I'm not going to worry too much about where I coat. The main thing is I want to just get everywhere, except for the white bits. I don't want to get the bone white. I want to leave those fleshless. I want to leave those bony. I can do this, this, and even if I get the wash on the carapace, it's the same color, so it doesn't even matter. So now what we have, like we're getting flesh that has red undertones. We have black flesh that has red undertones, which I like more than just the matte black. Like it feels more cohesive. Some red pepper chicharrones. What are those? I'm unfamiliar with that game. Guess you could say you were worried you painted yourself into a corner. I will have you know, I would give you a laugh track for that, but I'm busy doing a wash. So Instead, you're just going to have to imagine the people laughing because I'm sure no one around you is laughing. I have often wondered, people, a lot of people say I'm cute. A lot of people say that I'm sweet. A lot of people say how like kind or nice or awesome or cool or whatever I am. But also a lot of people seem to like really resonate when I just go off the deep end and I just start like giving rare insults. Do people want to see more of that? Is that something I should incorporate more of? Because I love handing out rare insults like they're pink slips. Just the idea of like telling someone that although their mother may never have loved them, at least they weren't the reason their father left them. So, based on how they act, I would have assumed that was the case. Like just something like that where it's not like cursing. It's not saying like F you or anything. It's literally just kind of just being like disrespectful. Disrespect your surroundings. Bah, 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 bah. So what if I do, okay, crazy. Literally just the entire thing in wash. Like including carapace first. Again, I avoid the areas where I have the chitin. So I should probably do chitin. So I should probably start wash, followed by chitin, followed by bone white highlights for bone. And the thing with the wash is I'm not trying to get something loud. I'm explicitly trying to get something subtle. I'm trying to get something that just gives a little bit more texture to the mat. And then the chitin, I'm actually going to give like proper colors with the black streaked red. The bone, I'm going to give the spurs. I'm going to give. Ooh, that's a bit much. Oh well. This one can be a sergeant. Eloquent insults are fun. Fried pork skins with the fat. Oh, okay. I never understood pork skins. I've seen them at the store my entire life. I don't think I've ever gotten them. I'm privileged enough to say my dad didn't leave me. My family left him. Am I allowed to say that my father left me if he recently went to Thailand and like moved there? Because like, I don't know. I certainly made all the jokes. You can make jokes, it's fine. Arrow hands? Yes, arrow hands. And I'm trying my very best to have it be arrow paints visible to you instead of just right out of frame because my camera placement is not the best. Which apparently people are interested in more arrow hands. I don't know if that's the case. Okay, I need to do a little bit less wash. I need to get rid of a little bit more of the wash before I start painting. However, cool. Hey, dude, no longer dude. I'm just saying, older white men going to Thailand, the joke rates. Listen, older white divorced men. Like, which way, Western men? I made that joke to my mom. I literally brought that up to my mother and I asked her like, hey, do we think? And she's like, I'm not going to comment on that. And I'm like, okay. Or no, did I bring it up to my mom? No, I was talking to my siblings. Sorry. I was talking to my siblings about, and then we were talking about how our father is moving. And I brought up the stereotype. And I don't know. I find it funny. Anyway, the wind blows. Yeah, because I mean, like, listen. I'm not gonna judge. I try very hard not to judge, regardless of my relationship with a person. That said, of all places, like literally, dude, like really. Oh my gosh, it's so silly. Like, It's such a silly situation. Ah, I'm hiding from you. I'm sorry. Okay, so these should all have a wash coat of a red. And then these I mean, I kind of already did the highlight on this one. It's just I need another non-wash coat. So I need to do a little bit of... Also, please let me know if the music is too loud. I didn't ask this before, and it's been 3 hours and no one's complained. But if you're struggling to hear me over the music, that's something to know. Yeah. Like, really, it's just a matter of... Oh, this is something I definitely want to do another round of whites. Like the highlights is literally just like I'm learning dry brushing. Well, I'm not. I'm less learning it, and I'm more so just kind of like flapping into the wind with it. Like I keep like adding a little bit too much, and then it goes away, and then it's not really present. But then it's like a really light gray, and like that's not quite what I'm looking for. Right? So it's like, I want it to be visible. I don't want it to be overpowering, the white. I don't want it to look like they're wearing boots. I want it to look like they have like white shadowed guns. Because I want them to be like bone-like. I do... Like this is more what I'm looking for. Although I think it might be a little too subtle, right? Because this is like, it looks gray by comparison, at least to me. Oh gosh. Looks gray compared to the rest of the model. However, it doesn't really like pop in the same way the highlights do. Sorry, it's been a minute. Was that tiny bit of Hades Town musical I just heard you quote? Probably not. I don't remember quoting it. But I do like Hades Town. I saw it on Broadway. Because, like, growing up on the East Coast, if you're anywhere near New York, it's fairly reasonable to be able to see stuff on Broadway. At least a couple of times. So I've seen, like, Wicked on Broadway. I've seen Hades Town on Broadway. I saw Avenue Q, Book of Mormon on Broadway. My mother has seen more on Broadway than I have. And I know she saw Hamilton on Broadway. I don't think I've seen Hamilton on Broadway. You do you, Arrow. I mainly enjoy these streams for the vibes when I'm at work. It's a much nicer vibe than a lot of other streams. Oh, thank you. Like, I don't know why you would say that, though. Because, like, it's just like a chill vibe. It's just me. It's literally me yammering for 5 to 6 hours. Some might even say 6, 7 hours. Wait, I can do the thing. 6, 7, 6, 6, 7, 6, 7. Ooh, 6, 7. Does this upset you? 6, 7. Man, I love being a troll. It's such ill rewarding work, but it's so satisfying on like just like that emotional level. Pork skins are crunchy when fried, and the fat bubbles up and expands like a foam. And while still crunchy, gives really easy and gives you that greasy pork flavor. Interesting. Soup missile incoming. Some people prefer the skins and how hard they are. Others prefer the fat. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had pork skin. And like, I like pork. I eat pork. I've never had pig skins. It's never been something that like sounded appealing to me. That's how it starts. But it's your favorite technique. Nice. Okay, so we have some guys, and like they're nearly ready. Or I suppose we have some gals, because we did say that they're Yuri. So me when when the aliens are just one giant Yuri polycule. Oh, that would be really funny. You make a army, but it's just one giant polycule. Let me get this. And mouth bits, teeth. I swear, like, you don't look like you have any paint on you. But you definitely do have some red. You have some of that red wash. And I think that's what I need. I think what I need is I think I need it to be like you can barely tell, and then once you check, you're like, oh no, that's definitely red. I think that's what subtlety is, right? You want it to be black with red undertones. Okay. Well, you do have to choose a model to be the one that does all the dishes. Is that how polycules work? Do y'all not just like rotate? Is it not like, hey, Monty's doing dishes today, Marcy's gonna do it tomorrow, Violet's gonna do it on Friday? Homebrew Space Marine Legion, the Poly Crucibles. Listen, they are tolerant of people of all orientations and identities, except the dirty Xenos. A Slanesh cult where it's just one giant polycule. And that's your army. It's just one giant polycule. And you just put like pride flags everywhere. Okay, I think what we do, we take these three, we give them their chitin, and we see how it compares to these. Because we did chitin first for these three. We did undercoat first for these three. So I think I grabbed this. And I'm going to start with just red. I'm going to do a coat of red for each of them. See how we feel. Probably going to need a second coat. That's my guess. Because that's how, like, thin your paint's 2 coats. And then we might need a third coat because these ones needed a third coat. Oh, this is... It's a little thin, but like, it's not that bad. I think I don't want to spend any more paint. I feel like I already yeah, this is way too thin. Do I add more paint? Like, how do I thicken my paint if it's a little too thin? Is it that I need to add more? I think it might just be I need to add more paper towel because like, look at how many paper towels. These are all wet. Hi, Via. Hey. That's like your normal Slanesh cult? Yeah. I'm literally only here because you play Malagast. That's fair, Kyle. Like right now we're making 40k minis. I generally talk about Kane. But I just played Malagast for the first time the other week. I'm going to play Malagast tomorrow, actually. If anyone knows Salty Fish, I'm going to be playing against them. And I'm ready to get rocked. This will be my second game, and I have played against Svelte, and I'm going to be playing against Salty Fish. So, yeah. I love Kane so much. My group's on break because they're all in college. Oh. Yeah, I just had my first game, and I got my butt kicked. Absolutely brutal. 100%. So I played Abhorrers, and I played... Exorcist, Holy Body, Penitent, Anti-Priest, 2 Inquisitors. And I went for a hazardous terrain build. And then I forgot to make hazardous terrain with my Penitent. So I was really just really stacking Vitality on all of my units. And making a bunch of dangerous adverse terrain with my Holy Body. But I was playing against the Igori. And the Igori were just sacrificing a bunch of stitches. Making a bunch of corpses with leftovers and just like getting more and more mutant tokens. So then by round 2, I, as the Abhorrers, charge because I wanted to stop them from building. And that was a mistake. Running 2 Kane campaigns, and now I'm in my second one as player. Nice. Having them up against an ogre that has the host attached to their back. Ew. Okay. How do I dry paint? Like, not to the point of, like, I can't use it, but, like, this red is very thin now. Like this red right here. Right there. It's very thin. Darn. Hate it when my Italian chef forgets the Italian food. Yeah. If you're looking to thicken your paint, you may just need to wait a little. So wait with my brush, I assume you mean. I'm gonna put it there. I'm gonna look at this. This is not the best model, but it's mine. And it has like the hallmarks of Chronos. It has red carapace. It has some styling to the gun. I think what I need to do is I need to take this. I need to wait for it to dry, but yeah, I need to wait for this to dry. Get a bit off the towel and then brush a little on top. So do I replace these paper towels? Because I don't have parchment paper. I'm using paper towels in place of parchment paper in a DIY wet palette. Or do I just add more? Because I could just add more paper towel. I usually use a wider brush if I'm trying to do something more dry. Really? Because I started using this as my dry brush. Because I'm just doing like dry brush white. I initially was going to use this one. And then I ended up using this for like my wet. My... What's it called? Wash. Thank you. Thank you, me. Usually take any kind of alternate paper, like do a paper towel, then make a paper bag. Use pick-up brushes, anything that will hold the paint without soaking it. That's fair. Because, like, this is bleeding through. Are you looking to dry brush or are you trying to thicken your paint so it's less runny? I'm trying to do both. I'm trying to, with the white, I've been trying to dry brush with the gun so I get like this effect, right? But then I also, right now, for my red, I need just to thicken it. What kind of papers do I got? I got around, I mean, just really paper towel, like tissue as well, but I don't have like parchment paper. We have wax paper, but I've been told overwhelmingly don't use that. Like wax paper is not it, Chief. Yeah, you tried to play slow against an Igori. That's a problem because Igori ramp up quickly and love late game. Yeah, because apparently horrors are the slowest. And then Igori, I think, are like second slowest. Where like maybe Gargamox are like third slowest, would be my guess. But like I've only played one game. So I'm still figuring it out. For your red, has it already been watered down? So this is a wet palette. This, like, I put red on my wet palette. That's it. This is my wash, which is, like, I've been told is way too much wash. Use dry paper towel to wipe off a little paint. Well, I'm not trying to dry brush. I'm just trying to thicken it a bit. So, like, I could just take more red and just kind of, like, boop, right there, like, dry it. Because I mean, in fairness, I don't think I need a wet palette, do I? Like, you only need a wet palette if you're trying to do, like, multiple days worth of paints. Arrow hides the back of their hands because they have Wolverine claws. I don't hide the back of my hands. Oh, you mean, like, with the arm warmers. Yeah, and? Yeah, I don't really need it. It is nice that, like, this dried. Like, I'll take it. This dried, this patch of white, that dried in like 5 minutes. So having a wet palette like is definitely like necessary, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna move this forward a bit. I'm gonna please hold. pogging? We're pogging. Okay. I'm just gonna put a little bit of... I'm gonna grab another paper towel. What paper does to stop your paint from drying? Yeah. I'm gonna get another paper towel. Now, what I did initially is I put it underneath this stack. I put it under the stack of my wet pellet. I think I put it on top, and it's automatically going to soak through paint that's already there, like that. So now if I take my thing and I go like that, that's already kind of better, right? Going hazardous as a pores isn't actually the best move because they don't benefit. I mean, listen. I didn't choose it because it was a good strategy. I chose it because it would be funny. Like, a list I'm seriously considering running is horror specs, 4 flocks, and then a the chimney sweeper one for steeple racks, the one that like benefits off of walls and like climbing through them or whatever. I think that would be a really funny list, personally. So like that's the kind of list building I do. That's why I don't ever win these games. Like in case you were wondering, oh, is Arrow like good at war games? No, Arrow builds funny lists, not good lists. And Arrow has a good time, but Arrow never wins, and that makes Arrow sad. Okay. I'm going to go through. Put some of this back on the front. Make this pop a bit. Get messy. Get red on everything around it instead. Cry because I'm bad at painting. Smile because it happened. Okay, ma'am, your tongue is in the way. Please move it. I am not interested in what that tongue do. You are here to consume my flesh. I assume it is produce saliva capable of digesting human remains. Okay, so now we're doing the full carapace of these individuals. Sometimes paint consistency might be an issue. Well, so I have Vallejo paints, and I've heard consistently good things about Vallejo game color paints. Now, I don't know if that's they're good if you're just starting out and don't care about actually having good quality, or if it's no, these are like reasonable for the hobby. Yeah, so I'm using Vallejo game color. Because initially I was thinking GW paints, and then I realized that not only are they very expensive, they're also not very well regarded. You would win against me. I'm really bad at the game. I have 1 game of experience. You might actually got me beat. Okay, this is still really thin. I'm gonna bite the bullet. I'm gonna add a little bit more, and this time I'm gonna do a dollop. This time I'm not gonna do a whole squeeze. I'm gonna do. There. Let's not get too crazy. Let's not get too crazy. And then. Remember, this is very bright. Now, you're going to show up very pale on the camera. But once we get the coat done, we're going to add some black to it. And we're going to get this like streaky black look, which I am concerned does look like the paint is just too thin. So I wonder if I want to do a different stylization of the chitin. Right? I'm wondering if we want to do something different with the chitin in order to have it better pop. Like maybe I added a black washy streak to it. Instead of that, I could do like a white washy streak to it. As a nod to the Alpha Legion, my favorite of the Legions. We could make it like a turquoise or a green. Don't mix it in the towel? What? So when I do this, I put it in, and then I pick. Am I not supposed to mix? Am I just supposed to have the dollop and then pick it off the dollop? Love that big cat lick meat off the bone like a lollipop. Yeah, I mean, also big cats, they don't like kill their prey. They capture their prey and then they suffocate them. That's like a lion will kill you, or a lion will kill a gazelle by clamping its jaws around its neck and closing its windpipe. And that is why their teeth are made to like lock in place and prevent it from struggling out. So it's actually a very slow, painful death to die a gazelle to like a lion. However, as a person, your neck would be like snapped as a result, right? Which is still painful, but it's also like you are tinier than a gazelle, presumably. So you are in less of a spot to like survive for longer, which is almost a blessing. Just a little bit of the dollop and it can go right on the model. Oh, okay. I'm wasting so much paint. Like, yes, I'm learning. But also, I'm wasting. Okay, and let's just get that right now too. Gosh. The worst is when you're like trying to do something precision and then you miss. And then you're like, well, gotta start over. You use that much you needed to find out your method? Unless you spill a bunch. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, like, so I made this wash because people were like, oh yeah, add like 1 part paint to like 3 parts water. I'm like, okay. So I do like a big squirt of paint. And they're like, that is way too much. And I'm like, how? You didn't ever specify. You never said how much. So then I felt like I wasted a bunch of paint. Oh, sorry. I need to... Alright, I need to go unlock the door for my roommate. Behave for like 15 seconds. Why are you screaming? Here. Have a health potion and calm down. Health potion. Alternatively, little Charmander, my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, I forgot that I had some of these because these were not on my desk. So some of these were on my desk. Like, this little Raichu was on my desk, and I moved it out of the way for my models. But my models I've kept in a little basket since moving, and even since before moving. That's where I stored them because none of them were painted. I didn't need to worry about that. I realized before stream, and I have not come up with a solution. I don't know where I'm putting these things because I assume that they're fine to just store together, but I don't have anywhere to display them. So I'm gonna need to deal with that. And also, if I'm doing stream 2 of this, which probably next week I will, I'm gonna need to set this back up. Charmander is my favorite? Yes. Charmander is my favorite Pokemon. Not the line and not Charizard, but specifically Charmander. Because I'm one of those people where I grew up with Gen 1. So Charmander is my favorite. I have not really kept up with Pokemon since Gen 1. I have played Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Coliseum. I have seen the anime or parts of the anime. I played Pokemon Ranger, so I have experience with other Pokemon products, but Pokemon as a genre, I haven't really played other genres, and so I have nostalgia for Charmander. First starter I got consistently. So that's my favorite. Set you. Let's get you. There we go. Suddenly we have a little bit of color. Ciabatta was developed in 1982 by Arnaldo Cavallari in Adria, Veneto, Italy, specifically created to compete with the rising popularity of French baguettes. Its name refers to slipper, referring to its characteristic flat, elongated shape. I rock a ciabatta roll. Now, granted, I also rock a baguette. But a ciabatta is just so good for sandwiches. That's mainly where I eat it. So y'all say I'm gonna add even more paint. I don't think I need more. I don't need more paint. I feel like I need more paint. I'm gonna add a little bit of paint. Little bit. Gonna add a dollop. And I'm going to click it. That was a bubble. That was not a dollop. Never mind. I lied to both you and me. We're both victims here. That's a dollop. I'm not gonna rush it in like I've been doing. I'm just gonna take it like that. And I'm gonna do this. Right? So we're doing this. And we're hitting all the high notes. Naturally. Continuing down into the legs. Oh, there's 3 segments, not 2. I've been missing one. Oh, jeez. Okay. I was wondering why these were so much more subtle in color than this one. Or these. I think it's because I was effectively doing layers of wash for their carapace. And I think I like the wash more. I think I crazy enough, despite the fact that my issue with the base coat My issue with the base coat with the black on it is that it looks a bit thin. This also looks very thin, but like, you can tell the difference, right? Like this looks more distinct, but this looks more like cohesive. This is like desaturated almost. I like them both, but I think I definitely prefer like the wash one. I think I accidentally made a wash by like mixing it in. What's a ciabatta? A ciabatta roll is a piece of bread that's, I generally have it in like square, right? Although sometimes it'll be like in oval. And it is it's bread, so it's very light on the inside. It's very kind of like, it has this like chalky outside to it, I would almost say. Like the crust has like flour still on it. And it has this nice, I don't know how to describe bread differently to each other, right? It's just a very soft roll that nevertheless has like this kind of texture to it. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to describe it. Trico? Oh, Agron. Congrats on getting 40k subs. Thank you, Dimmington. Yeah, so I like a bunch of different Pokemon. The issue is I haven't played a bunch of different Pokemon. Something I've wanted to do is to go through the various Pokemon gens, probably starting with Gen 2, and playing a Nuzlocke of them. Because I, unlike basically everyone else who's ever played a Nuzlocke, have no idea what to expect on like the third gym of like Johto, right? I don't know what Pokemon are optimal. I don't know what moves I'm going to need to have. So I think that would be a Nuzlocke where like there's genuine risk. Because I feel like a lot of Nuzlocks, at least the ones that like you probably watch, are from people who are really big on Pokemon. They know how to play Pokemon. They've played this game before. So they're playing a Nuzlocke in order to add more challenge to it. And so it ends up being challenging for them, but it's kind of a foregone conclusion because they know everything. They know what they need to plan around. I feel like going into a Nuzlocke blind would be either really fun or really boring. One of the two. I don't know what. Oh, that reminds me, you heard the secret Bob Ross paintings? I may have, but if it's like recent, then no. My favorite Nuzlocke is the friend lock. Is that the soul lock? The one where like you're bound with someone else? Well, okay. I feel like out of these, this is the one that has the full base coat. This is one that has the most recent one I just did. These two are like basically a wash. This is a bit darker than this one. It's a bit more red than these two. I kind of really like this. What did I do for you? Like, what did I do? You spin a wheel when you get a Pokemon. Your friend that gets picked controls that. Oh my gosh, that would be silly for like a stream. That sounds really funny. Formlord. I mean, like Ripper Swarms feel like they're gonna be way more difficult than they're worth. Just straight up. Also, I just realized Ripper Swarms and Termagants have the same face. It's like if a dog had a human face. That's crazy to me. Okay, so I think these are all good. Unless I want to do like another coat on these. I kind of want to leave these like dull. I kind of want to leave these like mostly black. The only issue is like the knee guards. I need to go down one. And then for this side, I already kind of went down. Okay. Got those. Yeah, this one also. Okay. I think what I do, I have all of these. I almost have a single unit of termagants. I think I grab my 4 other termagants and I try again, where I run through all of them. I do wash, maybe wash again. I think I do 2 washes. I think I do wash again, chitin, wash again, bone, chitin. Question mark? How do I feel about that? I don't know if you have any strong thoughts about that. That's my thoughts about that. Oh, Minnie's looking good. Thank you. I try my best. And my best often does not succeed. But I try again anyway. Oh, right. I have 2 units of termagants. Oh, I have 20 termagants. I forgot. This is going to take longer than expected. Whoops. Okay. Once more. Under the breach. Also, if I just want to do big, I'll probably just do I'm just going over the entire thing with a wash coat. I'm avoiding claws. I'm avoiding the spurs. I'm avoiding the areas that are going to be white, because those are only going to get highlight. I'm giving just about everything else good old healthy wash. Remember to wash yourself every day. Even if you feel like you didn't do anything strenuous, you're still gross because you're a human that has human functions. I mean, unless you're a Tyranid, in which case, like, I guess listen to the hive mind. Like, maybe you don't need to wash. I won't tell you what to do. Glossy. The secret is that if you go through and watch each episode, then line the still images of the painting in order, it's like you're walking through the scenery. Oh, cool. Although I would say, like, that strikes me less as like an intentionally cool thing and more like, well, they're all still life scenery. They're all landscapes, rather. Because Bob Ross, in case you didn't know, drill instructor in the Air Force, and was super mean, super like rude and loud and yelled at people. And he was like, that makes me feel really bad. I'm going to not do that. And so he adopted his like gentle persona, and he found out that he really loved painting. So he started doing painting and was inspired by like the Alaskan landscapes. So he started painting the Alaskan landscapes, and then he started painting the non-Alaskan landscapes, and then he started teaching people how to paint, and then he got the TV deal, and everyone loved his TV deal, so he kept getting more TV deals, so he kept getting more show, and then he kept painting, and then he decided that he didn't want to have a perm anymore, and then his producers were like, nope, it's part of your brand now, you gotta keep it. He's like, are you serious? And then he kept the perm even though he didn't want the perm anymore. And then he died. That was his life. Yeah, I had a brief period of time where I was watching Bob Ross consistently. It was just like, it wasn't like a hyperfixation or nothing. It was just like, I just got in a mood to watch Bob Ross for like a couple weeks. That's just what I would have on in the background. It was like a couple years ago at this point, but I still have watched a bunch of Bob Ross. And like, it's just cool. It's fun. It's nice to have on in the background. You've eaten the Hive City. You definitely need a bath in acid. Yeah, exactly. Like, come on. All the chemicals alone, not to mention how disgusting its inhabitants are. The pollutants in the air. Walking by it required a bath, let alone consuming it whole. Jeez, Garganoths. I feel like if the Tyranids had names for each other, it would be very simple names. I'm thinking like monosyllabic, like Mort. Hey, Mort. How's he in that city? yeah, that good, huh? Nice. Well, I found a single survivor barge out in the ocean. You want to go with me? All right, all right. I was planning on heading out tonight, but we can head out now if you want. And that's how I imagine that conversation would go. Of like the most normal, like well-to-do middle-class Tyranid talking to their absolutely ferocious companion. Slight issue. This is what it looks like when it dries. This is what it looks like when I did nothing. Corporate wants you to find the difference. There is no difference. They're the same picture. What? I mean, like, there's minor amounts of red on it. Like, I basically can't tell a difference. Mort and Sir Barrington have a conversation, a crowd gathering around them silently weeping. All the pollution, all the creatures, it's all disgusting, and those inhabitants reek, and the people smell bad too. Exactly, you get it. So what if instead of a base coat, what if instead of just thin my red? Lancer Kane mention? Back. Pink, are you crying? Why are you crying? Well, I suppose this is still basically just a wash. Like, the only difference is that this is washed via being in a paper towel as opposed to a dish. Pink, I hear you crying from my room. Why are you like this? Your mom is about to get home. Oh gosh. Oh. This is supposed to be a connection point. Do you see? Do you see the one middle leg that is just not connected? So there's a single point of connection on this model, so I gotta be real careful. Honestly, I'm shocked that this is not broken already. Like a bunch of them have really dangly bits, and my models have been very good about not breaking on me thus far. And I know saying that is gonna jinx it, and I accept that. I accept that because like they've been very good for a couple of years now. So found 2 rotten eggs while making ramen. Aww. Dumb question. When are the questions gonna be answered? When we kind of like wrap out of conversation topics. Like I've had a couple lulls in the conversation, but that's mostly because I'm focused on painting. Once we hit like, okay, like I'm gonna wrap up, I'm gonna start heading out now. That's when I'm gonna go over to questions. We could do a burst of questions right now though. Why did I choose the Tyranids and not the clearly better Holy Priesthood of Mars and their Skitarian armies? So I chose the Tyranids because my buddy had a pre-primed, pre-assembled Leviathan box set half, whereas Tyranids. He wanted to keep the Ultramarines. He didn't want to keep the Tyranids. He was like, hey, you don't have an army, but you've been playing 40k, and you've just been subbing with our mutual's army. Do you want to buy this off me? And I was like, how much? And he's like, $100. And then I'm like, sure. So I bought, at the time, what was like 900 some points. And now it's probably closer to like 700 some of Tyranids, because I bought the entire Leviathan box set half. And then I bought the Swarm Lord separately. And since then, I have gotten the thing of Gargoyles and a thing of Gene Stealers that I have not assembled myself. Those are boxed. And I bought this one pre-primed too, the Swarm Lord. So that's why I went Tyranids. I think Tyranids are cool. They would not be my first choice. My first choice would be CSM, Chaos Space Marines. They are like really silly. I would want to play Alpha Legion. Death to the False Emperor. That's all I got to say to that. But yeah, so the reason I chose Tyranids is because they were available to me. If ideally I could choose, I would choose what's it called? CSM. Also, you might be wondering, like, hey, wow, Arrow does not talk with their hands nearly as much as I thought they would. I don't know if you can see from the shadows, but I do talk with my hands. It's just a matter of not a lot of room to play with because of camera positioning. So, like, in case you were wondering, I'm someone that absolutely talks with my hands. Did Kane happen yesterday? Nope. How's your Persona playthrough going? I just got a chance to play for the first time in like 2 weeks, like yesterday. I wrapped up some social links, and there's a character. I was not expecting this. There's a character in Persona 5 who, when you're talking to her, hand reveal Pog. Yes. Yes, Togedamaru. Welcome on in. There's a character in Persona 5 where when you're talking to her, you have your social link with her. Normally, when you hit social link 9 with one of the female characters in the game, you have the option of confessing your feelings to her and starting a relationship with her. And if you're already dating a character, it will warn you before that point and say you're already in a relationship with another girl. Right? This character, who I'm not going to say who, because spoilers, she tells you, like, straight up, like, I love you. But, like, the reason that I care about you so much, I've figured it out. I've realized why you're so special to me. It is because I love you. And you have the option of saying, let's stay friends, or I love you too. And I said, let's stay friends because I wasn't trying to romance her. And she has the most, like, you know what? That's okay. Like, I value you as a friend. I love you as a friend. I want you to be a part of my life as a friend. I thank you for being honest with me, and I appreciate you telling me how you actually feel. I'm just glad I got that off my chest. And, like, unironically, one of the best depictions of a confession not working out that I've seen in media recently. Because healthy communication, first of all. It was cute, second of all. And it was like a reaffirming of, like, hey, we're friends. Like, I care about you not because I just want to, like, shebang, but because, like, I value you as a person. And, like, that's so sweet. I love that. So that's what happened in my Persona game yesterday. I also did some more social links. I also had a different character who she very obviously, I also hit rank 9 with her, and I also got, like, the, oh, do you want to, like, whoops. Also, do you want to romance her? And I didn't romance her, but she's just like, anytime I'm with you, my heart beats faster, and, like, I think about you when you're not here, and you're always so nice to me. Like, why are you so nice to me? I want you to only be nice to me instead of anyone else, like, and be special. Do you know why that is? And then your options are, like, because I love you, or because we're teammates. And I hit her with that, because we're teammates. And she's just like, oh, yeah, obviously I would be, like, so, like, I would think all the time about my teammate and want to protect my teammate and think my teammate's so special, haha. And then I'm like, I just broke that poor girl's heart. Gotta go on my 5-hour Romeo and Juliet rehearsal. Bye! Good luck. Get a hand puppet for talking. I could get a sock. I could have a sock reveal Pog. Oh my god, they were teammates. Good luck! Macbeth! They were using their hands constantly in the beginning. They just moved the camera. Yeah, I was using my hands constantly in the beginning, and it's not even intentional. And now all you get is puppets. All you get is puppets. Puppets all you need. All you need is puppets. Puppets all you need. All you need is puppets. Puppets. Puppets all you need. Sorry, I was doing hand shadows. Arrows suck. I'm a big 40k fan, but every time someone abbreviates Chaos Space Marines to CSM, I always autocorrect to Chainsaw. That's the thing. Anytime someone says CSM, I have to think, do they mean Chainsaw Man or Chaos Space Marines? And most of the time, they mean Chainsaw Man. Like, just to put it blunt. To put it bluntly. But not all the time. Not all the time. do another coat of wash. And I don't know if multiple coats of wash is something that will even help, but I do want to have like that kind of that undertone look that I got before. We're gonna do this, and this, and this. I'm sorry, I make noises. You should know that by now if you're in this chat. Like, even if you're not a regular in stream, you should just know that I'm surprisingly expressive. I went most of my life being very reserved. It's only in recent years that I've like started properly expressing myself and like being silly and allowing myself to be goofy. And I think content's made that worse. Just straight up. And when I say worse, I mean like exasperated, right? It has made it so that I am much more engaged in my silliness. Arrow Goblin? Arrow's not Goblin. Arrow's not a level 1 Goblin. Oh, I want to do a voiceover of it. I could do that for the voiceover this weekend. I recorded some other voiceovers that I could do. But I want to do... So, you know the Goblin video that I made recently? I really wanted to include it. No! I'm just an LL2 Goblin! Please don't shoot your Leviathan Shane cannon at me! No! I only have 6 hit points! You know, like, the meme? So I want to do that for the, Lancer Goblin. But I just didn't have time in the Goblin video, so I'm like, okay, I can just make a separate voiceover for this. I can make a separate meme for this. And then I forgot. So now I have to hold myself to it. Okay. Okay, we're doing a couple base coats just to get some flesh, some good old flesh down there. That's the most dangerous little goblin. Listen, of like all goblins, I would say the Lancer Goblin is one of the most dangerous. Like if you had a room full of every fantasy properties goblins, including things that are just called goblin, that aren't actually literal goblins, I would say Lancer's Goblin is kind of up there. Like it's got to be top 3 in terms of like things called goblin that could kill you. Like a D&D Pathfinder fantasy goblin, cringe. A D&D Tolkien goblin, that's just an orc. That could like 1v1 you pretty easy. I'm trying to think of like more niche interpretations of goblins. Like I'm not counting bugbears or goblinoids or hobgoblins as just a goblin, because they're not. They're something else. They're called something different. The Green Goblin from Spider-Man I would count. And I think the Green Goblin from Spider-Man is up there. But I feel like the Goblin from Lancer beats out the Green Goblin. Is that just me? I feel like the tech. He's entirely reliant on tech, and it could just shut down his tech. Because I'm operating under the assumption, if the Goblin can take out the technology of future age mechs, it can probably take out the technology of pre-future age mechs. So I'm thinking like anything 21st century or earlier is cooked. Although maybe it's kind of like using a like a Trojan horse virus on like a rock. Like maybe it's just so far removed it doesn't even work. But it does have paracausal magic on its side. And it's also a mech, right? It can sustain 6 damage of mech weaponry. Which like isn't a lot, sure. But it's enough that like you can't deal damage to it with archaic weapons. Anything prior to Lancer's tech level deals no damage to it. And even anything that is on Lancer's tech level, you like a goblin can reasonably survive a single round of skirmish, like without taking structure. I say mind goblins are way worse. Oh, what's a mind goblin? Like the Lancer Goblin is just Green Goblin 2099 or something. Well, so the Lancer Goblin is Green Goblin 2099, except 2099 is like 2099 after multiple falls of the calendar. Arrow, no! A Mind Goblin D's nuts. No, brutal. The Goblin does not hack reality and have the potential to become God. The Goblin hacks reality and has the potential to have a God manifest within it. Very different. Osiris can become a God. Goblin cannot. That is a difference because you are not Osiris. Your Goblin is not Osiris. Osiris is within the Goblin, which you are then inside, which means you're kind of like inside the same thing as Osiris. So it's kind of like it's a DP. Double piloting. Arrow, I found an old clip of Jim Carrey rapping. The music world is so lucky he didn't become one. No one would be safe. It was good. He did it for a bit. Him, Weird Al, Eminem. Imagine. Oh my gosh. And they say white people can't rap. Okay, once these dry, I'm going to go through with another solid coat. So yeah, how's my Persona playthrough going? I'm enjoying it. I'm ranking out. I'm maxing out the rank of a lot of people. I am like, I think I'm like 1 week away from the deadline of the DLC Palace. And I just did the first cognitive block of it. So I just went to Mementos to solve the cognitive block, and now I'm back in the palace. And then once I loaded up the palace last night, I stopped playing. So I'm back in the palace, and I assume I'm going to be playing for like another couple hours, and then I'm going to find the treasure, and then I leave, and then I have to send the calling card. That's my assumption. There's actually a Green Goblin 2099, and they're actually the wife of Miguel O'Hara's brother, but in costume she's built like a dude, and I think it's neat. So I have not seen Across the Spider-Verse. I've seen Into the Spider-Verse. I've seen it actually a couple times now. Still have not seen Across the Spider-Verse. Heard amazing things about it. Heard it's fantastic, even. Have not seen it. My buddy loves Spider-Man. Was like, I'm going to kill you if you don't watch it. And I'm like, okay. And then I didn't watch it, and he didn't kill me. Reminder, opponent damage in Lancer is equivalent to the force it takes to kill normal unaugmented human. That's what I'm saying. So, this might be a weird question, but I've been really struggling to figure out if I'm bi or not, and I was wondering if you have any insight to offer. If that not, that's fine too. So what I would say, I am someone who, since I was young, I always had this weird thing of gender, and I always had this weird thing of attraction. Very quickly, I realized, wait a second, is it not natural to feel, oh. And so I realized very early that I was queer. And then I was like mid-teenage when I realized that I was like attracted to anyone. I'm pan, which I, as an individual, not speaking for anyone or any community, say that bi and pan are close enough that it doesn't really matter. If you're pan, you're bi. If you're bi, you're not necessarily pan, because pan is specifically all, bi is more than one, right? If you are only attracted to like women and non-binary individuals that are completely androgynous, that would be bi. That would not be pan. But if you're pan and you're attracted to everyone, that would be under bi. So I'm bi, I'm pan, whatever. I identify more with pan because it is all-encompassing. To me, gender is not really a factor. But even still, I have my preferences. Pan is just Zoomer bi. I disagree. Pan's been around for a while. And like, yeah, like Zoomer might be more inclined to like use a label like that. But apparently Zoomers are overwhelmingly bi identifying. A lot of people, a lot of Zoomers aren't trans identifying. They're non-binary identifying. A lot of Zoomers aren't gay. They're bisexual. apparently that's just anecdotally. I don't have any evidence to support this. But it's just like what people are talking about it. That's generally what I hear. So like, I don't know. Technically, you haven't not watched it Into Your Dead. Oh my god. I recommend Sir Superhero's video on that 2099. He goes over all of Spider-Man and other 2099 characters. My main exposure to 2099 characters is Marvel Rivals, actually. So like Doom 2099, Punisher 2099, Spider-Man 2099. Render, yeah, so basically, if you are struggling with like, hey, am I bi or not? My thought process is ask yourself a couple questions. Why do I think I'm bi? If I am bi, would I have a problem with that? And could I see myself in a relationship with a man and or a woman and or someone who is non-binary / separated from gender? And like that is kind of like, oh no, don't make it a trinary. That's not, the point is not to make it a trinary or to say that's the only genders that are available. It's to say the broad categorizations. So first question, what makes you think it? I'm a guy and I saw a really cute guy and that made me feel funny things. Well, that might mean that you're attracted to men, or maybe you're just aesthetically attracted, and that's totally fine. You can have aesthetic attraction without having romantic and or intimate physical attraction. If I look at someone, I'm like, wow, they are really attractive. I don't want to date them. I don't want to do anything with them. I just think that they're attractive and I think they're nice to look at. That doesn't mean I am like wanting to date them or anything, which means that I might not be bi in that case. However, if I look at them and I'm like, wow, I have never considered being with a man before, but looking at this guy, I'd be open to it. Like that might be something to consider. 2, how would you feel? Like, would you have a problem if you were bi? That's really just kind of like a gut check of, hey, is this just shame? If you're like, well, I don't like the thing that prompted it was like that I saw a guy who's like really attractive, but clearly must be like aesthetic attraction because I could never be attracted to a man. I'm not bi, haha. Like being bi is like stupid loser. That might mean that you're just dealing with like internalized homophobia and biphobia. And that might literally just be a like, well, you know the answer, you're just scared to accept it. And that's a different question. Because a lot of people struggle with that. And then the third one is like, could you see yourself in a relationship with a man or a woman or someone who is androgynous? And the reason I ask that is because maybe you look at a guy and you're like, wow, you are kind of crazy. I feel odd looking at you. I would never date you, but like you make me very curious. That could be a situation where you are bisexual, but maybe heteroromantic, right? That could be a situation where you might be interested in hanky-panky, but you might not be interested in, say, relationships with men. Or if you're a woman with women, or if you're non-binary with other non-binary individuals, like whatever it ends up being. So that's a tiered determination. I would encourage you to ask yourself, like, what prompted it? Would you have a problem if you were? And could you see yourself in a relationship with members of those genders? Because at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you're happy. I'm pretty firm on the opinion of like labels should help you, and if they don't matter. But I also understand that not everyone accepts that opinion and not everyone feels that way. So like, I'm not going to say that I'm right. I'm just going to say that is how I feel. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. This is just slightly too thin. Zooks. So yeah, that's my answer to that. What's my opinion on putting tomato ketchup on fried rice? I don't like ketchup. That sounds disgusting to me. However, I don't like ketchup, right? I know that a lot of people really like that, and I'm not going to tell them they can't. For instance, I don't like ketchup so much that when I make like katsu, I will replace the ketchup in it with something else. I don't like ketchup. So like, I'm not gonna say that you can't eat it, but it's definitely something that I would not eat that. Thoughts on the Cane homebrew sin wasp? I am unaware. I know nothing about it. Finally got up to Cat 5 in our Cane game. Same guy who destroyed most of Paris last time, potentially annihilated the Eiffel Tower. Listen, they had it coming. Those French had it coming. They had it too good for too long. The British are next. Yeah, it's common for Omu rice. That's what I was thinking, right? Omu rice is the example where it's just like, I think that like with maid cafes, they write on it in ketchup. Is that generally what they do? I mean, that's kind of thin, but it's not like watery. I think I add a little dollop more. I hate spending paint. Oh. And now, with our paint dolloped, we can, instead of having a very thin coat, we can do a thicker coat. One of us is pan, one of us is bi, one only tells the truth, one has a wolf, a goat, and a cabbage. Solve our riddles, 3 to join our polycule. Listen, if it only takes 3 riddles to enter your polycule, I think you really need to like increase your barrier to entry. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you're down for that, and like I'm not one to judge. But personally, I feel like if you were going to have a polycule that was guarded from intrusion from outsiders, you gotta have it be more secure than like your riddles 3. That is the equivalent of 2-factor authentication, or that's the equivalent of like sending a text message to your phone. You need multi-factor authentication for your polycule. Seriously. You don't want weirdos joining, do you? Maybe you do. Maybe you do. Who was I talking to? I was talking to someone the other day. I think in like a YouTube comment about like being a freak. And how like I claim no dominion over being a freak. Like I've seen what real freaks are. I've seen what they do. I've seen who they are. And I have no power over them. Even though I imagine quite a few of them would like me to. Oh no, I was talking about earlier about how I appreciate the community. The community, very divided on the very particular instance of how do you feel about me? And I'm not asking you to say if you don't want to, but the community pretty like consistently has expressed like, hey, don't be weird about your own, right? Which I appreciate. I appreciate that in line with the expectations and boundaries I have set, a lot of the community has self-regulated extremely well of, hey, don't make it weird. And I appreciate that, obviously. Like that's super important to me, and that makes me feel safe and welcome in my own community, which is super important. And has made me more comfortable with like jokes and bits that push that, right? Because I understand that there is a line and that ultimately the community will respect that line. That said, there are some people who are like who are part of the community who definitely have that kind of say interest. And like, as long as y'all don't make that my problem, as long as y'all don't like make that what the community is about, I'm chill with that. Right? I have gotten much more comfortable with that kind of talk over the past couple of years, and that kind of attention over the past couple of years. It's really just a matter of I want to make sure that that's not what this space is about. I want the space to be about mega dungeons and Lancer and Kane and TTRPGs and models. But like if you have like a little bit of thirsting as a treat, like I'm not gonna stop you. So I'm kind of like pleasantly surprised at, and maybe it's because of how ace my community is, which like Pog. Maybe it's just how ace my community is, of like, y'all really aren't the sorts to like thirst on main. Well, that's something I'm very happy with. I'm very proud of. And it seems odd that I'm talking about that right now. And then I remember that this whole thing is a celebration of 40K subscribers. So I suppose like it makes sense to kind of like have a talk about the community right now of all times. So these two. This is what happens when I added another couple dollops of paint. This one is what happens when I don't. I like both. I like both. I'm gonna see how this dries. I want to see how this dries. Oh yeah, I was writing Lancer Homebrew earlier. Awesome. I did start the Aerodorable meme. Did you, Ben? I know Wumpus is like the self-proclaimed pope of it. And there's a lot of people who call me Aerodorable. Which like, Aerodorable is very much a... I take it to just be a compliment. Is this dry brushing? Am I accidentally dry brushing? I just take Aerodorable as a compliment it is, and like I disagree, of course, but I don't like assume it's with weird intent. Is it meant to be with weird intent? Stripes on Arrow's fingers, Gene Stealer? No, I'm painting. I'm painting, you goof. I like you. You're pretty chill. Someone I think I can enjoy peace and quiet with by a bonfire and not feel weird, like that kind of vibe. Honestly, that's what I'm going for. Like, I know a lot of content creators who feel this pressure to perform in a certain way. And like straight up, I am just unabashedly myself. And myself is stupid. Myself is like actually dumber than a brick sometimes. And y'all have seen this. And I like to think I'm good about not overreaching. And I'm good about kind of keeping myself in check when I need to. There's a time where I did a voiceover comic, fairly recently actually, where the artist of the comic DM'd me. It's like, hey, it's me, the comic artist. You should have asked for permission. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Like I gave you credit, and in my exposure, in my experience, most artists have been chill with me voicing their stuff as long as I give credit to them, and I like point stuff people their way. And they clarified. And they clarified in their first message before I responded. But they're like, I'm not mad. I don't want you to take it down or anything. And then I'm like, okay. And so they just reached out to me and they were like, hey, yeah, my community's mad at you. And I'm like, what? And I think it may have been a culture clash. I don't know if they are... I don't know if they're like US based, but if they were from like another country, and their audience was primarily from another country, that would make a lot of sense. Because I know like in like Japan, for instance, copyright laws are way stricter. And so like you need to like get permission to like stream a video game, like explicit written permission. And in that same way, it may have been a situation where like the artist wasn't mad, but they reached out to me because their community was mad because culturally, like, how dare I? Or maybe it was just like, that they didn't like what I was doing. I don't know. It was such an odd conversation because it was I thought I was in trouble and I was prepared to like take down the video and be like, hey, sorry, like if you don't want this up, I'm going to take it down. I don't care if people are enjoying the video and commenting. What matters is that like this is your base product and I want to respect that. Even if I feel I made it transformative, I want to respect you and your work. And then they're like, no, I don't want you to do that. I'm just letting you know that you should have asked permission and that my community's mad at you. And I'm like, okay. Oh, the thirst is real and prolific. It's just a matter of politely not disclosing how much you're drooling and why. I mean, like, and that's really what I'm looking for, right? I want this community. Wait, this community is 13 plus, right? This community, I mean, I suppose... like, it's not really family friendly. I have enough. My humor is such that I don't think that you should probably have like a 6-year-old watching me. So, but I don't curse, right? So I feel like I ride a weird line where like probably like 60% of the time I'm family friendly, right? And then like the other 40% of the time I am like PG-13. Maybe like 5% of the time there's like Arrow After Dark where I say something incredibly unhinged and like maybe you shouldn't be watching me if you're under 17. But yeah, like if people are gonna thirst over me, like don't bring it in the community. Which, like, to be clear, people haven't been, which is why I'm so proud and impressed and thankful. And like, I'm gonna say something. This only applies to me. Don't translate this to other people, okay? The more people are respectful of my boundaries, the more my boundaries expand. And that's not like a hard and fast rule. That is just like something I have noticed is that the more respectful the community has been towards me and my interest and my comfort and my boundaries, the more comfortable I have gotten with more stuff that I never thought I'd ever be comfortable with. Like the other day, I had the voiceover meme of where I was doing psychic damage from the phone, and I go like, right, and it's like damage noises. And someone's like, screw it. Good enough. I'm going to goon. And my response to that, like internally, was just like, well, good for them, I guess. And like, I would have been very uncomfortable with that like 2 years ago. But at this point, like, I'm just so used to it. I'm just so fine with it. Well, some content creators, I definitely fall under types of people I find attractive. But the furthest I feel with content creators is, whoa, I wish I could look, sound like that. Family neutral evil. We can just hang out and chat in here, and that's really refreshing. Awesome. As weird as it may sound, I like being here for the community as a whole. Awesome. I actively try not to on the server. Wait, does that mean that, like, you are thirsting in private? Which, like, I don't really address that. I actually don't think I have any NSFW art of me. There might be, and I don't know if there is. But I have not seen any NSFW art of me outside of course. Let me really quick change the reference image. Be warned, have your children look away, for this is not safe for work. Do you get it? Do you get it? Because at a workplace, it's not safe if you are to stand on a chair like that. Please laugh. Please laugh. Why are you laughing? Okay. Yeah, so I actually haven't seen any like 18 plus art of me. So I don't know if there is any. The vibe here is always nice. Awesome. Thank you. More PG. Yeah, I think I'm more PG-13, really. Like, that's what I think. My dog is curled up with me. It's amazing. He's starting to be more cuddly. Aww. The only exception is that is, like, when they're actively engaged in some kind of other content, so to speak. Yeah. So, like, if you have someone who is, like, in other streaming, I'll say, like, obviously that is a different relationship you have with them. And there are many prolific content creators, like Project Melody, Cottontail VA, Victoria the Sun Eater. Those are three that like I know are really popular as safe for work content creator, or maybe not safe for work, but like 13 plus content creators, in addition to doing 18 plus SW on the side, or in addition, or like in some cases, like that's their main thing. I think like Cottontail and Melody in particular, like their SW is their main thing, and on the side they stream. And like people love that. And it's just a matter of how you engage with them. Like obviously I don't do that. Twitter auto-translate is great because Japanese users said, what if we pirated a bunch of your stuff towards Russian users? The Russians started giving them links. Well, because there was a thing where with the auto-translate, American or Westerners, I suppose, not necessarily Americans, Westerners were like talking about piracy, and Americans were like, or Japanese people were like, why would you pirate? And then Westerners are like, we physically can't get this media. It is literally not accessible through public media. Like, if we could buy it legitimacy, we would. And then the Japanese users are like, well, if you can't buy it legitimately, don't buy it at all. And there was this like weird culture clash where in the West, it's considered like really piracy is all over the place in case of where your thoughts are. But even people that are like pretty anti-pirate, so to speak, are like, well, yeah, if you can't get it via legitimate means, it is acceptable. Whereas in the East, it's like, no, you do not do that, which is so odd to hear about. When it comes to the usual content creators, like you, for example, I actually get uncomfy when I see more explicitly thirsty talk. I mean, like, so do I. That's why I try to keep it out of the community. Vibe here's always nice. Aww. You're calling OSHA on me? No! To me, you sound like the Dark Souls 1 dying sound effect. See, that's the thing. I literally referenced in that video the Dark Souls 1 dying sound effect. Without it being weird for everyone. Yeah. Like, cool handle to do little injury noises. That chair is so jank, I thought it was sewer runoff. Oh no. To quote, brother, you gave it thighs and a snatch to it. Wait. Brutal, you're quoting me? Brother, you gave it thighs and a snatched waist. Trade barons love it. Like, I said that. That was my video. Air quotes, SFW. We, the South Americans, were in a fight with the Japanese. Really? Granted, with NSFW / normal content creators, or not normal, but there's still some boundaries can get. Yeah, I mean, it can get weird. And I definitely think that there's a lot of, for instance, I consider like GFE, girlfriend experience content, the whole thing of just like, hey, I as the content creator pretend and do role plays and ASMR and audio for like giving you emotional validation as if I was your girlfriend. That's GFE. BFE is the boyfriend equivalent. I don't think there's a non-binary equivalent, but that's a thing that a lot of people do. And I consider that in line with NSFW. It's not necessarily like 18 plus per se. It most oftentimes is, but there is a lot of like overlap with that. And what you hit is that when you have someone who does GFE content, and they have an audience of people that consume GFE content, and then this person does GFE, blah, 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 I love you, mwah. Anyway, now that you paid me money, I'm gonna go live my life. And then this person says, nope. And you get stalkers, or you get people that are like, hey, I'm going to release a song cover. And then these people don't watch it because they're not there for the singing. They're there for the, like, you know, the GFE. I'm going to do gaming streams. They don't watch it because they don't want that. I'm going to do an ASMR stream. They listen to the ASMR. I'm going to have a collab. Oh, you collabed with a man? I'm going to never watch you again. Like, and that's the issue. I mean, that's one of several issues. Let's be real. Like, there are many issues with that. But one of the main issues is how fickle and disloyal that sort of audience is. Oh, that was me typing that as stuff normed rather than slash. Got it. What was another thing? Have I primarily been reading manga? If you're looking for something I just started reading, This Is How You Lose the Time War. It's about two rival agents leaving flirty messages across time. I've heard of that. Right now, I already showed you Black Paradox. I've also rented I'm a Terminal Cancer Patient, but I'm Fine, which is about a manga. Is an autobiographical manga about a mangaka that got cancer. And I picked it up because they represent themselves as like a cute little like bipedal rabbit. And I was flipping through it, and at the very end, it shows their husband. And their husband is a giant, huge, jacked bunny rabbit. And he's crying because he's a huge softie, and he was really worried about them. And I also just picked up the second Murderbot. That's really reflective. I hope I didn't show anything. The second Murderbot Diaries. That is a series of novellas. And I really enjoyed the first one. I read it like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I read it. I think it was like 5 years ago. Oh my gosh. And it's about this android called Murderbot who is super socially anxious and is really cute, right? So I have a bit of a list already, and I've been working through it. I just finished reading Imaginary. I'm reading Black Paradox now. After Black Paradox, I'm going to read through Terminal Cancer, and then my plan is to crank through Murderbot, and then I'll probably go and get some new series, which I'm probably going to go to the library today after stream, depending on how long I stream for and how much I need to clean up after stream, which I very clearly need to clean up after stream. And I'll probably drop off, check back in Imaginary, and I'll probably look for something more. I'm thinking of picking up Discworld. I looked for Mort. I couldn't find Mort. The first of the Death books. I have a copy of that book sitting right next to me. Oh gosh, my friend is really big into VTubers, and he mentioned how weird fans can get about collabs. Oh my gosh. So like, okay. The thing about people being weird about collabs with men is pretty specific to idol culture as well as like GFE content, right? So, do I do another wash? This is really distinct plates. Holy. Like compare and contrast. Wow. So do I like splatter this with black like it did the others? I feel like that mutes it. I feel like I don't use black. I use something else. I like the layered washes. I think that I run through this with not another wash, but with just another red. So, but basically, that mostly happens with idol culture, and it happens with like GFE. GFE is what I described as girlfriend experience. It is generally tied to SW, but not always. It's almost always tied to the idea of a parasocial audience and building that on purpose. It is very tied to like a 4chan audience. It is tied to like the lonely man epidemic and feeding into that and validating that and saying, don't worry, it's okay, you're not at fault. You can find validation via 2D women. Because it's almost always women doing it. Although there is BFE for, primarily it's very heteronormative. It is very BFE is for women, GFE is for men. And in that audience, it is, well, you collabed with a man, that's like my girlfriend spending time with another guy. And almost always in a GFE audience, it is toxic, it is exploitative on both sides, and it is generally not healthy. Whereas with idol, it's less so about that, and it's more so about purity. It's the idea of, if you know, like K-pop or J-pop, they have idol culture where they are like the perfect platonic ideal of whatever they are. They aren't actually a person. They are the platonic ideal of the bad boy. They are the platonic ideal of the cutesy girl next door who's like your little sister. They're the platonic idea of whatever it is. So anything that compromises that is met violently by fans. And so if you have the cutesy girl next door and she talks to a guy, well, that's not what like your cutesy little girl next door sister would do. So that violates the fantasy. They have breached the social contract you have for the idol. And in the same way, VTubers, this is mostly old school HoloLive. They've really shifted out of this in part, but not entirely. Old school Niji Sanji EN was kind of like this. A lot of other places didn't have this really at all. But some smaller agencies did have an idol culture and explicitly like inspired by HoloLive. And it's the exact same deal where it's just like, hey, you are the funny class clown. And anything you do that violates being the funny class clown, if you're ever cool, if you're ever sexy, if you're ever sad, that violates the fantasy and you are breaking kayfabe. And that's really what it comes down to. And now in modern times, it's mostly just a matter of like feeding into like, I mean, it's feeding into toxic parasocial relationships. It is the idea of, no, like what my audience wants is more important than what I want. I would do anything for them and they're all that matters to me. And that's not really healthy. Pretty specific to parasocial fans in general, yeah. Is the secret technique to start with a collab and just dodge all the weird stuff? I mean, kind of. Like the secret technique is be explicit about what you want and then do that. There are some people who are like, hey, I don't want to collab with men. Like some women who are like, hey, I don't want to collab with guys. And whether that's their own privacy, whether it's their own safety, whether that's they have poor experiences with men, or maybe they want to build an audience and they know that by being this ideal woman who doesn't interact with men and only cares about the viewer and not viewers, you, specifically you watching this right now. Like that's an audience that you can build. Collabing early and often with men will dodge that. For instance, I've collabed with AE, I've collabed with Rory, I've collabed with Neko. Honestly, I don't really have a VTuber audience. I have a TTRPG audience. Y'all aren't really VTuber viewers. Y'all are mostly TTRPG and D&D viewers. But if someone was to watch me, they would have a repository of like all the times I've interacted with men. Also, I'm not a woman. I'm non-binary, so. Those are just the main sources of their ilk, yeah. Splatter with a slightly more saturated red? I only have the one red. How would you recommend saturated? That's my question. Because like, these all look different. I think this one might be my favorite. Just because it's so distinctly sharp in the plating. Right? Even though it does have the brightness to it, it's so sharp in the plating. Whereas this, I added black on top and it kind of mutes it. And I like the coloration to it, but it doesn't look as sharp. So like I kind of want to add some black on this, like the streaks that I was doing before on this one, but I'm worried that will ruin the plating. And then this one is just like, I really like how dark it is. But at the same time, it's like, it doesn't seem like it pops enough. Show color palette? I mean, I'm working off of this. Although if you mean like what paints I have access to. I have the Vallejo game set. I've been using Bloody Red. Closest to it I got is Orange Fire. I have Sun Yellow. I have Bronze Brown. Like I could mix in some white to make it more of a pinkish. Like I have like a pinkish back to it. What shade paints do you have? We may have to sacrifice a mini for experiments, but I have an idea. Oh no. I was dragged here because I fell into the Lancer hole, then the Zactac hole, and then I found myself here in this rabbit hole. I'm so far down, I found the rabbit. I named her Dolly. I mean, like, the very common experience of Arrow Rights viewers is I got into Lancer or Kane. I watched 11 Dragon Kid and Zactac. Then I found your shorts, and now I'm here. And I think that's how a lot of people found me. And surprisingly, I've kind of kicked it back a bit. I've found a fair bit of people who have found Kane or Lancer via me. And then they ask me, how do I learn more about this? And then I kick them over to 11 Dragon Kid and Zactac. So there is a bit of a loop going on here. Toothpick dappling with... I don't think I have a toothpick. Well, independent. I need to go through and add my whites. Okay, red plus orange plus a little white. Red plus orange plus a little white. Orange would add that brightness, and white would desaturate. I found out you, Lancer, and World of Darkness from the same video. What video? I feel like there's a lot of videos that could be. Although maybe I'm just mistaken. So I'm getting this, and then I'm dry brushing with it. From here. Do this. But yeah, I think it'd be really fun to set up something with Zach, Tech, or 11 Dragon Kid. Whether a one-off like video cameo or something else. I think it would be really interesting to kind of get some of the most consistent Bloomverse creators in the same project. But also, like, obviously, that depends on timing, availability, and interest. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like they have much of an investment in me. But I do think it would be fun to have a joint project like that, particularly because I'm not really like in D&D tube, even if I am a TTRPG VTuber, and I'm on the larger side of channels at this point. Like, I wouldn't say I'm a large channel, but I certainly am larger than the average channel, and I've been so for quite some time. Get a little bit of white here on your teeth. Brush your teeth, quite literally. I don't want to go too hard because I don't want to get it all over your face. Let's get a little bit more whites. Yeah, part of what's screwing me is I don't have a tight-tipped enough brush. It was the Garo vs. Lancer? Yeah. That was a fun one. I had a lot of fun with that because that was like purely, like literally just entirely spur of the moment. That was entirely just like, we were just walking through it. And I think that is a great encapsulation of what we do here on the channel. We just take different systems and we combine them, and we kind of see how they fit together. I still think that the best video for someone to get introduced to the channel with, outside of like shorts, is the False Hydra video. I think that the False Hydra video is absolutely, that shows off a lot of my GMing style. I think that shows off being a stream clip, what streams are like very well. It is it's like one of my highest viewed videos, meaning that clearly like it is a success for a reason. But I do think that like there are plenty of other videos that I would not be upset if someone's like, hey, this is how I got into your content. I'd be like, oh, awesome. Or if someone was like, hey, I want you to check out this channel, Arrow Writes, watch this video. If you showed them the Lancer Garo video, I would not be upset. Although if you're going to show anyone my channel, I would recommend starting with shorts, right? Because it's so much easier to say, hey, check out this 60-second short, this 70-second short, this 30-second short, rather than anything crazy. So this one I already did the gun. So you don't need to do that. Like, it's all gray, but I think it just dries gray. Because, no, this one pretty solidly has, like, the white highlights still. I don't know, dog. These all look... The point being... If I ran these, you would reasonably believe that they are all part of the same unit. And that's what matters, right? What matters with these things is that they all look like they're part of the same unit, even if they have slightly different shadings, even if there's slightly different like, striations to them. I don't know. Do I want to add a little bit of black to the back of this? These look like muddy goobers. Oh my gosh. I think specifically you had so I made a dragon and Lancer, And then a separate video I made was, could a Garo knock over, or like, what would win in a fight, a Garo or a mech? And I said hands down mech. Even your standard Everest would be able to clear a Garo easy. And then we were talking about, could a Garo knock over a mech? And then we were comparing like strength values, and I was looking in like the chart where it says like how strong is a 10 strength, because a Garo can theoretically get up to like 10 strength, and 10 strength is like, you can like toss a semi-truck like it's nothing, but like future metals would significantly be more difficult to knock over. So we were like talking about size difference. Then we brought in Kane for like fling. Pretty sure I found Arrow from the shorts for Lancer from my recommended, because I frequent Zactac. Nice. I still say Garo can win on the basis that werewolf claws are supernatural weapons, and mechs can still take damage from infantry weapons, which aren't much more advanced. See, that's the issue. Garo claws are not supernatural. Garo claws are tied to a supernatural being, but claws deal normal damage. They might deal non-halved superficial to supernatural creatures, in which case they would be supernatural, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Their bite is supernatural. Their bite can deal aggravated damage even to other supernatural entities such as vampires, which means that their bite to me could have a magic boost to it. The issue being is that if I take a modern day rocket launcher and I shoot it at a mech, it deals no damage. I don't think, even with the power of Gaia on your side, your bite force exceeds that of a rocket launcher. The squad template is canon, and so is the light signature weapon. Yeah, but the light signature weapon is like, archaic weapons include black powder. Archaic weapons include like modern day firearms. So if I click, could I beat Junji Ito in a fist fight? Probably. I mean, he's got like what? I don't know how old he is, but like he's probably like 20 years older than me, 30 years older than me. I got the youth advantage. I'm spry. I don't know about his workout routine, but I work out, and he has seen horrors beyond my comprehension. And I think that would like stun him for a turn, right? I feel like he's got like Reggie Gigos's slow start ability. And so like the first couple rounds, I can like alpha strike him. Hating to spend money and Warhammer are not the most compatible, don't you think? Why do you think I bought $100 worth of Tyranids? I think I bought the Swarmlord for like $30. I bought the Swarmlord, and these were all back when I was actively playing Warhammer with my buddies. And I haven't bought anything else since. I got the Gargoyles and the Gene Stealers that are still in the box as a Christmas gift, or as like a birthday gift. And I haven't even bought paints from them. Like, paints are stuff that I've gotten over the past like 2 years. Like, I got the Vallejo paints like a year and a half ago. He has Monster Week video to make a Dragon and Lancer. Yeah. I found you through the Mega Dungeon series. I think my first experience with your channel was with the shorts and subbed because they're entertaining. But I think I became a fan when I happened to notice your live stream and joined in for what turned out to be your first explanation of your 1v1 Kane game. Yeah. I feel so naked without paint. But like, I feel like there's definitely like a graph. Just like, right? Like there's definitely a progression of, you start out seeing like a one cool video of the channel and you're like, that's cool. And then I would say probably like 90% of people bounce. But like 10% of people check out more. And then of those 10%, maybe 50% of them stick around. So we end up with like 5% of people that see a new content actually stick around for any long amount of time. And then of that 5% of people, maybe 1%, so like a fifth of those people convert into like actually sticking around and engaging with the community for a significant amount of time. I have community members who I recognize the profile pictures of and maybe even know the names of that I have not seen in like 2 years. And that makes me sad. So in case you're wondering if content creators notice if you are a member of the community or not, we do. And I, in particular, like, these are people that aren't in the Discord. These aren't people that ever interacted with me like personally. They were only in like YouTube comments, and I saw them comment in YouTube comments, and I noticed they were missing after like a couple videos of them not commenting, and then they might comment like once or twice, and then like it's a year and I haven't heard from them, and I'm like, I hope they're doing okay. He gets buffs from horrors after the sun. Oh no! He's charging. Archaic range specifies bow and black powder, a fraction of the power behind modern. Fair. The unpainted masses are funny. Yes. A fully painted squad that each model painted to an okay standard will always look much better than a single masterfully painted model. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, I tried my best. That's genuinely what matters. I tried my best. I could do more Termagants. I could do the Neurogants. I think I treat myself. I'm scared. The Von Ryan's Leapers are a bit too spindly, I feel. But the Barbgaunts certainly have a lot of chitin, don't they? Alternatively, if we want to do like one more like capstone piece, I think the Winged Tyranid Prime would be a very strong contender for a good, like, this is a nice piece, but I don't like care too much about it. So if I want to try painting a non like horde unit, I could try the Winged Tyranid Prime. The Rising Tide carries all models. Camera's a lot better saturated now. They don't look salmon. Well, so I wonder if I can just take a picture with my phone. Take that picture. I can post it in the Discord. So if you are on the Discord, you can simply check. No, I don't want location included. Why would I want location included? I send this in. It's not going to dox my location if I send it in Discord, will it? No. Nope. Oh! I just saw the art from Alza. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's so good. I'm sorry. I just saw the art, and I'm like I got sunlocked. I don't have MS Paint open. Oh no. Okay. I can't show it, but I can grab it. I'm going to... I have to save this? I think I have to save it. Let me save it real quick. Images. Fan art. Yet another banger from Alza. I'm just going to call it Banger. That's its name now. Okay, so I have now saved it. So that means that on here, I can swap out a reference image or the banger. Like, genuinely. This is so crazy. Look at this. Look how much of a banger this is. Like, it's crazy. I look awesome. Thank you, Alza. Yeah, so for those of you who can't see on Discord, I posted it on Discord, and I could save this, and I don't want to, but I will just show you. Now, if I swap this back out, Do you see the difference? Like, do you see the difference between this guy and this guy and all these guys down here, right? Wait, have I had a window open this whole time? No? No, so actually what I did is, if you remember the pride flag I was saying earlier, that was like over here that the cat was looking at, that I actually taped up this morning, covering the window to desaturate it. There's a lot of variations visible in the picture. No, I know. But what I'm saying is that the picture looks less pink, looks less pale, looks less salmon than the lighting here. Yeah, the colors look way better in the picture. I think because this camera naturally is just very like desaturated. Maybe I can screw with it, but I feel like every time I've used it, it's been like very pale. Not me thinking you were saving the painted minis like a digital picture. Oh my gosh. Have you seen the newly revealed Red Death? Oh, not the Red Death. I added a Tyranids option to the 40k vote. What? Hello, Fanner. Goodbye, Fanner. I added a Tyranids option to the 40k vote because I wanted to talk about the time where the Death Leaper mogged a planetary governor. The Red Terror is another one. Or I think the Red Terror doesn't have good rules. The Red Terror's rules suck or something. But it's still the Red Terror. We love the Red Terror. I think what I'm gonna do. Come on. I'm gonna do the Wing Tyranid Prime. I got this. Believe in me, and I will believe in you. I mean, it's only been 5 hours. And like, I'm not going to be able to save this, right? The way I set this up, this wet palette, I'm not going to be able to save this. So I'm not like planning around this. I feel so bad for all this red. Y'all said I could bottle this, right? If I just save this. So I think what I do is I take the wash, the red wash, and I run it over the entire Wing Tyranid Prime like I did before. I do red chitin, then I do white brush. Oh, I didn't do freaking heck. Darn it. There should be like 2 others, right? This one doesn't have any. Me getting distracted by the thing I started stream to do. Honestly, that's how you know it's bad, is that I'm getting distracted by my own stream idea. Ow! Criminy! Stabbed my toe against something. Why do you not have any white? I must fix this. Yeah, so I have a desk that has metal like braces on the bottom. And one of them has a cap on it. The other one, I should probably move the cap because I constantly, or not constantly, but like I occasionally, with some regularity, stab my foot against the open like metal of this like brace on the bottom. And it's so inconvenient and it's so minorly painful. And it's like not a big deal, but it sucks. And let me just add highlights real quick to the one area that has shadow all over it. Yeah, cool. Thanks. Anyone else? Did I forget anyone else's guns? No? And like, I understand I don't need to make their guns like gray. I could make their guns like fuchsia if I really wanted, but I like the look. I like the good classic appearance of a good old-fashioned gun line. It's got like the white, the gray. Okay, so I'm gonna do across all of like literally all of this except for the blade. Let's do some planning. The blade, the spurs, the hooves. Blades, spurs, hooves. I'm going to do the back carapace. I'm going to do the undercarriage. Gosh, if I screw this up, I'm going to feel so bad. But the only way to learn is by trying. Just imagining Arrow's foot slowly getting infected, deformed from repeated stabbing. Why would you imagine that? Why would you want to imagine that? Of all things. You could imagine anything else in the world. The variation is actually really cool. Thank you. I do like the idea that some of them are more pop than others. I do like the idea that some of the Tyranids are fresher. Also, y'all let me know if you want me to swap to music, because I had it on more of an upbeat thing earlier, and then I went like full horror movie music, or like haunted forest music. Because it's not like scary music, it's just kind of like, it's meant to be evoke like dread, mystery. So we're doing this. It's not a want, just a morbid curiosity. Well, I will say, if you want to draw fan art of me going, ah, my foot, criminy, by all means, just try not to like put too much focus on the foot, because that would be kind of weird. Plague cultist spotted in chat. Oh, gadzooks. Oh, you harlot. Okay, just doing big, broad wash coats across everything but the spikes, the spurs, and the blades. Now we get to do the very satisfying bit where the wings are going to be weird. The wings, I think I just do the base coat and I just do the wash coat, and I actually like don't do anything crazy with that. Like I understand wings like the semi-transparent look. I think that like an airbrush would probably be best for them. But given that I do not have an airbrush, you have a hole in your wing. Look at this. You see that? See there? A hole in that wing. How can you fly? Like, literally. One of the prerequisites of flying is that you don't have holes in your wings. Famously, that's why birds have no holes in their wings. Okay. Get that wash coat done. Wash. I gotta do the insides too, and I also gotta do your face. I think I forgot your face. Gotta wash up your face. Wash your face. Fun fact. Your face and your hands are the two most important bits that you need to wash consistently. Like, even if you don't wash any other bit of you, even if you don't take a shower, make sure you at least wash your hands, wash your face every day. Okay. And then this is where we do the less fun part of the fun part. And we go like, which this is for texture. This doesn't need to look pretty. The idea is that it does look pretty, but it's not necessary in the same way that the outer coat is. It's all just kind of coating the inside. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Okay. And then I think we just we have done a full body wash. We're gonna let that dry. And then we're gonna do another one. Something, shadow in the warp. Yeah. Something, according to all aerodynamic laws, a Tyranid should not be able to fly. I tend to make my wings more like stretched skin, less saturated. Yeah. Assume space magic. No, so the Tyranids, their whole thing is they're just bugs. They're evolving. They're adapting. Yes, they have shadow in the warp. Yes, they have the hive mind, but they're just like bugs. They have like bioviruses that will like dissolve your flesh. They have acids that they can spew at you. They have bone shards they can like fling at you. But ultimately, it's just biological processes. You can literally imagine Arrow doing a sick kickflip, and that's what you choose to imagine. Okay, my issue is I have a skateboard. I know how to skateboard like reasonably well. I don't know how to like do an ollie, so I can't do a kickflip. So if you imagine me doing a sick kickflip, I will get kickflip dysphoria. Gotta go, but I also love this. Also, Arrow, don't forget to listen to Waltz of a Chat. I keep forgetting. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for swinging by. I'll probably do this again next week. Because, like, have more minis all over here. I'm probably going to wrap up this. I got my 10 Termagants. I got this. I learned a bunch of stuff. I'm going to use way less paint less time. And we're going to pog. We're going to be chilling. I'm sorry, I tried to imagine Arrow doing a sick kickflip and instead imagine them tripping? No! Do I think Angron flies through being remotely aerodynamic? So long as you punch the air hard enough, you can generate strength through raw lift. Or lift through raw strength. I mean, Angron is a special case. Angron scares the air into submission and it runs away from him, and it runs away downward. So the downward direction that he goes ends up making it so that he can fly up. Because he is like, raw, and then goes, wee as a result. Whereas this little bugger, this little dude, you just evolved to have wings that don't work. That's why you have to have a duo boss in Space Marine 2. Oh, your back leg. Your back leg isn't attached. How dare you? How dare you? That's no good for me. That's why you feel fragile. Don't worry. Everyone's a little fragile. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, Angron is a helicopter. Angron just screams and launches himself. Yeah, basically. Fun fact, it is possible to make an engine that just runs forever once you jumpstart it. Nuclear ramjets. Listen, perpetual motion. Perpetual motion do be kind of cracked. Okay. What pull you to Tyranids? What's my second choice? So I already answered this. Tyranids, it was having it accessible to me. I just bought my friend's army that he already pre-primed, pre-assembled. And then my second choice would be Chaos Space Marine, specifically Alpha Legion. However, I do like bugs. I've played them a bunch. I've played them like most of 9th. And I sometimes played CSM. I sometimes played Tyranids. I played Vanguard Invaders, where it was like the Vanguard one. And I was super tricky. I was super tricksy. I ran 3 bricks of 10 Gene Stealers, each with a Broodlord, because I had to figure out how can I get vehicles killed, and lethal hit spam was my best answer. My best answer for that. Or maybe it was dev wounds. I think it's Broodlord has dev wounds and gives dev wounds to adjoined Gene Stealers. And then the Broodlord naturally has like lethal hits or something like that. But point being, I had a brick. I had a brick of anti-infantry units that I would use as my anti-vehicle, and they were also my chaff, because I didn't feel what I need to do. I need to get better about fielding 2 units of Termagants or Hormagants or something that allows me to just like distract their fire. Because I look at my Termagants and I'm like, oh, 4-up 301. I'm never gonna hit anything. Like, I'm fighting Space Marines. I mostly was fighting Space Marines when I was playing against my friend. So 4-up 301 would never kill anything. However, if I charge you and I just survive for a round and a half, I clogged you up. I made it so that your Eradicators can't attack me. That might be useful. So I think Hormigons would probably be most useful. Arrow's got hands. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Talking about me like that? Out of here. Out of here. I don't know if it's a good thing for me, if I should be like going like that. 'Cause I feel like that would make a lot of people feel emotions in their chest. They just have me being like, come on. You're going to do what I say. And you're going to do it quick. Understand? I'll let you go. GFE, except it's not sexy. It's literally me just threatening your life. What's my favorite Tyranids model? In terms of unit to field in terms of unit to field, like Swarmlord's pretty up there, right? I do love me some Swarmlord because I think the Swarmlord's cool. The Swarmlord is so Tyranids. They have a hive mind, and of their hive mind, they have synapse creatures. These are creatures that like are synaptic nodes in the neural network. Basically, if I am this little Termagon, and this Swarmlord is right by me, the Swarmlord uses its psychic powers to enhance the Termagon and makes it stronger because it knows what the hive mind wants. But if the Swarmlord isn't there, then the Termagon is by itself and doesn't know what to do because it's just a dumb little Termagon. So the Termagon, like the Geth from Mass Effect, is screwed and doesn't know what it's doing. So you need synapse creatures. You need a mixture of small creatures and big creatures to ensure you have synapse nodes for all of your small creatures. And there is the epitome of that is the Hive Tyrant. And the Hive Tyrant is the biggest, the smartest, the most threatening of the Tyranids because it is intelligent, right? It is the big bad monster that will or it is the general, right? And the Swarmlord is a named specific Hive Tyrant where the Swarmlord is so smart, it could bait out and respond to the tricks and the trades and the tactics of Space Marines. The Swarmlord is a giant monster bug that's got 4 arms, each of which has a sword, that is smart. I think that's rad. I really want to find the Norn Assimilator and or Emissary because I think it's the Leviathan box, like the story about the Leviathan box. That was the introduction of the Norn Emissaries, and I think they're really cool. They are like Primarch almost level of, I mean, functionally in tabletop, they are like Custodes almost. They're like named character Custodes kind of deal. They're not quite like Primarch level, but like they're really powerful for what they are. So I want a Norn Emissary and or a Norn Assimilator. What's it called? The Tyrannifex? The Tyrannifex is the big artillery piece of the... oh, I forgot you have paint on you. Whoops. The Tyrannifex is the big monster artillery piece of the Tyranids. And so that one I just like from a mechanical perspective. That one I just appreciate from a mechanical perspective of like having a big artillery piece. And then I would also say... what is it? What other ones do I like? The Carnifex. Old One-Eye. I really want to run an Old One-Eye army. I think Old One-Eye is so stupid. I think he's so silly. Because Old One-Eye. So there's a thing called a Carnifex. Carnifex, big monster. Big thing, crushing, not smart, not intelligent, not tactics. Literally just your big, screw you. It's a giant monster that can like flip a tank over, right? Carnifexes are big monsters. However, there was one who, despite being separated from the hive mind, because they're not synapse creatures, they're not smart, they're not intelligent, they're not generals, they are just big, dumb monsters. One of them was roaming on a planet separated from the hive mind. The hive mind got like beaten back, and left a bunch of Tyranids. And so this Carnifex, which I think at this point had already been blasted in the face, and it got hit by a plasma bolt. Half of its face was melted off. It's not part of the hive mind, so it's not able to regenerate because like it's not part of like the biochambers. So it has this giant scar across its face. It builds up a reputation as Old One Eye because it's got one eye, and it went around. And it, despite not being a synapse creature, despite not being intelligent, despite not having psychic presence, it manifested bravery and savagery and pointed aggression in the Tyranids around it. Even the tiny little weirdos who normally, if they had no synapse, they would be like pathetic little cowards that would just like run in a circle until it like explodes because it has no internal organs. Old One Eye, through sheer Sigma aura, through the sheer ability to just mog on the hive mind, manifested the ability to make a effectively like enclosed synapse where it was the top dog. And it roamed around as like a pack of like scavengers that would just kill everything in its wake. Old One Eye is so pogging. And Old One Eye will just like pop up in different parts of the galaxy after having been killed, mind you. And just like with the same scar on its face, just show up again and cause problems for everyone that it encounters. Distraction Carnifex, yeah. That's unfortunately what most Carnifexes are used for. As much as I love the vibe and kookiness of AdMech, I don't want to stress myself with how finicky and spindly the models are. Yeah. To be fair, Space Marines have all the tactical finesse and elegance of a wrecking ball. It swings forward and breaks down walls. Not quite. It's a wrecking ball that has a Swiss Army knife, right? So it's a wrecking ball that if it approaches a door that it wants to break down, it will break down that door. But if it approaches a door that it wants to pick open, it can pick open the lock of that door, open it, sneak inside, and then lie in wait, and then smash through the door when someone tries to open it, right? So like, the way to think about Space Marines, they are armored guerrillas in a suit of power armor that is like impenetrable to normal weaponry. And you give it steroids and you give it a god complex. And then you say, go kill that thing. Some of those guerrillas are going to be really dumb and just charge forward blindly and like just throw itself at the enemy. Some of those guerrillas are going to say, this enemy seems to be really good at stabbing. I'm going to shoot it from afar and slowly back away so I can kill it before it approaches me. And some of them are going to say, we're going to get there a week in advance. We're going to dig a pit. We're going to lay that pit with a standard pit trap. They're going to see the pit before we dig it. So we're going to continue digging it, not letting them know that we know that they know. And then once they pass by, they're going to jump over the pit into the minefield we laid, and then the mines are going to go off, and then we flank them from behind and fire into them as their only choice is to go into the minefield, stay in the pit, or attack us where we're shooting them from behind, where we're hitting all of their artillery. Some guerrillas are like that. I don't make the rules. Yeah, some of them will be Caesar, Planet of the Apes, exactly. Sorry, that's all the tactical finesse Black Library Raiders are capable of? Yes, that is a much more accurate statement. The Black Library struggles to demonstrate the intelligence of the Space Marines. In fairness, the Black Library struggles with a lot. Games Workshop, I can be trusted with your IP. Please let me write for it. I understand that you have not seen anything I've written. However, I think it'll be really funny. Please, bro. Jonathan Games Workshop. I got this, bro. Please. Tower still cooler. Mods, kill them. They're gonna jump over the pit, at which point we get out of the pit and punch them. Yes. Clearly everything can be quantified as a Kane sin. So do you classify the Chaos Gods as in Kane? Korn, Hound. Slanesh, Idol. Nurgle, Ogre. Zinch. Tzeentch, Toad, but specifically for secrets. Right? So you got the 4 Chaos Gods. And yes, there's technically a couple more. There's the Emperor, who's basically a Chaos God. There's Vashtor, who isn't quite a Chaos God, but he's up there. There is the Shadow Dude? Malice? Is that the Sigmar character? I don't know. There's like there's another one. Be'lakor? Is it Be'lakor? So there's other one. Yes, Koid, it's hand talking. I want to say Tzeentch as a lord. I disagree. Tzeentch is the antithetical of the lord. The lord wants to return to the past. Tzeentch wants to change. Tzeentch wants to ignore the past and only see towards the future. Tzeentch is the inability to accept the present because you're always trying to move forward. Holy heck, good Tao book. I am Ace. I will not use my position to add fuel to the fire of Gilman and Yvain's situation. Yeah, I say that, and then I hit them with that. Wink. Wink. Listen, if Jonathan Games Workshop approached me and was like, hey, we want you to write for the Black Library, but it's gonna have to have a multi-chapter long spicy scene between Gilliman and Yvain, my question to them would be, am I allowed to make it hateful? Am I allowed to have it be hate smashing? And then Jonathan Games Workshop would say, sure. And then I would say, I got you. Right? Yeah, actually, Tzeentch would work as Toad just for secrets, because Change is not a lord. Yeah. Oh, I was told Change was in the House of Flies. You hate spice? Listen. I like spice. I feel as though it's kind of overblown the way a lot of people engage with it. And like too much spice is too much. But I appreciate spice. And lacking spice is something that I notice. And I know a lot of white people in particular don't really like spice. And I only heard like in the past couple months is the idea of people who garlic is too spicy for them. Black pepper is genuinely too spicy for them. I never understood that. Oh, hate spice. Right, or I said hate spice, didn't I? Toxic yaoi between two hive tyrants. Tomodachi life, but it's all Tyranids. Hello, can I interest you in hearing about yaoi? No, I'm more interested in Bara myself. Oh, a Tyranid of culture. I was unaware you swung like that. I swing 4 ways because I have 4 swords. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Seems like-minded. I say as someone that has not played Tomodachi Life. I have a relative who insists they're allergic to black pepper. I don't know if that's in there. They're fine with it. It was fun, but I'm going to go enjoy taxi. I appreciate spice. The prescience allows me to see the fall of my bloodline and divert course to a better path. Listen. With spice, I appreciate spice. I don't like it when I start hurting. I don't like it when the spice is like painful and like I feel it in my stomach. I got these ghost pepper pickles that I keep forgetting that I have, and then I keep not eating them. I had like 4 of them when I first got them. I had genuine pain in my stomach afterwards. And then my roommate, I was like, you should try this. And they're like, no. And I was like, come on, just a little bit. And they're like, fine, I'll try it. Then they took half of one and they're like, this is too much. And I'm like, okay, fine. And then I ate their half of one. So I was just tanking like ghost pepper pickles because that's what I do when it comes to spice is like, I'll rock that. I will be in pain. I will not have a good time. I will regret it, but I'll still do it. Arrow has a limit of 3 ghost pepper pickles at a time. No. Well, I mean, unless we're talking like, what's my ideal? Like, I guess my ideal would be like, yeah, I guess 3. I can take 3 pickles at a time before it gets too spicy. Wait, no, don't take that out of context. What did that cat do to my finger? This is all paint. This is all, I'm testing the paint, so I run it on my finger. Which, like, right now I'm doing a wash, so it's super thin. Yeah, this is not what my roommate's cat did to my finger. Context. Context! I can take 3 at a time. I did say I can take 3 pickles at a time, which I don't think makes it better. I said I can take 3 pickles at a time until it gets too spicy. And I feel like at that point, that's just like asking for it. Like, that's just asking for the out of context. Which, like, we have a quotes channel. No one uses it. On the Discord, we have a channel where you can put funny quotes. Explicitly quotes from me or about the channel. I've had people post stuff there which is just unrelated to the quotes channel, and I'm just like, hey, that's kind of cool, but like, that's not what this is about. Sorry. Good thing that paint is non-toxic. I mean, hopefully it's non-toxic. I just saw this in a video where they tested their paint by being like, hey, dab it on your back, on the back of your hand. Gosh. I guess we just keep doing washes. We keep doing washes, and then we see when we get to the point where like the color starts sticking. It's really all we can do. I feel like it's too watery though. Like that's my assessment. My assessment is that the paint is too watery because it keeps like being there for a second and then it just goes away. Arrow grows a 3rd head. It speaks nothing but snark. It's acrylic paint. Just don't drink it. And it's oh, okay. See? All good. My ideal is 3 at a time. I don't know about 3 pickles at a time. I don't know if I could handle that. Like, at a certain point, it's just a logistic of spacing. It's just how much can you fit at one time. I feel like 3 in quick succession could work. But I don't think I could handle 3 pickles at a time. My mouth is not large enough. It'll warn you if it's not. Yeah. Some blues and purples are 90% lead, arsenic, or other heavy metals. It's too watery. Well, so this is a wash that I made by adding like a giant squirt of red, and then I was informed. Oh, wanna know why? I think it's separated. That might be why. So like if I do. That's still pretty watery, but I mean, like, it's a wash. It's supposed to be watery, so. Arrow? What arrow? Thoughts on people who can handle eating spice, but less so actually digesting it? I don't know what you mean by that. If you mean, like, for me, spice in my mouth, I can handle it. It's fine. It's whatever. I will suffer through. I will cry my tears. I will deal with it. Spice that, like, once it hits my stomach, like, I feel bad, that is spice I want to avoid. I will rock, like, a spicy curry, spicy tacos, spicy salsa, spicy, like, ramen, spicy, like, wings, whatever spicy is. So long as the spicy does not make me feel ill for, like, an hour afterwards. After all, one of Arrow's signature noises is oomph, chomp. I don't know. I could believe Arrow has a big enough mouth for 3 pickles at once. I mean, I can try. Did I tell you about the time I deep throated a banana on call with my friend? This is the same friend that I had the short story with, so you must have some weird ideas about this friend, but no, this is just my buddy. And at one point I was curious about like what my mouth capacity was. So I was eating a banana, so I just like stuck the banana down my throat, and I got like half the banana, and like it hit like the back, like the top of my throat, like the back of my mouth. And my buddy was like, yeah, that's just genuinely impressive. Because I like just deep throated a banana just because I was curious if I could. Okay. Let's get a little bit of this. Yeah. I can take spice in my mouth all night long. I mean, yeah, like if I go to like a Korean place, for instance, and they have a spicy option, I will take the spicy option and then I will suffer and my mouth will be on fire and I will drink lots of water, even though you're supposed to drink milk because I don't like milk, and then I'll be fine. And that's how my relationship with spice is. I just kind of like, I just deal with it. However, if I have something where it's afterwards, I'm like, oh, I just want to lie down, I'm having stomach pain, like that's not fun for me. Like I can handle pain and I enjoy pain in the right context. However, when it comes to being debilitated, at that point, I'm just going to tap out, right? Like there is more of like the red that I'm looking for. I don't know if it's because I grabbed a little bit of this or not. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to dry brush the wings because they're so groovy. They have so many grooves. Like for all of the other ones, even though it kind of has pools right now, it tends to dry pretty uniform. So I'm not too worried about that, though I think I maybe should be. I enjoy pain in the right context. Yeah, and sometimes no pain, no gain. Sometimes you gotta like be working out and you're like, this is painful. And then you gotta like work past it. That's all I was referring to. Were you referring to anything else? Were you referring to anything untoward? I'm trying to take you out of context, Arrow. Stop taking it straight. Well, I'm non-binary. I can't take anything straight. I feel like everyone does nowadays. Yeah, that's fair. There are limits to the kind of spice I can ingest before I actively can't do anything for half a week. I've never hit like I can't do anything for half a week. And I honestly, am I crazy? Is it like mostly region based? Is it mostly like some people just like they can handle spices that are common in Indian cuisine, but they can't handle Thai cuisine? Is it like they can handle like Mexican cuisine, but they can't handle Japanese cuisine? Like, is that like a thing? Like, do you know anyone where like their domain of competence in spice is like region locked? Because I don't think I've run into that, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Because like I don't think I've hit much of like Thai or Vietnamese food that makes me like feel ill. I think it's mostly that it just like burns my mouth, which like I can handle burning my mouth. Although maybe it's because it tends to be thicker, because it tends to be like in a curry, maybe. That's why like I feel like Indian spice or like South Asian spice tends to be a bit more like rough on the stomach. I never said that, Arrow, if they read this out loud on stream. I feel like everyone does nowadays. I'm at the pain thing, but sure. Arrow's a curveball. Hey, you got me. All right, the levels of capsaicin. There are different levels of spice, yes. I don't think I need... I do well with sea spice, but more from lack of experience. No, what I'm getting at is not like levels of capsaicin. More like you're used to... like, I don't know, Turkish dishes and Turkish spices. So even like really spicy Turkish dishes, you're fine with. But then if you have something where it's like, I don't know, Mongolian spice, you're done. You're out. Like you can't handle it. Even like mild Mongolian spice, because they use different spices. Also, I heard the take. Italians, the biggest offenders of, oh, this is spicy, and it's just not being spicy. And I agree with that. I can't do spicy curry, but that's also because I can't really eat curry at all. Eating anything slop-esque consistency. Oh, I used to be like, yeah, I don't know about curry. I love good curry. My main exposure that I'll make at home with my roommate is Japanese curry. But like going out for like a good like Indian curry or like a Thai curry, like oof, I rock curry. Curry on rice. Such a good meal. Such a good meal. And like you add like chicken chunks to it, like malai kofta or like a spinach paneer or a tikka masala. Curry katsu. I actually don't know if I've made curry katsu. I've made curry. I've made katsu. I don't think I've mixed them. I've had katsu ramen before. I love Japanese curry, but I grew up on that. Yeah. That's fair. Curry slaps. Curry does slap. I can't take spice, but if it's tasty, I will eat it. Nothing can stop me. That's the thing. I can find something I don't think spice adds flavor. I think spice adds spice. And I don't like things that are spicy for the sake of spicy. I like things that are spicy and flavorful. If it's tangy and spicy, I love it. If it's sweet and spicy, I love it. If it is sweet, if it's like savory and spicy, I love it. If it is just spicy, be gone. Clearly, we need katsu rice next stream. I mean, like, I don't have a setup for streaming in my kitchen. Which, like, I've revealed my hands now. At this point, I have the power that I can just, like, do whatever I want now. I could do a live reading. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like my kilt? Wait till you see my bagpipe. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Guilty pleasures. My beloved. Arrow takes pickle stream when? I mean, I could grab a pickle right now. I could end stream by eating a ghost pepper pickle. Oh my, guilty pleasures. Are we dry here? No, we still got some wetness. Which, like, now that I'm starting to be a bit more aggressive with my pigment, I'm seeing more red. Because remember, we want the base coat, we want the wash to get everywhere. We want this kind of like reddish, blackish coloration, and then we're gonna go through the actual chitin color. We're gonna do the highlights on the swords, claws, and then the wings. I think we might do white. White or black, I don't know. They're going to get next year's Guilty Pleasures. Given that it's been 5 months of 2026, I don't think I'm getting 2026 Guilty Pleasures. Arrow could do a live book review. I mean, I kind of did. I was talking earlier about Black Paradox and Imaginary. I just grab a TTRPG book and like read through it. Like, I probably wouldn't do this with my hands per se, but I guess what I could do. Same setup on Discord. I've been considering reading some of my written work. I've been considering reading some of like the stories I've written, like the novel that I'm editing. And like, I think that if I got like a thing of tea and like I had it here and I like was on stream, camera on, pointed down in a Discord call, that could work. Did I ever listen to the Waltz of Eternity? No! No, I did not. Yes, please do. What, so just like set it up where we're here, maybe I like light a candle, I have some tea, and I just like read through a story that I wrote? Which, like, I have short stories I could read through. I actually have a short story. I was thinking about this the other day. That I want to read through... where is it? It was from... Not this one? No. 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 This one? No. Sorry. I have a couple. Where the heck Where the hecky? Old stuff. Notes. No, that's for TTRPGs. What the heck? Sorry, I'm busy trying to find a project that I have. Because I have something that I wrote for class many years ago at this point. That's a story about a girl walking home from school and she encounters someone that is not human. And her encounter with it, and it's like a horror short story. I don't remember what I called it. Is it... Did I name it The Man with the Upside Down Smile? Heath? Not Noble Two Mouths. Heath. I'm so sorry. Not castigate the enemies of the god. Oh, right. Okay. So I actually have something I could read. I could read it for you right now as I'm painting if you really want. Or a TTRPG book, either works. Yeah. Have one cup of tea on camera just for chat. Oh, I can make 2 little cups. One for me, one for you. And your cup could be like paint thinner. Okay, so. I think I do one more coat of the red. Like one more coat of this. Yeah, so how does that sound? That like a dedicated, like next week I'm doing a Discord stream. Oh, criminy. Oh, beans. I need to finish the Neolithic before Friday. Or at the very least get to a point where I can finish it in like 2 hours of work. Which currently I don't think I can. Because I have multiple things I want to run through it with. And double check before I do. Yeah, so I could do that on the Discord next week. I considered, because my player unfortunately was not available for Discord for Kane this week, I considered hopping on yesterday for like an impromptu Discord thing, but I figured it would be more, I should just stick to my schedule. I'll just do it next week, and I would spend yesterday being productive, and then yesterday I was not productive because I was busy with other things, and I actually got a chance to relax for a bit of time, which is kind of crazy to me. Give this head, so no head. You can call your army the Red Plague. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I like the idea of mixing this with the Alpha Legion. I like the idea of keeping the Alpha Legion inspiration. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably have it be that instead of giving it Alpha Legion insignias, because why would the Alpha Legion do that? And how would the Alpha Legion do that? They just are guided by the Alpha Legion to whatever target. And they're guided by the Alpha Legion because Hive Fleet Kronos specializes in killing chaos. They think they are pursuing chaos whenever they follow the Alpha Legion signal. And in reality, they are sent to just a normal, typical planet that has some resource or information or like data slate that the Alpha Legion wants. And so it's just a normal Hive Fleet Kronos splinter that just so happens to be effectively under the employ of the Alpha Legion. And no one ever knows. So, new chat lore, we drink paint thinner. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you say that as like, oh man, this is so weird and wacky, haha. Like, nah, checks out. From what I know about you, that is one of the least weird things I've learned. And I really do kind of have that e-girl thing going, don't I? I have the painted nails, I have the arm warmers, I'm doing a hand cam stream. Oh, how many of you have not seen in the picture that I posted on Discord? This is my mouse pad. I just realized, how many of you have not seen my mouse pad? Paint thinner, that is water. Yeah, so this is Tyrannid nigiri, or Tyrannid nigiri, as I call it. Unlike most Eagle's arrows actually cold. What I will say, I chose the arm warmers today as a fashion statement. I chose it because I thought it would look nice for camera, and also I'm embarrassed. Like, unironically, I talked about this at the beginning of stream. I'm very embarrassed by hand cam. I'm very embarrassed by painting. So just kind of like keeping myself covered is kind of like trying my best to avoid embarrassment, because my brain is silly. My brain is very silly. And so, yes, I am cold, but that's also because I just do not have any sort of internal heating. I am entirely a cold-blooded individual, both in terms of I have no empathy, and also in terms of like I just don't produce my own heat. Like, if you were to remove my ability to have central heating in my home, which currently my landlords have done because our heater broke and they're not replacing it, I will just die. Which is why I'm constantly wearing blankets and stuff. Don't look at the fact that I have shorts on. Ignore that. Ignore shorts behind the corner. But see, now we have more of like a red throughout all of it. Oh my god, bug on rice. I forgot I had to drive back home. Oh no. Look nice for camera. Pff, Arrow knows. Arrow knows we'd objectify those wrists if they were on display. Yeah. Arrow's brain is a delight, not just silly. My brain is very silly in all the wonderful ways and all the terrible ways that comes with being silly. Arm warmers are cute, and I do hope they stay around. What, you want to see arm warmers more? Because I do have... have more. I have more color. I really like arm warmers. I want to wear them more often. It's generally not the weather for it is the issue. But I mean, hey, if you want more hand cam with more arm warmer, I'm down. It's definitely a sometimes food. Like hand cams are sometimes food. But I definitely think that, like, at the very least for the foreseeable future, I want to do a couple mini painting streams. I don't know if I'm going to do it like every week. I don't know if I'm going to do it next week, but I like the idea of at least for like over the next like month or two, having a couple mini painting streams. I might do some on Saturday. Wait, I meant to be eating this? Yeah. Drink up. Kampai. There you go. Ah! I spilled some. Luckily, that is why I have cardboard here. I actually spilled it like entirely on my wet palette. Wow. They're not that expensive, and they are very comfy sometimes. Yeah. Arm warmers. I really like them. Okay, so gosh. What do we do here? Fill in those holes. If it's just a little bit of red. Just so it's not like just matte black with nothing else, you know? Okay. I think what we do from here, we do bone, and then we do chitin. Yes? Yes. It did look like strawberry milk. It did look like strawberry milk. I can't really argue with you there. And listen, a lot of this is very silly. A lot of this, particularly with the camera being kind of weird, is particularly very silly. I think what we do, we're gonna grab the white. I'm connecting with this way more than I thought I would. And obviously, like, yes, a lot of this is carried by the fact that this is streamed because, well, to put it bluntly, I very much struggle to not have a good time when I'm on stream. Like, I've had times where I did not have a good time on stream, but those are very few and far between. I am very much someone who, like, just being in the stream environment, it energizes me. I love it. So long as you're having a good time, I'm having a good time. And I don't say that lightly. I don't say that emptily. I say that, like, literally. But, like, that's being said, I'm actually enjoying painting more than I thought I would. And it's always something that, like, I was interested in, of course. But it was something that I never really thought I would really connect with or be good at. And I'm not good at it. I'm learning. But I am enjoying it. Right? Even if it's literally just seeing, like, my funky little dudes evolve in the same way that I want them to evolve. That's what the Tyranids are all about, right? I think what I do is I make all these spires the white, not just the spikes. And then I do spurs. And then spires here. Now the question on the legs, or not on the legs, on the tail. So I think the tail's chitin, so I don't make that white. I make that red. Sorry, I know you can't see this because the model's blocking. Oh, because my camera's out of the way. Because the model's blocking it. Gonna be honest with you, you're like the only streamer I watch. I don't like them normally. Honestly, I don't really like streams either. I have tons of individuals I want to support, whether I know them personally or I don't. And I put their stream on and I have it at low volume and I do other things, right? Because, like, I want to support my Yoshi. I want to support my friends. I want to support people that are, like, trying to, like, do the grind, and CCV is very important for that. But ultimately, like, I don't really watch streams. So, that's why my streams are so... I mean, my streams aren't that different. They're really just chatting streams, but it's really just kind of me, like, going off and doing my own thing. Because I'm not here to, like, be the best pro gamer. I'm here to just, like, yap. I'm here to talk TTRPG nonsense. My earbuds are about to die, so I gotta go. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Same, I know a lot of streamer friends. Yeah, and I just, like, leave their... I leave their videos on low volume, and then I don't really watch it that much. With exception, I'll like hop in their streams and I'll talk to them and I'll watch what they're doing and I'll hang out with them. But broadly speaking, I tend to just do my own thing. I tend to keep to myself in that regard. They're chitin on the legs. There's chitin on the legs. Okay, I think we need a small dollop. Yeah, it's kind of thin. Dollop of red. Not a full squirt, as I've learned. Unfortunately, I might run out of red. I don't know how much I have, but if my army's main color is red, I might run out. In which case, I guess we pivot into Alpha Legion colors. Air being energized by streaming is good, but it's important to hail, hydrate, and consume flesh. That is very true. Like, there have been many times, I've talked about this before. There have been many times where I've started stream being like, I don't want to stream right now. Like, I'm just not in the mood to stream. And then I stream, and then I feel significantly better post-stream than I did starting stream. I feel like I was productive. I feel like I had a good time. I feel like I enjoyed myself. I feel like I connected with people. And like, I just, unironically, like, streaming is just one of those things that it is a task for me that I feel like I need to do. And then once I do it, I remember why I love it every single time. Every single time. And like, I love that for me. And I think that's very important. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't have. I think that that's something where like you can't force that. And so I don't want to discourage anyone if they feel like that won't be the case for them. But I also say you won't know until you try. And I do think I kind of learned it. I think I learned it. A large part of it was learning to like have the community support me. A large part of it was learning to enjoy being what is effectively the center of attention, even if ultimately it is my bouncing off of other things that is the most entertaining bit in most cases. I started streaming back in 1892, wasn't for you? Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, it was a bit of a different ecosystem back then, but not much changes since 1892 and now. Like, the biggest thing that happened was, I don't know, invention of sliced bread, right? That changed the streaming game. The being productive happiness after is so real, though. That is very true. Like, gosh, I had such a busy Monday. I like genuinely, I had to edit the Mega Dungeon, and I had to edit Hunter's Archive, and I had to be productive, and I had to do chores around the house. And I was so exhausted. I was so ready for the Persona, but I couldn't because I needed to edit. And then Tuesday was kind of my day off. Tuesday was my day of like, okay, I'm not gonna like worry about. I try to get a short done a day. That's my ideal. Even if I don't have one due the next day, I try to get one done a day. But sometimes I just need a rest day. And that was an instance of like, I just needed a rest day. Like that was something where just full stop. I just needed a day where I don't have to worry about editing. I still worried about editing. Still was thinking that I was going to edit, and then I ended up doing other stuff, and that's fine. I ended up setting up for today's stream. And I wanted this Neolithic yesterday. I am so close to finishing the Neolithic's playtest. Like, I'm not going to say I'm so close to finishing the Neolithic. I understand that once I release the playtest, I'm probably going to have to like change so much. But at least for now, I'm close to where I would be happy leaving it. Like, obviously, if it's broken, I need to fix it. And depending on interest, I would love to make it like a full 1.0. But I am pretty happy with making a playtest, dropping it on itch for like $10, and involving the community and being like, hey, if you are a playtester, I can set you up. If you want to produce art for the game, I can get you the game for free. Like, I would love to do that kind of stuff. Do you have leg armor? I think you do. I don't know if the Wing Tyranid Prime has leg armor. Either way, the back carapace is coming out very nice. You have tail armor, certainly. Bob Ross like painting of just color vibes? Yeah. Use your own blood. JK, don't do that. Listen, you can't tell me that. After I made the pentagram video, I thought it was clear that I will absolutely use my own blood for things that my blood should not be used for. Which, a lot of people seem to think that that was attractive, and a lot of people seem to think that that was really funny. And so, like, I don't think people are that concerned about me. But maybe I'm mistaken. I don't think you don't have armored legs. Wing Tyrannid Prime. I want to give you some teeth. Some little teeth. And then I want to do this. Let's get some more white. Oh, that's a bit much. That's more what I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah. And then we do white highlights. And give it that thin membranous feeling on the inside as well. I feel like the wings can be a different color though, because I want it to be they're lighter to indicate they're thinner. This looks more just like black and red and white though. I wonder if I make like a pink and I apply it, you know? Either way, let me get your face. Okay. I think this is as good as I'm going to get it at this moment. We have a full carapace winged wing Tyrannid Prime. Significantly better than I thought it was going to be. I ain't gonna lie. I'm very happy with this. Like, my biggest stress point in all of this, I used too much paint. And of all of the stress points to have, that is not the worst one. And I didn't even like use like all of my paint in like a stupid amount. It was literally just like I squirted when I should have done a dollop. Heading out, have a good evening. Good luck with those teeth. Thank you. Kool-Aid Man's to the wall. What's up, guys? I think what I'm gonna do, it has been 6 hours. We have painted, what is this? 10 Termagants, 1 Wing Tyrannid Prime. That's probably like 100-ish, 120 points. That's fine. You came back at the end. This sucks. I'm sorry. That's what the VOD is for. So, I have another question in the channel. So if you have a question, feel free to drop it in the question Q&A section. I'm going through the last of them. So if you have any, add it. And then I'm probably going to wrap up. I need to rest my voice. I need to put all of this away. And there's dogs outside. What would the roles of the first 5 famous VTubers you can name off the top of your head be in the world of darkness based on vibes? What would the roles of the first 5 famous VTubers come to my mind? So when I think of like, I've heard the conversations happened before of like, who would be like the Mount Rushmore of VTubing, right? Kizuna AI, uncontested. Iron Mouse, I feel like is kind of uncontested. Gargura is generally considered up there. And I would say Project Melody as well. Because she really brought lewd tubing and like NSFW VTubing to the scene. So those are the 4 that come to my brain in terms of like biggest influence in VTubing. Reverses my Kool-Aid Man. Peace out, y'all. I had to leave again. All right, later. Clean up everywhere, everywhere. So when I think of those 4, I don't know much about Kizuna AI. I'm not gonna lie. Just straight up. I'm just not familiar with her game. She's a JP speaking VTuber. I think that there's probably another JP speaking VTuber out there who's like super influential that like, I should definitely know that I don't because I don't know my culture. I'm a VTuber that doesn't know VTubing culture. Let's start with Iron Mouse. I mean, she's like the Lord of Hell. She's Satan. So I feel like it would have to be Demon the Fallen, right? I feel like it would have to be Demon the Fallen, where she is like an escapee of hell, or she left hell for whatever reason to make people join her. And that's what she's doing. She's rocking that. She's having a great time with it. Gargura, Shark Girl, cute, very cute, very small. I get Garo. Am I crazy that when I think Gargura, I think Garo, but like a shifter for shark instead of wolf? Like that's what I think of when I think like Gargura and World of Darkness. And then Product Melody is a cyborg, or I think that she's an AI. She is very silly, clumsy, but obviously very lewd because she's involved in that. So I get kind of like succubus vibes. I get changeling. Where she gets glamour from getting people gratification. Right? Because changelings get glamour off of like inspiring creativity in others, and that can be in something as benign as painting and something as like menacing serial killers, right? So I don't know enough about Kizuna AI to say anything about her. I just know that like if you ever talk about famous VTubers, you can't leave out Kizuna AI. And I'd say there's probably a fifth one that's like a famous JP VTuber that I should know that it's not coming to my brain, so that's the fifth one that I also don't know. But those other three I would say are like some of the most important VTubers and like famous VTubers relevant in the history. That was Guru. So strictly speaking, I think it is Guru. I have always pronounced it Garo and cry about it. The World of Darkness explicitly states that pronunciation is dumb and doesn't matter. Camarilla doesn't matter. Guru, Garo doesn't matter. I can say whatever I want. How long do you think it would take for humans to eat a Tyranid? What do you mean, how long? Because, like... And what do we define? Ow, frick. The metal brace. So, like, these are Tyranid, right? These little dudes are, like, rat-sized. I could down one of these in a meal. Like, if you give me a dead one of these, a knife, and some like baking ingredients, I might have to look up a recipe, but I could make this. Like one of these dudes, these are like dog sized, maybe small person sized. Like that would just take a couple days of like one person eating it, if not like one family eating it at a family gathering. So do I think people would eat them? No, I didn't say people would eat them. You asked me how long it would take. You start eating it, and the micro-Tyranids just start eating you. No. I didn't say that wouldn't happen. Listen, if I eat a Ripper Swarm, the Ripper Swarm's eating me back. If I eat a Winged Tyranid Prime, the Winged Tyranid Prime is just eating me back. It's going to break into a bunch of Ripper Swarms that like tear out of me. I accept that. I am aware of that. That is not the question at hand. The question at hand is how long would it take? I mentioned Worlds with Pharaoh Nids on them. I mean, yeah, like if Nids like seed a planet, they end up not taking it over, or they haven't taken it over yet, and the native populace just starts hunting these like weird creatures that like stab you with their faces. Yeah, I'd eat a Tyranid. It's like eating pineapple. Yeah, eating Tyranids is certainly one way of being likened to eating pineapples. If you're gonna get eaten anyway, assert dominance, eat them back. Fair. Yeah, so I think we have a single squad, and I don't even think a Winged Tyranid Prime can lead Termagants. But hey, we'll make it work. If I had more time, I would probably want to hop on Barbgons. Like, I probably could rush through the Ripper Swarms, but I don't want to rush. And I think that 6 hours is more than enough time. I got a lot of fun from this. I got to train a whole bunch in terms of painting. The question for you, though, is would you be interested in seeing more of this? Was this something where you want to see more of Arrow Hand Camp? Was this something where you want to see more of Tyranid painting? Was this something where you want me to do something else? Hive mind, bold, I respect it. Still eat them though. Yeah. So like, you let me know, and on Discord would be ideal if you could let me know like, hey, I really like this, I didn't like this. If you could fix the camera setup, if you could do blah 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 blah, let me know. Otherwise, I will see all of you later. Tomorrow is Thursday, and should be Arrow Answers. Arrow Answers. Yes, tomorrow's Arrow Answers, so that should be a light edit for me. That shouldn't be that bad tonight. And then Friday, we're going to be doing Xeneolithic. Saturday, I think I have it. Saturday is going to be coding. I might end up playing that game that got recommended to me. I might end up playing Neverway, the demo, just to try it out, because demos usually only last like an hour. So I might try a demo and then I might code. But yeah, thank you so much. I'd love to see Arrow do anything with them hands. Thank you. Like, they land on Earth now, how long until people boil up in the Deep South? I think instantly. Like, if Tyranids landed right now and I shot one with a gun and I killed it, I think people would, like scientists and military would say, we're researching this. And then the second one I shoot, my local community would be like, we're boiling this. We're grilling this. We're barbecuing this. Yawn. Yeah, Zap. Or Zugog. I'm of the opinion, instantly, I don't think people are gonna, well, we have to wait to see if it's safe. No! There's gonna be a little, like, even if it's not like Jim Bob down by the creek, even if it's like Steve from accounting, there's gonna be someone who's dumb that's like, I want to barbecue this and see how it tastes. Deep South, I feel like they'll deep fry that Tyranid. Okay. I feel as though you take the Tyranid, Termagon, kill it. Chitin clearly can't eat that. The flesh beneath the chitin probably is like more gummy, would be my guess. Whereas all the muscles would be musculature. So I feel like people would assume or operate off the assumption of it's like cow, like pig, some other animal, and they would like divide it into those sections. And they would attempt best practice for each of those sections. And I think that probably wouldn't work because it's a Tyranid. And so I think that we'd need to run through at least like 2 or 3 Termagants before we hit on, okay, you gotta like slow broil and then you barbecue. And like you gotta like do multiple methods. I feel like it would pose a challenge that humanity would rise up to. That's my assertion. Oh, pulled Tyranid, yeah. Cook it like a lobster. Now, better question, do they taste good? Like a Ripper gives shrimp vibes? I disagree. Ripper Swarm does not give me shrimp vibes. Although, I do see Ripper Swarms as shellfish. Maybe that's just because they're tiny and they have a shell. They have chitin. I feel like your standard Termagant is very muscular, very thin, no fat, so no marbling. So it's thin, muscular, no marbling. So very lean meat. Okay, I have a crazy idea. White meat chicken. Like white meat poultry. I don't think Tyranids are red meat. Am I stupid for that? Am I like actually insane for that? I don't think like a Termagant would be red meat. It strikes me as poultry. And like I thought fish for a second with like the Ripper Swarms. I feel like the more squid-like it is, the more like the more fishy it is. So I feel like this would definitely be like calamari, the neurotyrant. Although I think the brain up here is kind of like lobster guts. You don't eat the brain. Although maybe like, depending on what culture you're from, it could be like you pickle it. Or you make a puree out of it. Maybe gator lobster? Tyrannid, the new chicken. I don't know. I get... When it comes to tyrannids, I get poultry vibes from their meat. I don't know if they're light meat. I don't know if they're dark meat. I think that they're... Honestly, I think the little guys, all dark meat. I think that the Ripper Swarms are just one big leg. I think that the Termagants are dry. I think that they are no fat. I think that they are muscular. And I think once you get up to the bigger ones, that's where you start getting white meat. I think you start getting more like proper flesh that... Well, actually, no, look at this. Look at this interior. That's all ribs. There's no fat there. Swarmlord. All rib. Look at that. Hey, yo. Look at that hourglass figure. Hello, miss. Hi. I knew I liked you for a reason. I didn't know it was this one. Hi. Sorry, I get distracted. Screamer Killer. Okay. Very visible ribs. Has width to it. Am I crazy for thinking the Screamer... Actually, no, wait. The Screamer Killer, I know what it is. It's just an empty vessel that has a big lung capacity so it can scream or kill you. Ah! Ah! Right? So it wants to scream at you, and I think that it just has like a big empty vessel that like it can inflate with an organ and then like expel for like a sonic attack. That's what I'm thinking. I think the ribs are exoskeletal, but I don't think that means that they have fat inside, right? Catechin fried tyrannid. Oh my gosh. Hourglass figure and 4 arms and a tail. Look at this tail. Like, what'd that tail do, man? Like, listen, it might be toxic, but it's still Yuri. Hello, Squeebles. Hi. It's a pleasure to see you in this neck of the woods. Swarmlord is too sultry. Got those hips swaying from side to side. Like, geez, do you see this? You genuinely. What? Where are her organs? Also, what that tongue do? Like, geez. Like, dude, look at that tongue. Like, oh my gosh. Is my ideal woman the Swarmlord? Or actually, I wouldn't even want to assign gender to this. Like, you're just beyond gender. And I'm into that. I think the Swarmlord might be my ideal. I think that the Swarmlord is like my ideal partner. Very efficient organs. MB icon. Exactly. Okay. I'm gonna hop off. It has been 6 hours 15. Tomorrow is going to be an Arrow Answers. Friday is going to be Xeneolithic. Ideally, we are going to launch it on stream. That is the goal. Saturday, we are going to code, maybe play demo, and there should be not a Lancer video, a voiceover. And then Sunday should be a Lancer video. I'm going to hop off. I think they taste like microplastics and paint. They taste like macroplastics and paint. Friday chat plays. Chat is not playing Xeneolithic yet. Maybe later. Maybe on Discord. But at least for right now, this is going to be wrapping up and shipping Xeneolithic for the playtest. And I'm going to bug you about it. If you're on the Discord, I'm going to ping you about it. I want this to work. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much for 40,000 subscribers. I'm going to probably make more of a deal about it at 50,000. I specifically have been trying to avoid being weird and annoying and sappy for 40,000 because 50K is right around the corner. It might take a couple months, but it is still around the corner. I'm gonna save it for that. I truly never expected to get this far. And it's all because of you. You. Yeah, you. Bye. It's been a pleasure. Take care of yourself. And have a good night, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and a good day to you. Oh my gosh, lock in, get me to 69K before I have a special for 50K. If you do that, I'll do something crazy. I will do something like actually crazy. And I mean that like in the I don't even know what I'm gonna do. But like you have this promise. If you manage to get me to 69K subs before we have a special for 50K subs, I will do something crazy. Sound good? Okay. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.